I would like to preface this video with a quote. It is undeniable, and may I say fundamental quality of man, that when faced with extinction, every alternative is preferable. The year is 2001. Michael Burns, Gus Sorolla, and Geoff Ramsey made a website known as Drunk Gamers, focused around reviewing video games and the such. They barely made any money from this, but neither do I, so same boat. They just mainly reviewed games through text formats like articles, but they got pretty tired of making text walls, so they wanted to try something new. Apple had this little ad campaign going on around the time, telling people watching the commercial that they're stupid and need to go into an easier operating system. And all of them collectively said at the same time, "I'm not stupid," and made a spoof of the commercials to put up on their website. Then miraculously, even though it was old internet and the way of sharing videos was taping URL to a rock and throwing it through somebody's window, it got really popular. Well, the Apple parody stuff wasn't the only thing that they had going on their website. They also started to make videos about them all just playing Halo together. And to make it not super boring, they would record their audio and put it over the gameplay footage. And while our good friend Michael Burns was messing around with the editing software, he had the idea of letterboxing the whole thing and putting some bars on the top and bottom to remove all of the pointless UI junk. And then, the fatal idea that would spiral into 20 years of creativity, drama, excitement, and disappointment. With a cameraman to stand in front of the other players, this fateful moment, this was the birth of Red vs. Blue. And alongside Red vs. Blue would come the new company name, Rooster Teeth. I'm gonna get the chit-chat with how the company was created now because, God, I just want to talk about the show. On April 1st, 2003, the first episode of Red vs. Blue would release. Episode 1, Why Are We Here?
Hey. Yeah? You ever wonder why we're here?
Before we start the discussion, I would really appreciate if you subscribed. This video has already been copyright claimed by Rooster Teeth and will be another 20 times, so I'm really just making this video for me and potential clout. Honestly, it's insane how this was even made back in 2003. That's before YouTube for all of the youngins out there. Their production equipment was a bedroom, a couch, a microphone, and making characters bob their heads up and down to simulate talking. Have you ever seen a man talk like this? I propose we go season by season talking about the show and stopping to talk about anything notable that happens. So immediately cutting myself off, I'm going to be showing the remastered versions of the first seasons, just so it doesn't look like this. And one final thing, before we start, I would really recommend you go off and watch this series for yourself. All of the remasters and original videos have been put on YouTube forever, so... Where is Red vs. Blue? I should really be talking about this much later, but I'd rather do it now. In 2023, the bastards at Rooster Teeth decided to remove every single episode of Red vs. Blue from YouTube and put it on their shitty subscription service, Rooster Teeth First. Red vs. Blue has been on YouTube for decades up to that point, literal decades. Okay, well, like one and then like almost another decade, but you get what I mean. History just wiped away that easily to make a quick buck. So I guess I have no other choice than to create a Rooster Teeth First account.
No! I'm not conforming to your ways, Rooster Teeth.
On this SD card, I have every season of Red vs. Blue completely preserved. How, you may ask? Well, Rooster Teeth, in all of your infinite wisdom, you forgot one small, itty-bitty, tiny-witsy, little-bitty detail. Copy protection, you dumb bitch! This discovery, for the low price of $6, allowed me to get every season of Red vs. Blue completely screen recorded and onto my hard drive.
Have you ever heard of the Cobra problem? Because I got some snakes for you.
Now, why do I bring this up? Well, you see, I have scripted this whole thing before Rooster Teeth First closed down this month, in May of this year. So, I wasn't originally gonna do this, but... in the link to the description, I included a Google Drive to every single season of Red vs. Blue completely preserved for you to watch. If you would like to watch Red vs. Blue before starting this one, I would recommend you go and do that, because, long story short, it's a very good series, and I think it deserves to be enjoyed. But with all of that out of the way, let me show you why Red vs. Blue deserves to be remembered. We're going to be going season by season talking about the show, with some parts being longer than others. You'll get what I mean when it comes to it, but for right now, let's start with Season 1. Before we start, I would like to say that I took the creative decision to honor the earlier seasons of Red vs. Blue. I decided to accidentally have the gain on my microphone be really high for the first 40 minutes. So sorry if it sounds like I'm screaming info at you, okay? Red vs. Blue Season 1 serves to introduce and play around with the characters that they've come up with. And in the first 10 minutes, or 3 episodes if you're watching this episodically, we're already introduced to 6 of our main characters. Starting off, we have Private Dick Simmons and Private Dexter Griff. Griff plays the typical lazy slacker archetype, while Simmons is more of the nerdy kiss-ass. But whose ass is he trying to kiss exactly? That would be none other than Sarge's. Sarge, which is his entire name, is the sergeant of the Red Base in Blood Gulch. He plays into kind of a stereotype of a typical high-ranking army man. To orchestrate how all of our characters bounce off each other, this is a good scene right here to show what I'm talking about.
What happened here? Sir, you got shot in the head, so we gave you CPR and saved you, sir.
I always believed in you, Simmons.
Actually, it's Griff you should thank, sir. He did all the work.
Griff?
Yes, sir.
Griff, why in hell would you give somebody CPR for a bullet wound in the head?
Now, that's it for the red team, but how about the other team, the blues? Over here, we have Private Lavernius Tucker, Private Michael J. Caboose, and none other than Church. No last name given. Tucker, for right now, just kind of plays the same role that Quagmire did in the early seasons of Family Guy. He's pretty pervy with not a lot of other defining character traits. Caboose is our stereotypical dumb guy, with not a lot else going on for now. And finally, Church is the straight man of the group. Most of his interactions with other characters are just being generally annoyed at their presence. Both of the reds and blues are stuck in this box canyon together with bases on each side, but neither of them really know why. I mean, Griff in the first episode says it best. They have a base over there, and that's why they have a base over here. If they were to pull out tomorrow, they would have two bases in the middle of a box canyon. To compare this to Family Guy once again, it's a lot more like a cartoon earlier on. They're not really trying for anything huge going on with the story, just finding ways to have shenanigans happen to make the viewer laugh.
Holy cow, it's just like me!
Like, I'm going to explain what happens in the first half hour just so you can get a taste of what I'm talking about. So Church and Tucker are spying on the Reds one day when suddenly they get a new shipment from Command, whoever the hell those guys are, that they've gotten a Warthog to help them fight the Blues. Oh no. Well, they've also gotten a shipment from a different command of one, a tank, and one Caboose. Caboose then calls Church's girlfriend a slut, so they make him go inside the base and wait there so I don't have to listen to him. Flashing over to the Reds, who got a new guy, Private Donut. He literally has no personality right now, so we'll talk about him later. Simmons and Griff decide to mess with the new guy by sending him to the store to go get headlight fluid and elbow grease. Then Donut accidentally ends up at the blue base where Caboose gives him the flag, which is important for some reason. So they look across the canyon to see if they can find him and mistake Donut for their sergeant, since he has the same armor color. Trying to cut them off, Church shoves Tucker through a teleporter to the middle of the canyon as he runs over. The Reds notice what's going on and hop in the Warthog to go stop them. But then Caboose notices his other teammates need his help and hops in the tank named Sheila to try to help them. Church and Tucker get chased behind the rocks and the red team is going crazy on a machine gun. Here comes Caboose in a tank. He chases off the Reds but accidentally shoots Church because he has no idea how to drive it. Church is dead and the Reds are on the run, but now there's a bombing run coming from Sarge and now Church is a ghost. That's the first half hour. Things just tend to happen in the first few seasons, mainly just trying to be funny in some way. And shit, it might just be the nostalgia talking, but I think they hit the nail on the head pretty well when it comes to comedy. One thing I think that helps with this is the helmet muffle. It's 2003. Your microphone sucks. You want to make a web show. How do you get around it? An obnoxious-ass headphone muffle, of course. Anytime a character speaks, there's always a filter put over it to make it sound like they're actually talking through futuristic space helmets. I think it helps out with making everything they do sound hilarious.
What happened? Big tank shooting. Woo! Damn, man. We only ran like 300 feet.
It's really small, but it's just one of those things that adds to the overall charm of Season 1. Really, the comedy carries it, because I could sum up everything that happens story-wise in like 30 seconds. Okay, everything important. Church becomes a ghost. After his death, they hire a freelancer by the name of Texas to go kill a bunch of red guys. Church and her were once dating. Donut gets exploded by a grenade so hard he becomes gay. The Reds put a voice chip inside of their robot Lopez, so now he can speak Spanish. Donut in the finale kills Texas with a grenade from across the canyon while she's storming their base in Sheila. And an AI that was in her head gets blown out of it. That's really everything notable that happens during the whole run. I don't really have too much to say about Season 1. It's pretty funny at times, and the story is really just there to move people from place to place to place. But for what it is, and considering the time it was made, I would consider it to be a great first step for the series. I mean, it was clearly enough for a 9-year-old me who definitely shouldn't have been watching the series at that age to get hooked. So it must be doing something right. Yeah, one thing that might be a turnoff for some people is how vulgar it is. I mean, I don't really care, I say f*** all the time, but to some it can get very tiring very fast.
Is this guy a retard?
I promise the series will pick up and you'll see why I think it's a masterpiece. Just give me 5 seasons to get there. Off to Season 2, and this season kicks off with introducing a new character, Medical Officer Dufresne. He's here to be a field medic for whichever team he drifts off towards. To demonstrate that visually, his armor is a perfect mix between red and blue, being purple. He was called out because last season they killed off 2 of the recurring characters. I should probably introduce our other recurring characters now, shouldn't I? These guys will come back a few times, but don't nearly get as much screen time as the main 6. Private Franklin Delano Donut. He got a character off screen between seasons.
Yeah, he's gay now.
I mean, I suppose that was the best they could come up with for what kind of personality he could have, but his main kind of jokes just center around being feminine and making innuendos. Like, anytime people make a sex joke in this show, it's either Tucker or Donut.
Well, if I can't beat off a room full of dudes, then what have I been training for this whole time?
I like him a lot, even though he doesn't really go past that. Lopez is a robot that serves the red team and specializes in being a mechanic, fixing the Warthog on several occasions. And it just so happens that's who Church is currently inside of. Church is a ghost and can, like, possess people, I guess. Like he did it last season with Sarge, but mostly he does it with Lopez. A lot like Donut in their regards, he's pretty one-note, but I like his character regardless. His main jokes just come from the fact that his speech inhibitor is broken so he can only speak Spanish. What he's saying is really good writing, but everyone always just responds with, alright pal. And finally, Agent Texas, who is currently 6 feet under. I guess 6 feet under is a little overselling it since they don't have tools, they just have guns. Probably like 5 inches under, and then the rest is just covered by rocks. Agent Texas is a freelancer. A freelancer is somebody who doesn't work for either red or blue, just going with whoever has the most money. I'm pretty sure Dufresne is...
It's settled then. Your name is now Doc.
Alright, but I don't think it'll stick.
Doc is here to be a reflection of Texas. Both of them serve neither side, just whichever needs them. The difference is Texas is a gun for hire and Doc is a pacifist. But trust me, Doc will get a lot more interesting as time goes on. Right now, he's just kind of generally inconveniencing to whichever side he's on. With all of those characters introduced, they surely have some kind of more involved plot going on. Yeah, only kind of. Caboose has been acting strangely since the end of the last season. Specifically, right after that crazy Valiant AI left Texas's head. Yeah, it doesn't take a genius to figure out where this is going. So to speedrun some notable things that happen though, Church periodically hops out of Lopez's body so he can fix Sheila. Then him and Sheila fall in love and start a robot revolution, which is great. But as Lopez is fixing the tank and Church is vacated from his body, Texas comes out of nowhere and hops right in. Apparently that AI that was hopping around her brain can move from person to person if their radio is on. So Church and Texas hop inside of Caboose's mind to get it out, while Tucker and the Robo Troop go to get the Reds to turn off their radios. Sorry if it kind of just seems like I'm going beat to beat summing stuff up, but there's actually like things going on now, so I kind of need to talk about it. Just get used to it, the rest of the video's like this. I'll take a break from that stuff though and talk about the stuff I liked from Season 2 and what it did better over 1. For starters, I think the writing just got a lot better. Caboose got extremely dumbed down, but for the better. Way more of an idiot now instead of a private that had no idea what was going on.
Mr. Caboose, I just want you to know that even though we are on different teams and we may never see each other again, whatever happens out there today, I'll always remember the moments we shared together. You are now, and forever will be, my friend. Private Donut? That sounds like Private Biscuit.
Now he's just completely brain dead for almost everything, but I love him. I already brought up how Donut has a personality now, but I think they sought to make fun of the writing from Season 1 when they're inside of Caboose's head. We get to see how Caboose views the world and parodies of the main cast, like Church who talks like one of those angry video game nerd clones from 2010, or Sarge who has a pirate voice for some reason. It's cool seeing them poke fun at themselves just within the 2nd season. It shows how self-aware they are and willing to adapt to change. That's a setup to a joke I'll finish in like 5 hours. Alright, I'm gonna do the rest of this season from memory because I think that might be funny. Tucker gets all of the Reds to turn off their radios and chase O'Malley off to who knows where. Then they just kind of bum around for a while, dead ass, until Donut winds up in a cave and finds Doc talking to himself. Probably isn't important, moving on. Donut accidentally winds up at the wrong base and they take him prisoner. So in exchange for the Reds getting Donut back, they agree to build 2 empty robot bodies. So Church and Tex have somewhere to bunk. But the twist is Sarge put a microphone on one of them and a giant bomb in the other. Trying to explain everything that goes on in the earlier seasons of the show feels like trying to explain a narrative that's been going on for years, except you can only bring up bullet points. I promise the story will get better in time. Just give me a little bit. And when I say a little bit, I mean now, because things are starting to heat up. Every character up to this point meets in the center of Blood Gulch, and negotiations break down pretty quickly after Lopez sees them partaking in the robot slave trade. Sarge, thinking on his feet, immediately summons in an airstrike to their exact location, which would certainly blow up all of them. But it turns out, Tucker can also hear the broadcast and recognizes the voices of the blue team's command as well. Things are escalating, people are pretending to shoot bullets, and right as Tucker comes to the conclusion that red and blue are the same, Doc comes out of nowhere, what is a Halo ghost, but they call it a scooter, so I'm gonna do that too because it's funny. He comes in, blows some people off, takes Lopez, and shoves them through a teleporter with him. So now in an ironic twist, the Reds and Blues have to work together to stop Doc, who has been infected by O'Malley, and also save Lopez. All of them jump through the teleporter, and the season ends off with all of them winding up in random locations. That's pretty much all of Season 2. Overall, it was a massive step up from Season 1. It was funnier, they sought to tell something. They fleshed out characters that were just kind of there from the first one. A huge improvement over the last, but still just kind of whatever in the grand scheme of the series. So let's see how they improve with a Season 3. So the last time a season started, there was a 6-month time skip between the end of the first one and the start of the second one. But this time we're right into the action, taking place right after the last one left off. Church and Griff have been thrown into jail, Simmons got separated from everybody in some kind of magic teleporter room, Sarge and Caboose are off by themselves and who knows where, and finally Donut, Tucker, Tex, and Sheila are all back at Blood Gulch. Sheila and Donut stayed so one member of each team could be there. Tex is there because she showed up too late to the teleportation party, and Tucker is there because he got blown up. We finally get to see the Reds and Blues interact with one another besides trying to kill the opposite team, and I love how some of them bounce off each other. It's not even pairs you would expect, like the leaders of each team being together. It's shit like Donut and Tucker, which makes a really cool dichotomy with how they interact. I mean, we really get a taste of the teams talking with one another last season with Caboose and Donut, but now we get a full season about it, and I'm 100% on board. I mean, there's only so much they could have done with each team being at each other's throats, so mixing it up was a good choice. They don't really do much with Griff and Church right now, so luckily they get the least screen time out of all of the pairings. They're just kind of in jail the whole time. The Blood Gulch boys don't really do much either, except wait around for a little while. Then we're left with Caboose and Sarge, and I love how they bounce off each other. Sarge treats him like he's his son, it's great. They wound up in a place that's a parody of Halo multiplayer of all things. Just these Reds and Blue guys running around killing each other for no reason, trying to get each other's team's flag. What do the flags do? Why are they doing this? No reason, don't argue with the beast. They're also kind of like a religious parody, which was not what I was expecting. They treat a flag like God, who cares? They don't hang out here for long though. Simmons' main goal for the first part of the season is just to get the teleporters to work again, trying to get everybody in the same spot, because it would just kind of suck if everyone was separated for the whole thing. We don't get any new main characters introduced this season, instead new main antagonists. Doc, who has been infected with Tex's AI, is now Doc O'Malley, gone from regular evil to cartoony evil. I love this character so much, he might just be my favorite in the entire show. Strangely enough, bouncing off of himself more than anything, since Doc is still hanging around in that head. O'Malley wanting world domination, and Doc just wanting to help people is a really good gimmick for how this character works. And working on the same side as him is Wyoming, another freelancer like Texas. There's a freelancer for every state except...
So there's 50 of you. 49. Remember? Oh, yeah, that's right. Man, poor Florida.
He's extremely British and a sniper with the main objective of taking out Tucker. Some people weren't too happy with him knowing everything he does from the end of Season 2, where he discovered they're working for the same command. I just love how much Red vs. Blue is already setting up for the future. They'll follow up on this stuff in like 6 seasons, it's insane. One thing Red vs. Blue is good at is respecting its history and bringing up stuff from earlier parts of the show. Point in case, when Simmons gets everyone from Blood Gulch, excluding Sheila, to the teleporter room, Tucker comes out covered in black stuff like he did in Season 1. I'll talk about them bringing stuff back way later though, and when I say way later, I mean like in Season 8. For now, all of our main characters have ended up at Sidewinder, the same place Church and Griff are being held. Alright, I hope you enjoyed things making sense momentarily, because we're gonna talk about silly shit now. So, Caboose accidentally sets off the bomb in Church's chest, so when everyone gets to Sidewinder, they're under a ticking clock to defuse the 10 megaton bomb. While that's going on, Doc keeps firing missiles at everybody, trying to kill them. As a weather machine that just so happens to be in Lopez starts to go off. What's the weather machine going to do? Why is it in Lopez? What the fuck is even happening anymore? No idea. So Simmons summons in all of those guys from earlier that were in a multiplayer parody to go beat up Doc while everybody tries to defuse the bomb in Church. Texas gets captured by Wyoming, the weather machine hits Church, making the bomb undefusable, Doc is getting his shit kicked in, and while all of this is happening, Tucker just goes screw it and tries to blow up Church to stop the bomb from exploding. I don't know why Church is so worried about dying here, he is literally a ghost inside of a robot suit, but sure. Before Tucker has a chance to blow him up, Wyoming shoots the rocket launcher out of his hand, and all of them go kablooey. Okay, this is a little screwy, but just stay with me here. All of the reds and blues were facing forward, so they got thrown forward in time, but Church was facing backwards, so he got sent to the past. I don't know how, but all of this makes sense later, I promise. Just have faith, okay? Hey, at least we're in Halo 2 now, so that's pretty cool. From here on out, it's pretty straightforward what the goal is. Doc, Lopez, and one of those religious flag people from earlier have set up shop inside of an evil lair, and they need to go hit it with a bomb. Something funny I should mention is Agent Texas, the lady who flipped a tank that was upside down, right side up earlier, all by herself, can't lift this bomb to get it inside. The only person who can actually manage it is Caboose, which leads me to wonder, how fucking strong is Caboose? Something I learned when I was making this video is that when you're playing Oddball, like the game mode in Halo, which is how they got the bomb, you could only have 2 teams, which is not how they film anything else. See, how they do everything else to make other characters look distinct is by having an orange team, a red team, a maroon team, a pink team, just so you can tell which character is which. But when they have the bomb on screen, the only characters that can be there are Sarge and Caboose, because Oddball is a game mode that can only be played when you have 2 team colors. I don't know, I just thought that was neat. So they all start storming the castle, Tex shoots Lopez, and Tucker falls in a hole. How interesting. While Caboose is inside looking for that X, he hears Church's voice coming from a computer. He's still stuck in the past playing Flappy Bird on this computer before it was taken off the App Store. It's so weird hearing them talk without the voice muffle, I swear.
You got knocked out. You woke up, and you were here. The question is, where is here?
They removed it for Church in the past because he's inside of Doom now, and he has his mouth free. One thing this season definitely has doing worse than Season 2 is the comedy. Some parts are funny, but it's not like Season 2 where I thought the whole runtime was extremely entertaining. It's not helping by the fact that the story they're trying to tell feels like something I would have made last year. Season 3 just drags out way too much, especially since it's 2 hours in runtime. That's almost the size of the last 2 seasons combined, and it definitely did not need to be like a lot of what they were doing, just bumming around O'Malley's base.
Ooh, does it make cool noises when you swing it?
I don't think so. No, wait, is whoosh a noise? Because if it is, then yes, it goes whoosh, 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 whoosh,
Like that scene. Was that scene necessary? It wasn't particularly funny. Why was it there? This season's just kind of a slog. Anyway, everybody gets trapped inside the building with the bomb because of some wacky coincidence, and now it's up to Church from the past to save everybody. But first, we needed to go through 3 parts of him going through the events of Season 1 and 2 and accidentally causing every major event that happens. Yeah, this is really unnecessary, but I enjoyed it. We even get introduced to a new character, Captain Butch Flowers. He's the blue team leader and immediately dies. It's cool seeing who was in charge before Church, even if it's short-lived. Church and Tucker think he died of a massive heart attack when in reality it was an aspirin overdose, which the current Church gave to him to prevent the heart attack. This is so hard to talk about because of time travel shenanigans. Basically everything that could have been screwed up, he does. He messes with Lopez's body when he was being created, accidentally making him Spanish. He kills their captain by accident. He turns off Sheila's friendly fire. It's pretty much everything that you would expect to happen, but it was still fun to watch. And then he comes to save everybody from blowing up, and we're immediately back to what we were doing. Like, I just don't get what happened here. Were they trying to do padding on purpose? I mean, shit, the other seasons didn't need that. Why does this one? Where is the main antagonist? Isn't the whole reason they were here to stop Doc O'Malley? What even happened to him? We get our answers like 20 minutes later, and it turns out he was just chilling on the beach for no reason. He made Lopez make an army of Lobots. But by the time the Lobot army is constructed, we have like 13 minutes left of runtime. Season 13 just feels way all over the place. It could have easily been cut down to an hour and a half and still gotten everything across. Like, the Reds spent a whole 5 minutes talking about a distress signal they heard while Simmons was in the Jeep, and arguing over who actually heard it. Like, that could have been funny back in Season 2, but there are actual pressing matters going on. Go do them! All of this just makes it feel like they were trying to see how much they could dick around for 2 hours, like the Blues spend a solid 10 minutes talking to a bomb named Andy. Guess I'll introduce our new computer friend since we have like 10 minutes left. Andy is a bomb who's a dick, and Gary is a computer that helped Church get back to Blood Gulch earlier. He has time travel powers because why not? It keeps going on about some ancient prophecy, but that they'll drop in 2 seasons, so who cares? This alien comes out of nowhere at the end, and the season's over. Overall, Season 3 was really all over the place. It had the same kind of plot as the last 2 seasons, but the difference is they tried to take it seriously, with having it still be incredibly silly, which could have worked if the jokes they made around it were actually funny. Yeah, that doesn't mean I didn't find all of it to be not funny. It's red versus blue. It's hard for it to not be hilarious at times.
Hey everybody, what's up?
I am so happy that you made it in time to die with me.
we will get to be smithereens together!
I really just think this one dragged out far too much. For example, they have this whole thing where they only have 3 seats in the Warthog, so one of them has to jog next to it. So it's obviously Donut since he's volunteered. So he starts running next to it, and then they immediately drop it because they start getting chased by one of O'Malley's robots. So then they just leave him, which this could have been a cool thing if he didn't immediately steal Doc's ghost to follow them anyways. What was the point of that? You got the same conclusion anyway, who cares? You could have just said he rode on the back and ended the scene in like 10 seconds. Let's just hope things pick up with the next season, because I promise you, man, they really do start cooking with this show soon enough. So I think they realized the problem I had at the last season and decided to find a workaround for it. Blue team would handle all of the story stuff and progression of the plot, and red team would do the silly shit like collectively act like Simmons is schizophrenic, because of Sheila being there and him being the only one who saw her. It's also just a lot funnier.
Are you hungry? Tucker, are you hungry? Are you cold?
What? No.
Do you need a blanket? Tucker, do you want some hot dogs and a blanket?
Damn it, no, Caboose, I'm not cold. I don't want a hot dog, and if you put mustard in my fucking sheets again, I'm gonna kill you.
Like, I think this might be some of the best writing from Rooster Teeth thus far. It's insane the turnaround they made from last season. Like, they find this alien, and since Tucker found that sword from earlier, it's bonded to him. So Tucker, the alien, Andy the bomb, and Caboose all have to go on this grand quest for his people, just for it all to be a lie, and the alien trying to escape, and a banshee gets shot down by Wyoming, who is back finally. Honestly, I really like his character. The alien died, Tex ran away, and the entire quest was pointless. It's hilarious. I think in retrospect, one of the things I didn't like about last season was how Church was alone for a lot of it. Church works best when he's bouncing off other characters around him. For example, when Tucker gets back and everybody is back at Blood Gulch finally, he gets sick and they have to call Doc to see what's wrong with him, just for Doc to tell him that Tucker is pregnant. He gets so pissed off with everybody's bullshit, it's hilarious just to see him interact with everybody. I think what also helps with this is one of Church's other character traits. He is incredibly selfish. Like back when he was in Caboose's head in season 2, he was telling the inner Church that he didn't need friends and that being Church was the whole experience. He's such a self-centered asshole, I love him. So anyway, Doc is back now. I really like how they've given up trying to make him an antagonist and just kind of make him also here. He reminds me a lot of Lord Hater from Wander Over Yonder now that I'm thinking about it more. Like, he starts out as the villain, but after a while, the writers just start trying to find ways to play with his character instead of making him try to kill everybody. So he's just kind of there being evil, and it's just fun to see him interact with the rest of the cast. I think one of the reasons he works so well is that he's with O'Malley, not only because it's just incredibly fun to see him do anything now that he has a B-grade Batman villain inside of his head, but I think his voice acting helps a lot. Like, compare Doc's voice when he's introduced in season 2 versus now.
I'm just letting you know that I've reached Blood Gulch Outpost Alpha. I'm gonna make contact with the Blue Squad members.
It's true. Your friend Tucker is pregnant. See, my little gizmo lights up green to indicate pregnancy.
I thought it lights up green to indicate flesh wounds.
Yeah, also that.
And infectious diseases.
Yeah, it lights up green for just about everything.
It's really cool to see how much Doc's voice actor has improved between then and now. His voice actor is also the guy who does Sarge. And Wyoming. So, good job across the board. And that's not even talking about his O'Malley voice, man. Everybody else just kind of made their voices deeper, but his gargly-ass evil villain voice is just incredible.
It's quiet. Too quiet. Now suddenly it's too loud.
Like the first 2 seasons, not a lot happens with the plot except for just being overall very funny. Honestly, it's a lot more enjoyable than the last season. It hasn't even dragged as much, which is surprising considering it's only 20 minutes shorter in its runtime. It's probably because instead of trying to tell some interesting story, they just fill it jam-packed with the jokes. Like, they get on the line with Blue Command after 800 years, and instead of getting Vic, they get Vic's great-great-great-great-great-great-grandson. Vic Jr. Or when the Reds try to find a recording from Vic in Lopez's memory, the recording is also in Spanish for some reason, and they give Vic in the bottom right a fucking mustache.
Why would solar power make him sick?
Is he a Republican?
That aged greatly. It's really surprising how easily they were able to just switch back into their old groove of making this comedy centered above story. That's not saying I don't like story, it's just the story that they were telling was supposed to be funny when it wasn't very funny. Obviously, I would prefer if there was some really cool story going on along with the jokes, but just jokes until they can think of one works too. I honestly don't have that much to say, it's just like trying to give an overview of a Family Guy episode. Like, yeah, it was really good, it was really funny. What do you want me to say? I do like this though, they're starting to sow the seeds that red and blue command aren't exactly what they seem. I mean that red and blue were both the same thing from earlier was accidentally a lie created by Church when he went back in time, but we're finally getting hints of some stuff happening underneath the surface. Like those orders they deciphered from Lopez just said shit like, do better than you're currently doing and win the war. The earlier seasons of Red vs. Blue is like if Chekhov, instead of just referring to the gun, was like, there's a gun above the fireplace, and there's also some drapes, and there's also a rug with a weird lump on it, and there's a candle. I'll stop getting ahead of myself and just wrap up this season. Sarge calls in help from command, and they send a giant ship that lands on Donut. Also, Tucker gave birth to his freaky child. Season 5 time. Season 5 is pretty much more of the same from Season 4, but way more of bullshit happens. At this point, I'm convinced that Church is just a stand-in for the audience experiencing all of this nonsense that keeps happening. Tucker has a kid, the Reds are trying to get Donut out from underneath the ship. Tucker's kid drank a ton of blood from Caboose. O'Malley jumped from Doc's head. And to cap it all off, Sheila is just going nuts. Like, I'm pretty sure the writers just realized the more bullshit going on, the better, and for Church to be just going through it all just makes it so good. This is the most entertaining Church to watch by far. I mean, we still have that typical Red Team nonsense. Like, apparently Griff's sister was in that ship and was sent to replace Sarge, who she says died, so they hold a giant funeral for him, and Simmons immediately starts campaigning to become the leader of Red Team at his funeral. Or just this scene where Church is trying to get Blue Command on the line.
Hey, shut up, I'm on the phone. And do me a favor, kill that fucking thing, would you? Hey, dude! Vic! Hey, it's Church.
This is Vic. P-I-C-K, doodle-doo. I'm not in the casita right now, so leave your load down at the ding-dong. Hasta.
Hey, Vic, this is Church. I need to...
You have reached the voicemail system.
Okay, come on.
To leave a message, just wait for the tone.
I know how to leave a goddamn message.
When you are finished recording, just hang up, or press pound for more options.
Really? Hang up? No shit. I was just gonna keep talking until he decided to check his voicemail.
For delivery options, press 5.
Just give me the damn beep!
To leave a callback number, press 8. To page this person, press 6.
Come on!
To repeat this message, press 9.
I will fucking stab you, computer phone lady!
To mark this message as urgent, press 11.
There is no 11, you fucking whore!
Since she's here, I guess we should talk about her. Griff's sister, who they never named, so I'm just gonna be calling her sister, is now here, and she's a fun thing to watch bum around with everybody else.
Well, they say girls can't ejaculate either, but guess what?
Yeah! Wait, what?
Oh, but I can't talk about digital guns on this platform.
Sorry I'm showing a lot more clips from this season than usual, but I'm pretty sure that's just because it's becoming way funnier as time goes on. So anyway, they realize Sister is supposed to be on the blue team because they did have a captain who did die. So they send her over there and try to dig up Sarge. Turns out, Sarge, Donut, and literally everybody else they've buried is in this giant cave underground. While the Reds are spelunking, Tex shows back up and starts shooting at everybody. She's trying to find where O'Malley ran off to since he's not in Doc anymore. So logically, their first target is Sheila, since she's acting weird. So Caboose is going to distract her as Texas turns her off. Something I noticed Season 5 does well is having a story going on like Season 3, and actually being funny like Season 4. And it's as long as Season 3 too, clocking it at a little over 2 hours, which is surprising to me because it didn't feel nearly as long. That might just be because it's actually entertaining this time, IDK. Back to what's going on though, Simmons and Griff get drugged in the cave, while they transfer Sheila to the ship that crashed on top of Donut. Apparently the reason she's on the fritz is because they never performed maintenance on her, so fuck it, give her a new body. A theme I'm already noticing with Season 5 is, actually, let me make a comparison. Do you know how Star Wars The Return of the Jedi, C-3PO and R2-D2 are kind of just there to be comic relief and to set up the plot? Like, they're pretty much the main characters in the first part just to get the ball rolling. Yeah, that's pretty much the role of Red Team. The Blues actually have stuff going on. For example, Vic just tells them to go to the Red base and attack for no reason, but when they get there, it turns out it's a trap set by Wyoming and crew. And the B plot is the Reds sticking around in a cave finding monitors. It works really well for having a plot and also being funny at the same time. I should probably explain what's going on with the Blues though. So it turns out Sheila knows where O'Malley is somehow and tells Caboose he's inside of Blue Leader, which they immediately suspect is Church. But it double turns out that while Sister, Doc, and Tucker's messed up child are in the caves, they find one of those aliens from earlier. And Captain Flowers brought back from the dead. Apparently the aliens can do that for some fucking reason, who cares? So Wyoming has them all at gunpoint, and Church, thinking on his feet, decides to radio Caboose, trying to get him to help them, which has worked wonderfully in the past. He obviously doesn't understand, so off to the B plan where Texas slips away with her active camo. But don't worry, because the Reds are here to help, and instead of doing that, just go take over Blue Base, because I guess they're trading. Yeah, see what I mean with the Reds not really doing much? So here comes the tank, which Church predicts is Caboose, when in actuality, it's Gary, back from Season 3. Here's some cool lore they throw on us. Each freelancer gets their own AI and special ability. So Texas got Omega, or as we know him, O'Malley, and Wyoming got Gamma, or as we know him now, Gary. He has the ability to warp people through small segments of time, which just seems way cooler than what Texas got, which also explains how Gamma was able to help Church way back when. And now Gary's in the tank here to back up Wyoming. Also, I love how the Reds are just watching this go on. Like they could not give a fuck if they die or not. Turns out the reason Vic has been acting weird is because him and Flowers are in cahoots. And the reason Flowers is acting weird is because O'Malley is in him. And the reason Flowers is back alive is because of the alien. And the reason the alien is here is because it wants Tucker's sword and his child. This plot feels like 4 arrows constantly going in a circle. It feels like everything's starting to make sense, like things are converging onto one road finally. The entire show up to this point has just kind of been making plot threads and doing nothing with them. So it's cool they're finally doing stuff with them. Anyway, it's Wyoming's job to get that sword from Tucker, so that's how he got involved. But strangely, Tucker starts acting weird and seemingly knows what's going on before it happens. Like Caboose runs out into the middle of the open to help them and gets immediately killed. And then Red vs. Blue has its jump the shark moment. Not with them killing Caboose, no, who gives a shit about that? It's the fact Church actually landed a headshot with the sniper rifle. Yeah, crazy, I know. And then everything gets reset to like 3 minutes ago since he killed Wyoming. Everybody except for Wyoming and Gary immediately forgets what happened, except for Tucker for some reason. Something with the sword or something that's convenient for the plot. It's honestly so cool seeing Tucker finally being able to do stuff. Like, he's finally acting like a soldier, it's great. Which is cool that they're giving him things since he's kind of just been there for the last 4 seasons, like not really doing much. Eventually, after enough loops, he tricks Wyoming and stabs him through the chest. But since he looped so many times, there's now a billion Wyomings roaming around trying to kill them. While Church and Texas are playing Dynasty Warriors with Wyomings, Caboose distracts the tank so Tucker can rush over and jam that same hardline they used to transfer Sheila to the ship into it, so they can trap Gary in there. Alright, Gary is now in there, the Blues are totally losing to the Wyoming horde, and Griff brings up that their enemies are finally getting defeated and they don't have to do any work, which gets Sarge upset, so they go over there and try to assist with the Warthog. Not really wanting to help them just so they can have the honors of killing the Blues. I didn't bring it up because it wasn't really important, but I love how every time they're in the Warthog it has this stupid ass polka music playing, which luckily I can play in the background because it's copyright free, so that's nice. That's one of 26 copyright strikes removed from this video, yay me. So they take out all the Wyomings and get one left alive to explain the master plan. The aliens want Tucker's son to fulfill some kind of prophecy, and then O'Malley will take over his son and enslave the entire alien race for some reason. And Texas jumps on the idea of O'Malley not being their problem anymore and switches sides. And within the last 15 minutes of the season, we have a race between Church and Tex to get O'Malley before the other one can catch him. Everybody turns on their radios and Omega starts jumping from body to body trying to find Texas, eventually accidentally winding up in the boost again. Church tells the Reds to disable the ship if he's not out in 10 minutes, so they obviously put a f***ing bomb in there. Yeah, and he's just kind of been chilling in the cave this whole time. I hope you enjoyed seeing him, because this is the last time we'll get to for the entire series. Speaking of last times for things, we get to see the inside of Caboose's head again, with all of the new characters added. I'm sad Doc didn't get to be here, but at least we get Griff's sister, who is literally just Bernie Burns doing his exact same Church voice.
I'm Sister, Church's twin brother. I came here in a spaceship that came from the moon. It crashed next to Blue Base, and now I live with Caboose, and the people from the tail section of the spaceship live on the other side of the island.
What the fuck? That's like wrong in 8 different ways.
So he kills Omega and Texas inside of Caboose's brain, forcing them out of there. And after enough jumping from person to person, O'Malley finally gets inside Texas, and her with that alien book it to the ship. But the Reds have a plan to stop them by just killing everybody. They start to take off, and Andy starts to go off. Church is telling her to reconsider, and is begging Andy to stop the countdown. But he's too late, and the whole Pelican gets blown up. And that's it! Yeah, that's legitimately how the season ends. Tex, Tucker's kid, and pretty much everybody on that ship is presumably dead. Everybody just goes back home. Every threat they've had to deal with for the last 4 seasons is just gone. It's really just over, and they all just kind of go back to what they were doing when all of this started. The Reds go back to making stuff, and the Blues just go back to standing around and talking. That's how the whole thing ends, pretty much how it started. The only thing they've gained since the beginning is, I guess, Doc and Sister, but really, they've achieved nothing. It's sad, but kinda sweet in a way. It's like that one scene from Monty Python, you know, you come from nothing, you go back to nothing, what if you lost nothing? You know what I'm talking about. Now you might be thinking, they're just going to pick back up into season 6, but no. Honey, baby, sweetie, darling, chicken pot pie, that's not where this is going. See, seasons 1 through 5 nowadays are referred to as the Blood Gulch Chronicles, because that's been the main set piece for the last 5 seasons. But going forward, they wanted to turn Red vs. Blue into something else. Something that had a legitimate story going on. A story that wasn't just made to get our characters from point A to point B. They wanted to say something now. And shit, you know it's good, because if it wasn't, I wouldn't be making this video. Like, personally, I respect the hell out of seasons 1 to 5 more than I personally enjoy them. Like, seasons 4 and 5 are really funny, but on actual quality for the whole thing, it reeks of 2000's web show. Which it was. Overall, the Blood Gulch Chronicles were good, but if the series had stopped here, I doubt anybody would remember it. Honestly, it reminds me a lot of the first season of Steven Universe. People all the time say about that show that you can pretty much just skip the first season, and you wouldn't really lose much, but that's completely ignoring all of the setup that goes on in the earlier parts. I can equate that very easily to Red vs. Blue, and to be frank, definitely to its detriment. I have recommended Red vs. Blue to so many people, and they immediately got turned off of it because of the earlier seasons. Personally, since I grew up with the show, I can look back at it fondly, but for somebody who didn't...
This is the most obnoxious thing I've ever experienced in my life.
But if you can look past all of that, if you can get past the first 5 seasons, you can get a show that is really good. You are in for the story of a lifetime. It is time for Red vs. Blue to finally start. This is Red vs. Blue Season 6 Reconstruction. So in between seasons, our good friend Bernie Burns, which is just what Michael Burns likes to call himself, had a thought. What if I made the story awesome, which involved bringing on new talents, such as new voice actors that went beyond just his friends, composers to make original music, and something special we'll get to later. All of that is reflected immediately upon starting it. It is undeniable and, may I say, fundamental quality of man that when faced with extinction, every alternative is preferable. Your punctuation is horrible. That's a kick-ass quote.
To the director of Project Freelancer.
This and every other episode going forward opens with some kind of audio log from an unknown person I'll talk about later. They don't do too much outside of reacting to what happened in the previous episode. Like if Church blew something up with his mind powers, he'd go, "Dear director, I noticed that your blue guy blew something up with his awesome mind powers." I won't really bring it up unless it's important, so don't worry about me yapping too long about that. This season starts like ripping off a band-aid. Immediate first shot is a dozen dead red and blues. None of the ones we know though. We finally get to see some other members of the war. Swarms of dead soldiers all around a crashed Pelican, with one lone survivor whose name I forgot because he's never seen again. He starts recounting a story to the mysterious man on the television about how this thing just crashed here one day, then a bunch of members of Blue Team randomly just started going insane, destroying their communication tower, ripping the radios out of their helmets. Pretty damn clearly this is Omega's doing. And not long after that, some mysterious man showed up and started killing dozens of them, desperately trying to get their hands on Omega. Walter here was the only survivor out of everybody in that canyon. I couldn't even find who voiced him, but the delivery is incredible. He sounds like someone who actually lived through these events in real life and is recounting the story of how everything happened. If I still haven't convinced you to watch this series, then please, knowing everything you know now about the rocky start, go watch Red vs. Blue up until season 13. I'll explain that side note later. And then come back, because it is a masterpiece that deserves to be experienced. But if I haven't convinced you to go watch it, or you already have, then stick around, because it's only up from here. The mysterious TV person sends out Agent Washington to go find people who have experience dealing with the Omega AI. So obviously, our reds and blues. I figure since he's here, I should introduce the new face to the book club. This is Agent Washington, one of the freelancers who worked with Texas and Wyoming. But he's not playing anywhere near as an antagonistic role as those two. He's actually here just to talk with people and gain info, playing more of a detective role. And so far into the show is our only sane main character. Everybody else has been fucking nuts except for this guy. On the topic of characters who are nuts, he heads to Blood Gulch to ask whoever is still there about their experience with Omega. Unfortunately, the only people who are still in the canyon at Blue Base is Sister, nobody's favorite character. So over to Red Base it is. I love this stupid gag with cardboard cutouts popping up to be different Red Team members. And then the final one is Sarge, who is actually just him. Do you understand the core strength you would need to even make this trick possible? Everybody else who is here except Lopez, Sarge, and Sister got relocated. And so Sarge just kind of ignored his orders to leave, so he's just kind of chilling. He tells Agent Washington that the person who has the best experience with Omega out of all of them is none other than Caboose. I mean, he did have it in him for a while, so it makes sense. So he's off to another blue base far, far away to fetch Caboose. I'm just gonna save some time and say he got Caboose and left. So Caboose actually leads him to church and where he's been positioned. He led him here because, like Caboose, he also knows a lot about the freelancer stuff, considering he dated Texas before this. And I'm just gonna say it, man. Between seasons and them taking a more serious approach to the show, you might think it would have lost some of that comedic touch, but that couldn't be farther from the truth. It's still as funny, if not funnier than before.
Church! Church! It's me! Your all-time best friend! Caboose? Caboose, is that you? Yes! Church, it's me! I have missed you so much! It has been so long! Did you miss me? Fuck! I missed him! I know you did!
I would say this season is the best it's been thus far. It actually had me laughing out loud in my chair watching this, unlike the other seasons where it was just... So apparently Church has been over at this new base all by himself for a total of 14 months. I mean, I guess it helps when you hate people and don't need food to survive. Washington lets slip that he knows our Texas crashed and they're out of there, but not before he gets a radio transmission from Command asking him some useless nonsense. And before you ask, not the Command we're used to. Vic is completely gone for the rest of the series. Well, kind of, but the rest of the series that matters. Right after he gets this transmission though, some mysterious white guy picks it up and distorts its audio to tell Sarge Black at Red Base to gather his crew back together and stop Agent Washington at all costs. This kind of goes back on what I was talking about earlier of the Reds just having some silly B plots while the Blues actually get stuff done. Because if this white dude didn't do that, they would not have been involved in this story at all. It's hilarious. So they head to the Valhalla Blue Base where a full-scale investigation is underway, trying to figure out what the hell happened. Unfortunately, they won't let them in to look around the place because they are total narcs, so Washington creates a distraction while Church and Caboose sneak in using the grav lift.
Oh, don't be a baby. How bad could it be? Ow! That was fucking bullshit! Did you just say something?
What?
I said quietly. What part of quiet don't you understand? What part? How about the part where I got thrown 80 feet in the fucking air by the goddamn throwing thing?
This season might genuinely have some of my favorite quotes from the show. Bernie's delivery there is just incredible. Honestly, between this season and season 5, I've noticed Bernie Burns has been getting really good at voice acting. Like this one scene from season 5 where Caboose dies.
Caboose! No!
It's really nice to see him improve. Insert deeper thoughts about this situation here. They learned that, in fact, Texas did crash here before receiving another damn transmission. Apparently Agent South, I'm pretty sure South Dakota, not Carolina, is in big boy trouble from this guy named the Meta. And it's finally time we're introduced to our main antagonist. The Meta is this freak who keeps going around killing freelancers and stealing their AIs to get more powerful. We've had so many jerks in the series with wacky powers, so it's cool that we have a character combining all of them into one. I don't know, even though the Meta is silent for the entire thing, he's just a cool character to have as an antagonist. His only humanizing traits are the fact that he is in fact one of them. It's just like he's a force of nature. Just a great antagonist for a show that's entirely revolved around people standing around and talking. I'll touch on this more later, but since every character wears full body armor and helmets, you never get a look at their faces. So they're given character and humanized through their interactions with others, and distinct personalities. But the Meta doesn't have either of those. He distinctly communicates in growls and has a giant-ass visor. He's more of just a creature than anything. He's like genuinely scary, and I love that. He already has his hands on Omega, which is known, and is going for his next target, Agent South. By the way, if I ever refer to one of the agents as South or North, just know I'm referring to the state of Dakota, because some asshole took both North and South Carolinas. She's in a bit of a pickle because the Meta is knocking on her front door. And the walls, and the ceiling. She has the AI known as Delta with her, this little green dude, and she is perfectly happy to sacrifice him in order to get out of here. But luckily for everybody involved, the cavalry of this guy who has died at least 5 times now, and is only killing the entire show up to this point, and past it is some guy through an aspirin overdose, pissing Caboose who has only managed to kill his teammates, and exactly one person who was equipped for this arrive. So they all take cover from the big guy, and Caboose generously helps out South. She really hated walking, so Caboose helped her with that. Then Church puts 2 and 2 together and realizes, oh shit, he can totally slow down time with Wyoming's power, can't he?
Caboose, toss that grenade!
So he uses his stand to slip out of there AI-less. And dude, if you want an example of how good this show's writing has become, just look at this scene.
I can't walk on my own.
Well, I guess you better start crawling. If you think I'm leaving you here to escape, you've got another thing
Agent
coming.
Washington, if I may, before you arrived, South attempted to turn me over to the Meta to save herself.
Really?
much like she wounded you to escape in our previous encounter with it. And as I have learned in our travels, her brother North suffered a similar fate.
What a team player.
It is highly probable that she will turn on us again soon, and in her current physical state, she will only hamper our progress.
What are you suggesting?
That we do not allow her to hamper our progress.
Okay.
Oh, come on, Wash. What are you gonna do?
Yes. Good suggestion.
It is not only a perfect display of Washington's character, but for the whole new tone of the show. Honestly, I would argue for a little while, Washington is our new main character, and the reason why he's one of my favorite characters in the entire show. It's just because of how normally he acts. He doesn't have any gimmicks like he's lazy, he's smart, he's overly feminine, he's an idiot, he's a pervert, he's an asshole, he's whatever Sarge is. He is a straight edge, a middle of the road soldier, and god damn it, he'll do his job.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go blow up this dead body.
He's so normal. So then Delta starts trauma dumping about this thing called Epsilon. Apparently it was this AI that was in Washington's head. Apparently it made him go insane, which made him very, 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 very sad. And that's why he's refusing to carry one on his person. So they jam Delta inside Caboose and move on. Then Washington gets jealous of all the trauma dumping and says, hey, I want to do that too. He starts yammering on about some kind of alpha AI that all of the other ones are obsessed with before getting cut off by another transmission from plot device. Turns out the meta is also a freelancer, none other than Agent Maine. It makes sense that he doesn't talk because it's the most boring state. We almost know where he's going until uh-oh spaghetti-o, the signal gets jammed. Luckily, Church figures it out pretty easily that he's probably off to a power plant to charge his suit, since all of those AI are definitely not good on your teeth. So we're headed off to that old base from season 3, which is cool to bring back, I guess. So they head back there and the little green bitch starts lore dumping again. Something about an Agent Carolina getting 2 AIs in her brain at once. And also South killed her brother, which is pretty fucked up. Alright, I'm speeding through this episode because I think I've talked about the plot with not a lot of substance for too long. The Meta and Washington fight, Walsh gets beat up, Caboose gets knocked out, and Delta gets taken. Excellent! Don't worry about things being serious for too long, because here comes the Reds to make everything a billion times more entertaining. Yeah, we finally get to see what they've been up to this whole time, and it's a little thing known as execution. Apparently when they got relocated, Griff became a sergeant, and he sold all of their ammo to the blue team. Probably because he was just bored or something. Anyway, they're both about to get executed when Sarge comes to save the day, and Sarge learning that Griff is now a sergeant leads to wacky hijinks. So yeah, that's how they got here and why they're shooting at everybody. And while they're busy dealing with the red team, the meta powers back up, so all of that was worth nothing.
You don't think they're really working with the meta, do you?
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god!
No.
So finally everyone is back to working together now that there is a main objective.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll kill myself now. Sorry.
I'm honestly really happy the Reds are back. Things were starting to get boring without them. This show without hijinks from the Reds is like if Adventure Time didn't have Ice King. Like, it would probably still work, but it'd be way less funny. They f***ed up the plans to kill Meta and he boogies away. Anyway, over to Caboose, who's been having fun dying. Church decides the only way to help him out is to slip inside his head with his ghost powers. But Washington doesn't know he's a ghost yet, so Simmons distracts him while he goes in. Yeah, I lied earlier. This is for sure the final time we get to see Caboose's mindscape. Apparently, Delta left behind some thingy for Church to find. Somehow, I guess he knew he was a ghost. Plot convenience 101 there, fellas. Something about memory is the key, then he pisses off. Sorry, yet again, I'm kind of just going, here's what happens here, here's what happens here, don't forget what happens here. But like, the story is so much more involved than whatever the hell was going on earlier. The script already for just this season is longer than the first 2 combined. I'll get to more of my thoughts on what's going on here in a minute, but it's just kind of important to talk about what is going on. Anyway, Simmons sucks at his job, so he finds out Church is a ghost. Cool. Washington figures, since it didn't go so great last time, they're going to need some more firepower the next time they take on the meta. So why not break into Freelancer headquarters and take that alpha AI everybody keeps blabbing about? But they need 2 Warthogs this time because they're trailing along the Reds. So they head to Valhalla to commit Grand Theft Auto. They let the Reds take care of the plan, which goes exactly how you would imagine it would. And while that's going on, Church sneaks off to go see his dead ex. I just can't get over my love of how much more involved the story is. It feels like things are actually happening now that matter, and it only took us 5 seasons to get here. One Piece, I want Sarge Piece. Something else I would like to commend the season 4 already is an original score. I brought it up earlier, but the soundtrack is pretty good. It's nothing really, but the background music is still nice. I mean, it's better than the occasional bird chirp sound effect from the Blood Gulch Chronicles, so that's pretty cool. It makes it feel more like the world is actually revolving around what's going on instead of just them being there, which ties back into the story of things being more serious. But listening to it by itself is just like, It's background music. Trust me, the next season's soundtrack is through the f***ing roof. Just give me another 10 minutes. So Church sees that Texas is in fact dead. Not even her ghost is hanging out this time, which is odd. Nevertheless, though, it's off to Freelancer HQ. But one last thing is how? None of them look like freelancers, so how are they gonna get in? Shockingly, Caboose comes up with the idea of having Church possess somebody that does have clearance, Washington, who is already a freelancer, driving, and everybody else squeezing into a tank.
Wash, you're gonna learn when you work with us? There's no such thing as too easy.
Probably should get your backup camera checked. Hey, you know that one iCarly meme where Carly and Sam's A-plot is very whimsical and silly, but then Spencer's B-plot is just this image? Yeah, that's pretty much the rest of the series from here on out, except swap the silly plot for the Reds, and SpongeBob in a saw trap for the Blues. So Crotch, Washtub go to the Alpha AI, while Cabin, Grifter, Simon, and Surge are told to make the distraction for him. And this is the point in the series where everything starts to make sense. Everything they've set up for 6 seasons finally comes into play. Everything they've been building towards finally pays off. It only took us nearly an hour of me spoon-feeding information to you to get to it, but we're here. So everybody in Project Freelancer got an AI, right? Texas got Omega, Wyoming got Gamma, and Washington Epsilon. See, when they made multiple AIs, it wasn't as simple as just copy and pasting it. Like the human mind when it's exposed to extreme danger and stress, it protects itself. It fragmented itself into multiple different AIs. So every time they tortured it, they would get a new one. Omega was its rage, Delta was its logic, Gamma was its deceit, and Epsilon? Epsilon was the Alpha's memories. The only thing that could remember everything they were doing to it. It's like what Delta said and I glossed over earlier. Memory is the key. Day in and day out of torture, just so the leader of Project Freelancer could find some kind of end-all be-all to win what the show calls the Great War. It was some kind of war where it was humans versus aliens, but they only bring it up a couple of times, so don't get it too attached. Okay, I'm just gonna go off script here for a second. They kind of bring up a few times that this show takes place in Halo's universe and isn't just using the game's engines. Like in the very first episode, they bring up Master Chief. So I'm just gonna guess this was the events of like Halo 1, 2, and 3 they're referring to. And like the UNSC is in it a few times, but it's not really that important. But I don't think we even get to see it. It's just kind of a thing they allude to. Epsilon was the poor thing's memories, and it just so happened to be the same one that got placed into Washington. He's the only freelancer that could have known what was going on. That's why he refuses to have another AI in his head. It's because that AI would eventually figure out what he knows by being in there. And that's why they're here. They need the Epsilon unit so they can see what the director was doing. Also, the director is the name of the guy who runs Project Freelancer. I forgot to bring it up until now. Shut up, I'm good at writing. They needed the Epsilon unit for the memories. It's what Delta meant by memory is the key. If they have Epsilon, they can prove without a shadow of the doubt that the director is like really bad and stuff. It turns out Washington was lying. Alpha isn't at Freelancer HQ. A bunch of freelancers broke in there once trying to get it, but were unfortunately unsuccessful. After one attack, they couldn't leave it there, so they moved it to a place nobody would ever find it, in a location so remote nobody would ever think to check there. It's the same reason Church has been by himself for 14 months after relocation. It's the same reason he can infect people like Omega. If Church was a ghost, why would nobody else come back? How about Butch Flowers? Shouldn't he be a spirit? Ghosts don't exist in this universe. Church is an AI like everybody else. He is the Alpha. Anyway, the Reds' B-plot is them trying to remove the Blues from Command's records as the ultimate victory. You might see this twist as stupid, but it's the best thing they could have done. It's been pretty obvious to me that they're trying to pivot the show to be more mature while working with their childish characters and setups from the last season. So, f*** it, make him an AI. It's the closest thing to making sense. I mean, the show has dealt with AIs in the past, so sure. Trust me, what they do with this is more than worth it. He obviously doesn't believe Washington because that's stupid.
A spirit. Yeah, that's right. A ghost. Boo, motherfucker.
But it's the only thing that can really make sense in Washington's mind. Which leads to the next logical question. If Church is an AI, then what about Texas? We don't have too much time to think about it though, because the move the plot along alarm starts going off. So all of the main characters need to go scramble. Luckily, Agent Main gives them a pretty good distraction the way out, by literally killing everybody. So Washington comes up with a plan. There's a giant EMP located inside the core of the facility, just in case things went haywire like this. One strong enough to wipe out every electronic for miles, be it vehicles or AI. So the plan is set. The Reds and Caboose will take the Epsilon unit and drive as far away as possible so they can turn it into the authorities. While Washington and Church go in and set off that pulse, taking out the Meta's AI and everything else in there. But there's one problem with the plan. Church just doesn't want to. Church is always selfish. It's his gimmick, which leads him to not believe Washington when he tells him he's an AI. He refuses to accept he could possibly be associated with Freelancer in any form. I mean, they could have proved earlier that he was an AI on the computer at Freelancer, but somebody happened to delete all of the files on the Blues. Since Church is being a stubborn bitch, Washington is forced to go down there alone while the meta chases him. And while he's down there activating the EMP, a voice from the ceiling begins to talk. It's the man on the computer from earlier, now known as the Chancellor, and accompanying him is none other than the director, the leader of Project Freelancer. He's telling Wash that he's a little bitch or something when the meta comes into the room and tries to break in. They're kind of upset that Agent Washington is going back on the agreement they made earlier, the agreement where he helps them out and stuff. So they hit him with the Agent Main, kill this guy with hammers, and after Washington is wounded from all the hammers and getting shot, I think, suddenly Church appears, sprouting a new form reflecting the other AI, confirming that he is the Alpha, the one thing the meta has wanted this whole time. So in an attempt to buy Washington some time to get off the EMP, he gives the meta exactly what he wants. The first selfless thing Church has done in the entire series. Church jumps into his head, sacrificing himself to the mosh pit going on in there. It really shows how far Church has come as a character. I mean, way back in Season 3, he didn't want to give up his body and risked killing everybody because of it. Even though at the time he thought he couldn't die, it was a completely selfish act. Along many other examples I won't go over because this video is already too long, but now Church has finally done something that isn't just benefiting him, sacrificing himself to give Washington the chance he needs to set off the blast. We don't know what will become of Washington and Maine yet. We shoot back to the other guys where the EMP field starts to come up on them. The Red's car gets taken down, and with just a sliver of time remaining, Caboose guns it off the cliff, making it out of there with Epsilon still intact. So finally they can turn it over to the authorities and end this. Hey, remember the speeches from that unnamed guy at the start of every episode? Well, at the end of this one, he's replaced with the director of Project Freelancer. I don't think anything I could possibly say can describe how incredible the speech at the end of this is, so I'm going to let it literally and metaphorically speak for itself.
Dear Chairman, I am disappointed by your decision to press charges, but I am not surprised. My only hope is that the courts will see the matters differently than you have. You see, I never had the chance to serve in battle, nor did fate provide me the opportunity to sacrifice myself for humanity as it did for so many others in the Great War. Someone extremely dear to me was lost very early in my life. My mind has always plagued me with the question, if the choice had been placed in my hands, could I have saved her? The memory of her has haunted me my entire life, and more so in these last few years than I could ever have imagined. But given the events of these past few weeks, I feel confident that had I been given the chance, I would have made those sacrifices myself. Had I only the chance.
Reds, shut the fuck up!
I know that you disagreed with my methods and that others will as well. This is beyond my control. However, I cannot imagine that any court would be able to convict me, no matter how low their opinion of my actions might be. You must understand one basic fact for all this to make sense, my dear Chairman. These AI, they all come from somewhere. They are all based on a person. Our Alpha was no exception. And while the law has many penalties for the atrocities we inflict on others, there are no punishments for the terrors that we inflict on ourselves. So you send your men. They won't find themselves a fight. They'll only find an old man tired, but satisfied he did his duty. An old man weary from a mind more filled with memory than it is with hope.
Okay. Time to see if this works.
Sincerely yours, the former director of Project Freelancer, Dr. Leonard Church.
chills. By the way, this is the same show that its most in-depth writing earlier was calling somebody a team-killing bastard. And that is Red vs. Blue Season 6. What really can I say about it? The presentation, the voice acting, the story, the writing, my running out of breath, the humor, the characters, the music, everything was perfect. This is the start of why I love Red vs. Blue. It manages to juggle having a great story with being funny and being entertaining, which is something not a lot of shows can do. If I had to list one problem I had with it, it's not as funny as Season 5, but I'll take a minor hit to the comedy department if it means having a plot like this. And judging by the amount of clips I played during this season, it's still really funny. It even has great world building, which is something I didn't expect from this series, but it's also totally something I would expect because I've watched this show countless times. Like, the first 5 seasons didn't really have any world building to speak of, but that was kind of part of the point, you know? You're watching this group of people inside of a box canyon knowing as much as you do about what's going on. They are literally blocked off from the rest of the world by a 50-foot wall, but now that they're finally out of their box, they can start expanding to what's really going on. One of the things that adds on to this is some characters being missing. Like Donut, he's only mentioned by name, and Tucker is there, but only through him radioing for help from wherever he is. This is where Red vs. Blue transformed from a web show to a show. Something worthy of being watched outside of the realm of being a Halo fan. Something more than a machinima. It's not Halo anymore. It is Red vs. Blue, and god damn it is it worthy of that. But I say we back things up a little bit and head on to Season 7. Season 7 slows the pace way down in the beginning. We're back to more red and blue nonsense. Specifically, the Reds not wanting to attack Caboose since he's the only member of Blue Team remaining. Yeah, their command would send more reinforcements, but they kind of deleted their existence, so now it's just Caboose. The Boose is doing the exact opposite of what he's instructed to do. Instead of turning Epsilon into the authorities and bringing the director down, he's trying to make a new church out of him. When out of nowhere, while he's working on it, Donut shows up and decides to take a little nap. Apparently, he came all the way here from the desert where Tucker is, and delivered a message that was supposed to be for church. Caboose figures, oh, I know somebody who can help people, and they call Washington. Finally, a character who actually has things going on, and it only took me 30 seconds of description and 20 minutes of watching. Washington is currently rotting in a jail cell, how lovely. He's shocked they were given new bases, and demands to speak to some kind of commander fella. How great, more shit they don't explain to the end of the season. Donut tells him that if he wants to use their holographic lab they put in their basement in order to build a best friend, he totally can, because they're like friends and stuff, and he leaves. I think what they wanted to do with the earlier parts of this season is just wind down after the last one, because they barely got to sit down for 5 minutes the previous season without shit constantly happening. It's honestly kind of refreshing to just see the Reds sticking around and doing nothing productive in the slightest. It's actually leaning more on Caboose to do the heavy lifting plot-wise. Case in point, Caboose sneaks down to the Red basement where Epsilon opens up and Delta pops out. Since it remembers all of the other AI, it can choose any of them to talk through, and since Caboose knows Delta, it chose that. I'm going to paraphrase what Delta said here, and any Red vs. Blue fans can let me know if I got some stuff wrong in the comments, but basically he said, go to the desert. And Griff and Sarge go with him because it would be really boring if they didn't. I've always been a big fan of odd pairings when it comes to really anything. Like the Subspace Emissary from Smash Brothers, for example. You had weird-ass combos like Samus and Pikachu, Luigi, King Dedede, and Ness. I just like seeing weird bunches of characters interact with each other. So Caboose, Griff, and Sarge going on an adventure is a really fun way to mix up some of the archetypes we've gotten used to. They're off to go help Tucker, who's still over there. While that's going on, Donut, Simmons, and Lopez get up to that regular hijinks. So the blue guy, the red guy, and the yellow guy all arrive at where the distress signal is coming from, and it turns out these people are real sticks in the mud. They're not exactly sure where Tucker is or what's going on. All they know is that they're trying to get into some kind of structure. Also, there are aliens now, apparently. There's been some kind of treaty between them and humans, whoop-de-doo. This just kind of goes back to what I was saying with this kind of tying into the events of Halo 3 and 2. They're trying to break into the temple to get some kind of artifact, and while they're annoying the dig site guys, our buds back in Valhalla have run into the main antagonist.
You used that one already!
Washington got that meeting with the director, and I guess that somehow led to the meta coming back.
Guess what? Blue Team got a new soldier. What? They sent another team member? Why would they do that? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, fuck! Welcome to the neighborhood. See you later.
Washington, in a desperate move to get his freedom back, sold out who had the Epsilon unit. They keep it a secret who he's talking to, but it's someone who is very interested in technology. They searched everyone and everywhere for the unit and couldn't find it, except for one spot. They searched every member of the red team, but couldn't find the existence of a blue team because those asshats deleted it. They are really getting a lot of miles out of that one gag. So Washington, in exchange for where Epsilon is, gets his freedom back. Good for him. So that's why the Meadow's here. On the other side of the world, Caboose breaks one of those excavator guys' things and they go to kill him. When suddenly that temple they've been trying to get into opens and whoever came out just starts going on a rampage. Just taking out dozens of them mercilessly. I'm not gonna hype up who this is. You see the seafoam green armor, it's Tucker. I'm glad he's finally back in the show after being gone for a season and a half. Apparently these guys aren't the actual dig crew that were supposed to be here. They just killed them and are pretending to be them. Tucker and his kid, who is only brought up by name and is also alive somehow, have the job of protecting ancient alien junk. I have no idea what's in the temple. Moving on. Yet again, what I was saying about the world building earlier. Like, they wouldn't have had a character disappear for a season going off on their own crazy adventures a few seasons ago, would they? I mean, they did do that back in season 4, but they documented the whole thing. We're now just learning about what Tucker's been up to. And I love how much they're expanding off their characters only one season into the Re series. Seasons 6, 7, and 8 start with a subtitle that starts with Re for some reason. We had Reconstruction, this season's called Recreation, and the next one's called Revelation. Unfortunately, while I was explaining all of that, Caboose wandered off and jammed Epsilon to one of those alien machines. I have a feeling one of the people at Rooster Teeth really wanted to use the Halo Forge monitor somehow, and this is the best they could come up with. Epsilon is only kind of church. He has some of his memories, and the only thing he knows is what Caboose has told him, so he has no clue what's going on. They only get a chance to mess around with him for a little bit because, break in, and they start blowing things up. Alright, we have like 10 minutes left in runtime. We're gonna start wrapping things up. The aliens accept him as God, the aliens shoot him and try to take it, the aliens kill the humans because of this, that one dude in brown armor grabs Church, which leads to an awesome high-speed chase before he corners Tucker, and Epsilon blasts him away with his laser face. Epic. Back to our actual main antagonist though, and he's got all of the gang cornered, when suddenly Agent Washington comes out of nowhere to save them. Unfortunately, he's colorblind and accidentally shoots Lopez and Donut instead. Okay, I'm gonna stop joking here. They kill Donut. Like, dead ass. They can bring Lopez back, he's a robot, but Donut's just gone. Washington is going to earn his freedom back, and all he needs to do is get Epsilon, and he isn't asking them for it. Season over. Yeah, they just end it like that. I mean, shit, that's one hell of a cliffhanger. So what are my thoughts on Season 7? Well, in my opinion, it's a big step down from the heights of Season 6. Not that it's bad, mind you, just that it's not as good. Like water versus better water. I still like it, don't get me wrong, but it just kind of falls into the same camp as Season 4. Both of them just feel like they're winding down after the last one. I mean, it's the midpoint of the story, of course it's not going to be as climactic as the start or end. You have to have those parts where you just flush out stuff and mess around doing random shit. I liked Season 7, but definitely not as much as Season 6. I mean, that probably shines through with how long I've talked about it. This is like 1/6 of the Season 6 script. Still, it's better than anything from the first 5 seasons. I would say I hope things pick up with Season 8, but... That's right, people, we're finally onto the good shit! So here we are, the final season of the trilogy, Red vs. Blue Revelation. Let's not dilly-dally and jump straight into it. And it starts the same way Season 2 does for some reason. They needed a medic to cure Donut's deadness, and he was the closest one. At least that's what they told Command. Why Doc is actually here is because the meta in Washington need a medic for some reason. No time to ponder that though, because we're back to the desert and Church is starting to have some freaky visions of some black,
referring to armor color,
dude in the Valhalla base. While he's formulating a plan to get back there, the Reds decide to radio the Red base to see what's going on. Simmons tells him everything's going great, but that's mainly because of the gun to his head.
Simmons sounded good. I guess he's got everything under control.
Donut and Lopez are dead and someone is taking Simmons prisoner.
I love this stupid gag so much. It's the biggest plot convenience, but also at the same time, totally in character for Sarge. So they're off to Valhalla on a rescue mission, with Church unsuspectingly following behind them. Okay, I have no idea what this part in my script means. Stuff about hell has been pretty good, though. I usually script my videos using talk-to-text because I have dyslexia. I have no f***ing clue what that's supposed to mean. They wanted Doctor on diagnostics on the meta because he's been pretty messed up since he lost all of the AI he was carrying. But would you look at that? Sarge shows up right as I run out of things to say about that. Washington meets him down there and he takes away Sarge's pistol and shotgun. Now, I've been playing a lot of clips from the show, mainly because I just thought that moment was funny, but I want to play this clip here for a completely different reason.
Wait. What are you up to? What is that noise? Do I hear a... car?
let's talk about Monty Ohm. So Monty here is what some would call an indie animator, but what I would call a fucking maniac, but in a good way. Monty started making 3D animations just a year prior to season 6 of Red vs. Blue coming out. His most popular one, and to my knowledge, the first one being Haloid. Master Chief fighting a bunch of Covenant, then Samus Aran from Metroid coming out of nowhere, then fighting. And I'm just gonna say it, for an animation that came out in 2007, made by one man and uploaded to YouTube for free, this is one of the best fight scenes I've ever seen in my life. Dude, if you want to scale for its age, I'm as old as this fight scene. I can't even use words to describe it, man. Just look at this. Well, I don't have words to describe it, I just said that. Everything has so much weight to it. When they punch, you feel it. All the crazy tricks they do are jaw-dropping. Unsurprisingly, Monty didn't stay making indie animations just for the hell of it for too long. Somebody scooped up and hired him, which would be none other than Bandai Namco, what the fuck? After that, Rooster Teeth, don't worry. He missed his chance to work on Season 7, which, that in mind, kind of makes sense why that one felt a little lackluster. But luckily, he's here now, so we get this.
How's my bumper taste, asshole?
The next 5 minutes of this are just madness. They run over Washington, then throwing him into a bunch of explosive barrels, then blowing him up. Then Doc overcharges the Meta's armor, causing his time distortion unit to fry, making him move like this. He then punches Doc into a wall where Simmons tries to get him out of there, but he has to bail. He then jumps onto the back of the Warthog, but then struggles to get on the turret. Then the Meta uses the grab lift to slam onto the front of the car, sending it all flying. There's this one part in Season 6 that keeps coming back to my mind where the Meta and Washington are having a little fight, but all they can do with the machinima tools is just have them walking around and punching each other. It would have been so cool if Monty came on earlier and was able to do that scene. Because how it is, it feels a lot like kids trying to make home movies. Like just smacking action figures together. Monty's animations transform the series from being really good to amazing. This entire segment just feels so fun to watch. Like eating at a 5-star restaurant for your eyes. This shot where Simmons is on the back of the Warthog trying to get on is so amazing and mesmerizing. I could watch it 20 times and not get bored. And when Maine destroys the Warthog, it feels so meaty. Like all of the bones in my body just got broken watching it. It's so good. I could genuinely talk for like at least 7 minutes about Monty's animations, and trust me, I will. But we should probably get back to the story. The Meta decided his time would be better spent chasing this flying orb instead of killing the Reds. But back to the desert though, and the aliens aren't very happy that their monarch is gone, so they just try to kill Caboose who's on a pillar. All of the Reds run through that hole Griff made with the Warthog, with the Meta not too far behind since it followed Church. Now, Church, or should I say Epsilon, doesn't really remember everything from Project Freelancer, so certain things keep setting him off. And in this case, the thing that sets him off is Agent Washington, since Epsilon was his AI. And conveniently in this case, it triggers the laser to fire, plugging the hole. Man, I miss Donut. Back to the desert now, and the aliens aren't very happy that they took away their monarch? What? I just wrote that. So their best idea to get payback is to try to kill Caboose on a pillar for some reason. Wait, what the f***? Why did I put that in the script twice? What? I already... Don't worry though, the Reds show back up with their orb pretty soon. But of course they don't want the aliens knowing that they took away their god for a little bit, so...
Don't do it, you fucker!
God, I love that clip. The aliens decide to start attacking Tucker instead as the rest of our gang go to get Church back. When they retrieve Mr. Q-Ball though, they are greeted by Delta instead. He just needed to get one final lore dump in before disappearing forever, didn't he? He tells them that Epsilon is trying to go somewhere to piece all of his memories back together, and that he remembered all of it again because he saw Agent Washington. God damn it. And to reiterate, and to say it again, Epsilon was his AI. So he wakes back up and Caboose and him are off to somewhere apparently, with the Reds following not too far behind them. While they're on their buddy road trip, Washington and the Meta are trying to get Doc out of the wall he punched him into, which doesn't work for some reason, so they kind of just bring the slab he stuck in along with them. Sure, alright. They all make it to the desert and attempt negotiating with the aliens, which don't go so great, and they find the helmet of that one dude in brown armor. Apparently these guys knew him, and his name was CT. Wow, interesting. I love setup for stuff they won't address for another season. So Church and Boos arrive at wherever this is, and are greeted by a computer calling herself Phyllis.
You may call me Phyllis.
Hey, wait, Phyllis? Why not Sheila?
Name overwritten. You may now call me Sheila.
Sheila? Is that you?
No. I am the Freelancer Integrated Logistics and Security System. You may call me Phyllis.
Okay, there's no f***ing way they're setting this back up in the midpoint of Season 3. That's what is 100% just a callback to this joke. I think it's high time we talk about this since we're here. Red vs. Blue might be the king of calling back to previous jokes. There was a video compiling all of them, and that video is almost a goddamn hour. Here are some examples to get my point across.
Even if we were to pull out today, and they were to come take our base, they would have 2 bases in the middle of a box canyon. Whoop-de-fucking-do.
Looks like the Reds pulled out. Does that mean we win?
I suppose so. I guess we have 2 bases in the middle of a box canyon now.
Whoop-de-fucking-do.
I get to drive the float, and Simmons here is in charge of confetti.
So no celebrating yet. Aw shit, and I was gonna be in charge of confetti.
Why are there 6 pedals if there are only 4 directions?
Fucking drive this thing! Why are there only 4 levers if there's 6 directions?
Really, I could go on. If it's a line from Season 1, they'll certainly make a joke about it later. A lot of people could probably get annoyed by this because of how repetitive it is, but honestly, I don't know why, I kind of love it. I always get a little smile on my face every time they bring back a joke they had for no reason. Sometimes it's a little forced, and I'll show that in a second, but it kind of just feels like they're honoring their past seasons with these. Like they're reassuring to the viewer that they know where they came from and that they're proud of their history. They definitely overuse their jokes sometimes, don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure they've mentioned Caboose killing his own teammates about 17 times now, but when it's done right, these are really funny. But on that same topic of bringing things back, the Blues, which by this point in the show consist of a dead girl, some chick still living in Blood Gulch, alien a tree ornament, and Caboose is actually still the same. They both enter the room that's full of hundreds of replacement bodies for church, and at the very far edge of the room is a capsule containing something. But before we get to learn what it is, the Reds catch up with them and find Caboose standing outside of an armored door. He's trying not to let them in while a huge racket is going on in there, and while he's talking, the door progressively is getting more beat down. So yeah, Caboose takes this as his chance to leave. And I hope you're ready, because what comes next is one of the best moments in the entire show. If you have seen anything about Red vs. Blue, it is most likely this.
Door's open. What the?
Okay. So who's first?
What we got before with the Warthog was just a taste, a free sample of what Monty Oum could do. Remember when I was introducing him, I was talking about Haloid, one of the best 3D animated fight scenes I've seen? I lied. This is what is known as the Tex fight. All of the Reds go running into this giant open area while she's chasing them. Caboose ran away into a smaller controller deck area, and all of the Reds have to fight her. And what I mean by fight her is get their shit kicked in. The amount of times I've watched this fight scene is unparalleled to anything else from the show. Everything is just perfect, and I want to talk about it for so long. Tex is punching through the wall and knocking away Simmons while she goes to town on Griff and Sarge. Just feels so cool to watch. One of my favorite tricks they use during this whole thing is still having machinima aspects while their 3D animation is going on. Like this part where Simmons gets out from behind the wall she threw at him. Or later in the fight where in the animation, Tucker goes into the idle stance, then it swaps back to machinima seamlessly. All of the tricks I use for this is just so interesting to watch. And that's not even to mention the animation because, my god, man. My god! Everything is perfect. The sound design, the fighting technique, and the music! Yeah, I was talking about Season 6 had a soundtrack, but it was kind of just background music. But now we have actual songs that are playing. And the Agent Texas theme is fucking incredible. I don't care that it is getting this video demonetized. I'm playing it. Something I love about this fight I haven't seen too many people talk about is how this is the one point in the whole show where everything is in the Reds and Blues' favor. Simmons gets a rocket launcher after Caboose happens to drop one down. Tucker shows up and avoids getting stabbed because his sword turns off. Caboose drops a crate onto Texas, but even with all of that on their side, they still lose. Texas is an unstoppable machine, literally and figuratively. And they don't leave anything to the imagination when I say that. She moves stupidly fast, she hits like a truck. She is a freelancer. Everything in this animation feels so good to just experience. Like, look at this shot, man! Continuing what I was saying earlier with the running jokes, Tucker gets covered in black stuff like he did back in Season 1. And also in Season 3, all times when using a teleporter. And it's not even just fully used as a joke here. The Reds mistake him for Texas and start beating him up. One of the things I just adore is how everything matters in the animation. Like, look at this clip here when she's charging towards all 4 of them. She grabs Sarge's shotgun while also dodging Tucker's sword, elbows him in the ribs, then throwing Sarge away, nearly dodging Simmons' rocket, then knocking him through a teleporter with a kick. It then pans over to Griff, who is visibly nervous, not wanting to fight her, with Simmons flying through a teleporter in the background. Simmons knocks into Griff, and then she pins him to the ground with a shotgun in his face. All of that happens in 7 seconds. If you're watching this for the first time, it's really cool, but if you then slow it down, it's even better. Or earlier when she throws a barrel at Griff, making Sarge get hit instead, making him dazed so she can easily slam them together. And I just love how they play with the environment so much. The teleporters make it for an amazing gimmick to use for the fight. Like this one shot of Simmons just getting blasted with his own rocket through it is just incredible. The only thing I don't like about this scene is the fact that there's only 4 of them here. Now, I understand why this is. Donut and Lopez are dead, Church is a little busy, and I think it would be very bad to have Caboose getting beat up for no reason. Like, I just can't bear to see him get hurt. Monty Oum's animations are downright the highlights of this series. Back when it was up on YouTube, that episode had like 20 million views. More than any other episode or season of the whole franchise. This is legitimately one of the best animated fights I've ever seen. The sound design makes everything feel so powerful. The music gets you amped up for seeing these characters you've grown attached to get their shit knocked up. I love this with all of my heart, but I think we need to move on before I talk about it for another 30 minutes.
Hey, Tex! How about you pick on somebody your own size? What? Stop it!
Hey, do you want an example of one of those running jokes being really forced and not fitting the situation at all?
How do you beat someone to death with their own skull? That doesn't seem physically possible.
Beating him with his own body? That doesn't seem physically possible.
That didn't make any sense whatsoever. That was entirely forced. So Caboose puts all of their armors into some kind of stun until Texas calms the f down. So Church pops inside her head to talk to her while she's in that state. Oh yeah, by the way, Church is back to normal now. I don't understand how he knows everything again, but I would rather this than playing around with confused Church for the rest of the series. Apparently the only reason he brought her back was just because he couldn't get her out of her head, so he made her alive again. Wow, what a f***ed up moral dilemma. I wonder if we'll get a whole season devoted to that. So they convince her not to have a sick-ass animated battle again, and everything is cool once more. Okay, so Texas says the only reason she did that was the last time she was in a place like this, she was desperately trying to get out. So, 1, I think that excuse is stupid, and 2, I think the only reason they had this segment was because Monty Oum likes animating strong women. But she's not sticking around for too long, however. She wants to find more about what she is since she's an AI like Church. And the only freelancer base around she can find is one they just say is a snowy place, but it's just Sidewinder. Like the map Sidewinder again. So I'm calling it Sidewinder. It's the closest one since the last freelancer base the Reds and Blues were at. They completely destroyed everything useful inside of it. So we're going to Snowden Undertale. What's going on? The Reds and Blues are kind of just up to their typical nonsense. The Reds specifically are messing around with the computer and freelancer equipment. So like Griff gets super speed XD lol. While all of this is going on, our friends in the desert discover the Epsilon unit that was left behind. It's just a shell, but they're able to convert it into a capture device. A one-way device and a one-way ticket to Washington's freedom. All they need to do is jab it into Epsilon for evidence that he exists and he has him. After that, he's allowed to go home. So all they need to do is finish him, which Texas makes pretty easy. They arrive at the base and he starts having more of those freaky visions. Turns out it wasn't Valhalla, it was actually this place if he was remembering. And this isn't one of those things where I say plot convenience 101, like earlier with Delta, where Delta just figured out Church was the alpha. No, they literally just don't explain this one. This is plot convenience. The reason Tex even wanted to come here was to find the director, and the only people that would know where he is Washington and the Meta. And her idea of getting them to come to her is shooting Church. Remember back in season 6 when a freelancer would get into trouble, their armor would set off a distress beacon? That's also how they found CT's helmet earlier. Well, what better way of getting Wash and the Meta to come to you than setting off a distress beacon? So she shoots Church, and while she booby traps the place, the Reds find some information they would have been better off not knowing. They've said it a few times in passing over the last couple seasons, but I've specifically neglected to bring it up until now. What they find is that there are multiple red and blue bases all across the galaxy, which should be expected since this is a war. But let me ask you this, what are they fighting for? Like, what do either side represent? I've been explaining almost everything that's happened in this show up to this point, so let me ask you, what the f are they fighting for? What does the blue team want? What does the red team want? The answer is nothing. And that is because there is no war. The red and blue teams were just made up by Project Freelancer to test if their soldiers were ready for the real war. If one ever started, that is. Back in season 1, they could have gotten reinforcements, but instead they chose a Freelancer because it would get there faster. That's why Texas was able to come so easily. That's why Vic was on both sides. That's why they've gone through so many wacky scenarios. Everything they've done is just something Command told them to do. For example, back in season 5 when Vic told them to just go to the red base and attack for no reason. Or why all of their information transformation is just fight good. When they time traveled, completely made up. Everything from season 5 to 1 has been basically worth nothing. They just pulled a bunch of soldiers from the lowest test scores and stuck them in the middle of nowhere to play make-believe with the actual soldiers. None of them are real troopers, just people in suits of armor being convinced that they are. Now, Simmons and Griff don't really care. They hadn't told Tucker yet, and I doubt Caboose would even understand. But the one person who this really gets to is Sarge. It makes sense that the most patriotic out of all of them would break down this easy. He snaps and just creates his own little red base inside of the storage facility. Everything he's done up to this point, everything he's worked for, all of it was pointless in the end. It's such a f***ed up and cool way to make everything they were doing before season 6 more serious. Not too long into Sarge playing with his toys, does Caboose notice that distress signal going off. I don't think anything I could write could possibly live up to what's actually said here. And you're like an hour and a half into this. You're kind of dedicated to watching this video through at this point, so I'm just gonna play this clip.
Rescue them? Are you nuts? No one told them to leave. They're on their own.
But they'll die! Sergeant, please!
Hey dude, I don't know if you've picked up on this yet, but if you want to convince Sarge to do anything, I don't think the best argument is the Blues might die if we don't.
Cowboy up, Caboose. I'm coming with you.
What?
I said, I'm helping him.
Who, the Blue guy? Why on earth would you ever help a Blue for no reason?
We'll need some weapons. How'd your equipment test go, Simmons?
About as well as you would expect.
That's too bad.
Well, I'm not going, and you can't make me. You quit, remember? I don't take orders from you anymore, and besides, this whole command structure thing was bullshit anyway. We all know that now.
I'm not telling you to go. I'm not even asking.
You're not?
Nope. I'm going. That's it. You want to come? Then come on. But I don't expect you to. Simmons will probably tell you that statistically, some of us will probably die.
All of us.
All of us will probably die. But that's not what's important. Let me ask you two a question. You ever wonder why we're here?
It does seem to be one of life's great mysteries.
No, I mean you! What are you doing here? You always act like you want to quit, but hell, you could have left whenever you wanted. No one would have stopped you. So why are you here? And you, Simmons.
Me?
You say you want to be in charge. They would have given you your own squad a dozen times over. You know it, and I know it. But you're still here. And you, Tucker, as much as I hate to admit it, you're actually good at being a soldier.
I am?
I know you like to make your rude comments and pretend like it all doesn't matter, but an entire alien race chose you to be their hero. So why are you here? And Caboose? It's good to see you.
Thanks.
I'm really enjoying the speech so far.
Maybe you're all here because this is the only place you fit in. Maybe you're here because you don't have anywhere else to go. Maybe you're all here because deep down, you want to be here. The reason doesn't matter. What matters is that you're here. For all we know, Tex and Church are dead. That means we're the only ones who know what's happened. The only ones who can prevent them from covering it up. So the way I figure it, these freelancer guys want to use us, take us away from our families, and send us all over the dadgum galaxy just to test if their agents are ready for the big fight? Well, I guess I'm interested in showing them exactly what a big fight is all about. Time to clean the slate. So I'm not ordering you to go. I ain't even asking. You do what you gotta do, Private Griff.
I'll go get my car keys.
All right then. Let's move.
That made me want to join an army that doesn't exist. That is genuinely some of the best writing in, like, anything I've ever seen in my entire life. And it's kind of funny to say that when you're actually looking at what's going on. Like, if I mute the audio, it's a bunch of Halo Spartans just bombing their heads up and down. But I think Red vs. Blue has proven itself to be more than just Halo at this point. No time for tangents, though, because they all want to hop in some kind of vehicle they don't want to show for dramatic effect, and go on their mission to help Church and Texas out. So it's time for Monty Ohm to get his 3D animation juices all over the screen again. And I'm gonna be honest, this might be up there with the Tex fight for me, I'm not joking. All of the fancy tricks Texas uses is a marvel to behold. Like, even when Washington, Maine, and Doc arrive, they're immediately surrounded with mines. And she even almost gets Washington. Then she's fighting the meta, she blasts an entire machine gun out of the ground and starts firing at him. Like the last Monty animation, it's insanely good. She just keeps happening every 5 seconds in the fight. First, Maine tackles her, then she pulls out a machine gun and she starts blasting him. Then Washington comes from behind with the capture unit and starts swinging at her. Then she knocks it away as Washington dives for it. Then Texas blows up an entire cliffside, causing an avalanche as this kick-ass music starts blaring. This is like the Texas fight versus people who can actually function on a battlefield, and honestly, I kind of like it more than the Tex fight. I mean, shit, don't get me wrong, that was incredible, but it's cool seeing soldiers who can actually defend themselves fighting each other. And those fancy tricks with the teleporters from the first fight are cool, but by golly, man, this scene where they're fighting each other during an avalanche as they're trying to escape the cliff collapsing is one of the coolest set pieces I've ever seen, maybe ever. There's so much going on, I had to watch it in slow motion to even process it, like the Tex fight. Just a staple of Monty animations is every movement mattering. Like Washington hits a flying knee here, which is badass for starters, but then in that same motion, he grabs the battle rifle off of her back, making her forced to use hand-to-hand. I'm convinced Monty Oum is the king of having everything in a fight scene mean something, because if Wash didn't grab the battle rifle off of her back, Maine couldn't run up and start attacking her. She even blows up the cliff, making them fall at one point and making a mad dash to the higher ground. Everything is in her favor during this fight, but much like the Reds and Blues, it ultimately doesn't matter. Wash lands one good shot on her with that battle rifle he took while he's climbing back up, and Maine delivers what is the most brutal death I've ever seen in a show. If she wasn't an AI consciousness piloting a robotic body, I don't think I could ever show this on YouTube. So now Tex is trapped within the Epsilon unit, and because of the battle they had, it's incredibly damaged. And Charge now has no other choice but to go with Washington in the meta. But suddenly, the meta, in one final attempt to regain a fraction of the power he once had, puts Texas's AI into him, and then he's gone. So now it's up to an already tired and worn out Washington to fight a one-man army that is the meta. Yeah, it doesn't go so great. So this is it. Washington gets shot at and is injured. Charge's body is damaged, and like, what the fuck is Doc going to do to stop this? But when all hope seems lost, 5 dumbasses come falling out of the sky. The cavalry comes crashing in from outer space to help fight the psychopath, and Washington and Charge decide this is a great time to start lore dumping. I would make a joke about this, but it's actually very important to the plot and series, so I'm gonna shut the fuck up. You might be wondering why I bothered to play that entire speech back from season 6 at the end of it. Well, not only was it cool, but Church is an AI based off of the director, Dr. Leonard Church. The director, back in that speech, mentioned he had lost someone very close to him during the Great War, and that somebody was his wife. I don't remember her last name, but her name was Allison. And when Allison died, he snapped. He became so obsessed with his lost loved one, so he made her again. And that's who Texas is. He became so obsessed with the loss that all he can remember of her was her death. So every time Texas gets close to succeeding, she fails again, again, and again. In the war, in the Pelican, and now here. There is an entire section on her Wikipedia page dedicated to her failures. She will always fail no matter what. The reason Church knows this is because of the audio logs he found in the computer in the Freelancer facility. And it's the same reason Church is obsessed with her. Since every AI is based off of a person and Church is based off the director, he is likewise, by nature, infatuated with her. Putting all of that into perspective, it's really messed up Church brought Texas back again. I mean, he didn't know any of this and he thought she'd be happy, but come on, it's still messed up. But we don't really have a lot of time to think about the moral implications of our actions because the meta wakes back up and it's fight time. Washington does some good damage to him, even throwing a knife through his chest, but unfortunately, it's not good enough. And he shot Washington away with a rat-a-tat-tat. Tucker tells Caboose to stay back with Church, so I guess we're never getting the full potential of the boost.
Get him! We're gonna fucking die!
Love that line. It's minor, but it's great at showing the dichotomy between all of them. Everybody is so motivated, and Griff has just completely accepted that this is a horrible idea. I think this might be one of my favorite scenes from the whole show right here. These are the same troopers that earlier in the season were getting their asses handed to them by Texas. The same soldiers that were considered rejects from the real military operations. The same soldiers that are going to kick this guy's ass. Tucker even manages to stab him at one point. Their character growth throughout the entire show is demonstrated full force here, especially their coordination as a team. It's no longer red versus blue, it's the Reds and Blues. So Sarge gets knocked away and Washington hands him something that they don't want to show on screen for dramatic effect. Then Sarge just starts walking up to him while shooting. Clearly, he's not even trying to fight effectively. Also, the meta just took like 4 rounds of buckshot. Trust me, that's not even the full extent of how much they're gonna shoot this guy. Hey, you ready for the coolest fucking moment of the whole show?
Hey, Meta! Settle a bet, would you? Does that thing kind of look like a big cat to you?
Come on, push, Red! I'm pushing!
I love that line! You see, right there, that's how you bring back a joke from earlier.
I think it looks more like a puma.
What in Sam hell is a puma?
You mean like the shoe company? No, like a puma. It's a big cat.
And the meta, at the hands of the simulation troopers, is finally defeated for good. Throwing him off a cliff with a warthog. Also, Griff fell down too, sad. He's fine, he's just dangling over the edge. But the day hasn't been saved yet. The unit storing Texas is incredibly weak, and can only stay open for a few more moments. And Church makes his decision. He's going in after her.
Caboose, here, pick it up.
I can't, Church.
Yes, you can. You do this all the time.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Yeah, okay, Caboose. I'm sure I can do it on my own.
But what if you don't come out again?
Well, you know what Delta always said, right?
Memory is the key.
If I don't come back, then you're in charge of remembering me, okay? Don't let Tucker help. He'll just fuck it up. Bye, buddy.
If I ever say that to you, just assume I'm dead or I'm going to die, thanks.
Genuinely one of the hardest lines in fiction. It honestly kind of brings tears to my eyes thinking about it. The unit seals up, and Church is gone. Later that day, some grunts of Project Freelancer come by to clean up this mess they made, taking out 3 whole freelancers, Texas, Maine, and Washington. All of the freelancers they've had to deal with are now left behind them. Luckily, new character Blue Washington comes in to fill the void. It's so cute that the Reds and Blues just accept Washington as one of them so easily. I mean, he never really hurt them because he wanted to. It was just his only option to get away from Freelancer for good. But I guess this works as the second best option. I mean, they treat the Reds and Blues so lowly as soldiers that they're not even going to bother checking if he's a real member or not. And everybody just kind of heads back to their bases. It's all they really know what to do. Of course, they also just left the damn Epsilon unit there. Not even gonna take it for sentimental value or something. As it would turn out, the thing has a little bit of life left in it. Kind of like a phone that still has an internet connection, but is completely bricked. And inside is Church, once again, searching for Texas. It would take him forever to search the entire thing for her, so he's decided to put himself in one place where he knows she'll search. And that's way back at Blood Gulch. And it's over. That's the end of Season 8. That was fucking incredible! The story is beautiful, the animation's incredible, the music is crazy. This is the best season thus far of the whole show, and one of my favorite seasons flat out. It's gonna take some real guns to up this one. It just had it all, man. If there was any season I'd come back to the most, it's definitely this one. Be it for the fights, the quotes, the music, all of it. That's one hell of a way to end a trilogy if I do say so myself. The only problem I have with it is, where are they gonna go from here? The highs of Season 8 are so high, I couldn't imagine they could ever possibly improve. So this season is probably the weirdest one we've gotten so far. Half of this takes place inside of Church's mind as the Epsilon unit slowly collapses. Everything that's going on inside of there is just that classic seasons 1 to 5 nonsense. It's kind of nice to see it, honestly, considering this is the last time we'll get it. I'll only talk about the notable things going on in here, so I won't be doing my then this happens, then this, and this kind of thing. Now, that's half of the season. The other half is
Shotgun!
Catch!
half of the season is comprised of entirely animated flashback sequences to the actual events of Project Freelancer. So like we finally get to see what was happening all that time ago instead of just being alluded to. And like any good show starting out, it is an extremely action-packed sequence of raiding this Ice Outpost Mario Kart 8. We're introduced and reintroduced to 2 new characters here, Agent South and Agent North. They're brother and sister who have been entered into the Freelancer program, and are now both on this mission to get some data. North being the more cautious and stick to the plan kind of guy, while South is more reckless, jeopardizing the entire mission just to save a little bit of time. North is up on his tower watching everything to make sure all goes smoothly. When she goes into a building, it doesn't turn on her motion tracker, so he can't see what's going on in there, which ends up costing them their element of surprise because they totally get caught. So the whole facility now knows they're here and it's fight time. I'm pretty sure Monty Oa made these scenes as well, but if he didn't, they still look incredibly well made. Editor's note, he made all the fight scenes and just oversaw the animation for everything else. They brought on new animators to do the non-fighting stuff, but Monty was left to his domain for everything else. Instead of one person fighting a few people, it's 2 dudes versus an entire base, which is super cool looking. It's like a Dynasty Warriors game, which is not a comparison I expected to make in this video, let alone twice. But eventually, their ride is a little late, so luckily this random lady in black armor comes out and starts laying down the smackdown. I like this one gag in the middle of the fight of these 2 grunts bickering about which gun is theirs. I don't know, man, it's always funny. Writing is hard. It's all going smoothly until one of these baddies gets on a turret and guns it at South, right before North pushes her out of the way at the last second and takes it for her. It's such a good show don't tell of what their chemistry is. North always trying to look out for his younger sister, while South keeps getting into trouble. And of course, in the middle of the mix, creating a sweet twang to the freelancer Jamba Juice is Carolina. She's been mentioned previously, but now we finally get to see her. I'll introduce her formally in a minute, but their ride finally arrives and they get the freak out of there. They're not out of the woods yet though. 2 of the ships from the facility are hightailing it after them. Now we already know at this point what 2 out of the 3 of our freelancer abilities are. Carolina can change her colors, South is a bitch, but what about North? Well, what better time to show it off than missiles getting fired at the Pelican. And in his injured state, he crawls on top of the ship, plants his magnetic boots, and activates the giant dome. The same one that the meta has previously used. Wonder how he got that. Don't get too attached to North and South. Hey, quick observation, but the meta could also change colors earlier on like Carolina does. God, don't get too attached to Carolina either. They finally make it out of their scuffle and are scot-free. Also, I love how the ship is just one they stole from Halo Reach. Wow, it's really cool that they can take all of these things from Halo and make it their own thing out of it or something like that. Okay, give me 30 seconds to describe what's happening to church while that was going on. Texas is going to show up because they called command. Okay, all I need is 5, but you get my point. The things that are going on with the freelancers are infinitely more interesting than the things going on with Church. Next. They're finally back, and it turns out the director who's running all of this has a giant board that tracks who's doing the best, which is the most arbitrary method of getting your employees to work against each other I've ever seen. God, it's like an Employee of the Month placard that updates actively, with Agent Carolina being at the tip top of the list. South throws a fit and scene over. We now have a completely unrelated scene of Washington comforting someone he keeps calling Connie. She keeps complaining that the board and its consequences have been a disaster to the human race. He tells her that our democratic system is fine, and she gets up and walks away. She also tells him to stop calling her that and to call her by her agent name, CT. God, don't get too attached to CT. On to another completely unrelated scene of Washington and North walking down a hallway. Apparently, he really was not supposed to use his special ability there, but did anyways because he's a rebel. And then they're bumped into by several people running down a hallway towards something. Apparently, a new recruit is taking on 3 agents at once. Agent Wyoming, Agent Maine, and new character Agent York. I'm glad Wyoming's back. He was one of my favorite characters from the earlier seasons. Especially his voice actor. He really killed it with his role, and honestly made him way more entertaining to watch.
I'm so glad he doesn't talk at all during this fight.
I have literally no clue why Wyoming stays silent the whole time. They have his voice actor. Matt Hullum comes in later to reprise his role here. What happened? It's not even that his voice actor was busy or something. He's the same guy who does Sarge and Doc. Just put him in the booth. Whatever, at least we get new character York here. York is more of a strategist, trying to direct the team at all times what would be the best course of action to defeat who they're fighting. Of course, Wyoming and Maine never listened to him, but it's still a good attempt, buddy. Now, who are they fighting, though? Well, it's none other than new Agent Texas. Yeah, this is kind of the Texas season. Church inside of the Epsilon unit keeps trying to find her, and everybody in the flashbacks is dealing with her. No matter which type of arena or style they choose, Texas keeps bullying them. So they settle on this one, which has paint guns that lock down the armor. Everything about this fight is incredible. The animation is as fun to watch as it was back in Season 8. The music is going ballistic. On Your Knees is probably one of my favorite themes for the whole show. I've kind of been playing Pizza Tower while I've been scripting this part of the video, and I had to pause it when this shit came on, man. It was immaculate. But there's only so many ways I can say I like a fight scene, and I spent like 10 minutes talking about all of the Monty animations from Season 8, so I'm gonna move on. It's on to the final round, and they're going 0-8 against Texas, and they decide, she's being a big meanie, let's kill her with guns. So they switch out the paint mags with real mags. York isn't having it though, so he tries to team with Texas and still gets bullied. They're using real bullets and even pull out a real grenade at one point. These motherfuckers are out for blood. Unfortunately, Texas wins with her awesome Texas powers, and York gets blown up by that grenade. Okay, so this is a great time to ask, what is this body armor even doing? Okay, so Sarge can take a bullet wound to the head and bounce back up with just CPR. Washington gets blown up by those explosive barrels back in Season 8 and doesn't even have any notable injuries. But York gets blown up by a grenade and loses an eye. What is the point of this armor even? Tex shows us a bit of her humane side here though, because she shoots York with a bunch of the paint gun, which locks down the armor, saving his life. Wow, that's really cool. I want to go back to the less interesting stuff though. Alright, since we last checked in on the fish tank, Texas is shown back up and they're having frequent earthquakes because the Epsilon Epsilon unit is shutting down. Moving on. Freelancer is launching its next mission. They need to get some kind of sarcophagus, which they don't know the size, weight, or dimensions of. Really anything about it besides what the outside of it looks like. The only way to open it is to get the code for it, which is being carried by some bigwig on the freeway. So Washington, Maine, and Carolina go to get the package. It's supposed to be Washington lockpicking, but he doesn't know how to do that, so luckily York comes back from the infirmary. Yep, the infirmary, that's where he came from. And he takes his intelligence roll back. York is kind of a smart cookie if you couldn't tell. While they get the crate, North, Wyoming, and CT get the code. It's time for some high-octane son of a bitch. I think my biggest problem with this season, by far, is that it focuses way too much on what's going on with Church. Ultimately, none of this matters, so who cares? At least with seasons 1 through 5, stuff was going on that could affect things later. But here, it's all taking place within his mind, so why should I even get invested? It's a cool gimmick for a season, don't get me wrong. Half of it being flashbacks that are fully animated, and the other half being exclusively machinima in that style of seasons 1 through 5. But the problem is, one of those two things is way more interesting than the other, so it leads me to not care when they're focusing on the machinima aspects. That's why me talking about Freelancer has taken 5 minutes, and me talking about the digital reds and blues has taken 30 seconds. And when I don't care about what's going on with half of your season's runtime, that is a fundamental flaw with your story. Look, I'll talk more later, partially because I like to save these big discussions for the end of a season, and partially because we're gonna get to the coolest part of the whole runtime. It's finally time for the season's big climactic sequence. 20 whole minutes of regularly stopped action. First, Team A needs to get into the sarcophagus room. Unfortunately, while York is hacking the lock, he accidentally trips the alarm, and now everybody is on high alert. Luckily, they find the package pretty quickly, and it's a giant-ass box. Their best idea to get it up to the roof was to use the window washer to hoist it up there. I love the building on Maine's character during this whole segment. We not only learn where he got the Brute Chieftain rifle, it's in this room right here containing a bunch of Covenant stuff as well as the sarcophagus, but also when they're getting the sarcophagus to the roof, they decide to use Maine as a counterbalance since he's the only one heavy enough to get it up there. We learned that he has a fear of heights here. Well, now I kind of feel bad about this. It's shown to us through these flashbacks that maybe the Meta and Agent Maine aren't the same person, really. Well, yeah, they are physically, but like mentally. So the package is now on the roof with York, who I think teleported up there. But Carolina and Washington still need to fight their way up to the roof in order to join them. And I hope you're prepared for one of the most kick-ass character introductions.
What the fuck is with this guy?
They don't say his name, but this jolly fellow here is Sharkface. He has a flamethrower and a bad attitude. The coolest thing about him for now is the scene of Carolina styling on him, and then subsequently throwing a gravity hammer at his face. But holy shit, man, this guy's theme is insane. I'll add on to that in a minute, but for right now, everybody makes it to the top of the roof, and they find none other than Texas waiting there with a bomb. Apparently, she's been covering their tracks ever since the oil rig from the start of the season, and she's continuing that trend by blowing the f*** out of this building. While they're bickering, they get ambushed, and York has to defuse the bomb. But it just so happens that's not actually a bomb. It's a transmitter transmitting their exact location to the mother of invention, which is that big ship from earlier. That said big ship having a giant glass cannon on it. Carolina slips away by blending in like she did earlier, and everything breaks out into a fight. And the man in the backseat, everyone attack. An extremely short-lived fight because the ship fires, blasting a giant asshole through the entire building. The whole thing starts collapsing. Texas grabs a jetpack and kicks the sarcophagus off the roof. Everybody's running for the edge. This starts playing. Falling towards the sky might be one of Red vs. Blue's most iconic tracks, and it is for a reason, man. This shit goes insane. Fitting that it's paired up with one of the coolest parts of the whole season, let alone show. Them fighting the Falcons as they're plummeting towards the ground just looks so damn cool, man. This is the most exclamation marks I've written into a script ever. That's how cool this is. The Freelancers precision the package perfectly with the Pelican and bring it back home with Washington, while the rest of our gang are about to die of fall damage. Luckily, Chekhov's Agent Maine comes up in the last second and picks them up in a Warthog. Not going to question how he timed that perfectly, mainly because it was supposed to look cool and I don't really care. I don't even want to dare question how long it took to animate this building collapsing. You can see each individual piece of glass shatter. It's a spectacle to behold. It's crazy that this was uploaded for free onto YouTube back in the day. If this was made now, it would 100% be put on a streaming server. Spoke too soon. Carolina checks in on how Team B is doing, and because of that alarm, the bad guys, whoever they are able to anticipate them coming up and cut them off. So it's now up to Team A to catch them, and since Maine got his iconic knife they make pretty short work of it. But they're not scot-free yet. The people who had that code kind of want it back, so now it's a freeway fighting time. Dude, the amount of shit Maine goes through in the scene, man, I would have become a villain too. He takes a bullet from Carolina, which, by the way, I checked the caliber of the sniper rifles in Halo 3, which is the one this guy uses. 13 millimeters, 1/5 of a fucking Sherman tank. That guy was going to shoot Carolina, but he jumps in the way at the last second, taking it for her. He gets shot 9 times in the throat, and then gets hit by a truck and sent flying. This is so mean, but I died laughing when I saw this. I had to rewind it. Just look at him fly away. Yeah, this is why the men had never talked. I'm not sure if I can really show it on YouTube, even though Red vs. Blue has been on YouTube for years. So let your brain fill in the gaps through the blur here. I love how they use the cars and trucks slamming into each other to change how the fight goes on. Like this one guy on the back of this truck just starts throwing barrels at York for no reason. One of the things I love so much about the highway chase scene is that it really develops Maine's character a lot. He clearly is not the same person we see way later. He's devoted to his team and even takes a bullet to the chest for Carolina. This isn't the meta we're watching. This is Agent Maine. And with all of this put into perspective of how he acted back then, it's kind of sad to see how he ended up. But of course, we'll need to talk about that in a bit. Unfortunately, one of those jetpack trooper guys grabs the suitcase and takes off in a Falcon. Luckily, here comes Agent Killseal to save the day. They've been calling the Halo Mongooses in this series motorcycles for so long, it's honestly refreshing to see them actually have a motorcycle. I think this is a great time to talk about Carolina's character, no? Agent Carolina is a huge teacher's pet kind of archetype, always trying to be better than everybody else, no matter what. Like back when it was a 1v3 versus Texas, a bunch of other freelancers were watching it go down, and she mentioned how she was never hit by any of the freeze paint. She needs to be better than everybody else. She only wins if she only wins. And ever since Tex came along, she's been replaced as the top slot on the leaderboard, and she's trying everything in her power to get that spot back, which explains why she go-go gadget super speeds trying to beat Tex to the suitcase. She loses. Now you might be wondering, who is the antagonist for this season? Season 1 didn't really have a villain since it was just kind of screwing around. Season 2 through 5 had O'Malley in Wyoming. Seasons 6 and 8 had the meta. But what about this one? Well, it's only kind of the UNSC, but I don't think either of these sides are particularly good. Well, I would like to make the argument that this damn board is our main antagonist. Think about it. The first scene of North and South, what purpose did it serve? Well, it formally introduced Carolina to the franchise, but also showed the effect people's placement on the board has. South is never sent on another mission for the rest of the season. North is, but his input is only shown in parts. All this mission's failure does is to show how the board affects everybody, and that same theme is shown again at the end of the heist. Carolina puts herself at risk of death several times trying to get a one-over on Texas. Really, Tex does exactly what Carolina does in the first part of the season on the oil rig, so why is the board being shown to all if it just tears everybody apart? Well, that's its goal, really. Everybody's placement on it doesn't matter. All it does is change how they view their fellow soldiers. Its purpose is exclusively to tear them apart and destroy their bonds. Because if they're constantly competing with each other instead of working alongside one another, then they'll work harder. It just works as a method to destroy. And destroy it does. Connecticut's been working with the enemy the whole time. And York and North start to question, are they really the good guys? Alright, I've gone on about this board for too long. What's this box got in it? I don't know, here's Delta. We finally get shown what the severing process looks like that was described way earlier, so that's pretty cool. Okay, fine, I'll talk about Church. As all of that was going on, things have been getting much worse for these guys in the Epsilon unit. It's just about to split in half, and Church isn't trying to stop it. In fact, he's come to terms with the fact he's going to die. He knows there's nothing he can do to stop it. All he can do is take a seat and witness the end of the world. He invites Tex to have a seat next to him as they have a really nice interaction together. I've kind of gotten tired of playing clips from the show without me really changing anything creatively, but I really need to play this scene. It genuinely sounds like Bernie Burns is holding back tears while recording this. This performance is incredible.
I guess this is it.
Hey, Tex, there's something I need to tell you. I think it's important that I say this.
Wait a second. Look, I can take the whole at peace with the world thing, and I can even stomach all the accept your fate stuff. But just do me a favor, okay? Don't say goodbye. I hate goodbyes. I mean, we are space warriors, right? We should try to maintain some level of credibility.
No, Tex, no. I think I just figured out what the director couldn't. And Alpha either. It was you, Tex. All along. See, I thought we made you. The director and the fragments. But that's not the case. You made us. When the Alpha was created, you just kind of came along for the ride. You gave the director the idea that he could make something more. That he could split the Alpha up.
Don't you get it? You were the memory. You were the key. You were so strong. You made a whole other person. God. He always wanted to find you. You know, to get you right. To just see you one last time. And he wanted me to be able to do the same. To find you in here, or just go down another iteration. Figure out this little text problem. Figure out how to do it right. But now I know. I know how to fix all of this. How to end it once and for all. It was so simple all along. I just had to tell you 3 words. 3 words I wasn't capable of telling you before.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. Are you gonna say I love you?
No, Tex. No. I'm not gonna say I love you. I'm gonna say I forget you. I forget you. I'm letting you go.
I'm kind of struggling to come up with anything funny to segue out of that. That is the last time in the entire show, excluding flashbacks, that the Texas we know is in it. It's genuinely one of the hardest moments in the whole show to watch. Church has finally come to terms with his own mortality. To think that this is the same guy who risked everybody's life back in Season 3 just for his own is kind of astounding. The fact that even though he's a computer, that he will die. As the Epsilon unit starts to split up, he looks up and is just okay with what's happening. This is the end of his rope.
Yeah, he wishes!
Turns out the whole thing was actually a rescue mission, and Church is freed from the collapsing Epsilon unit to his dismay.
Fucked everything up! I was at peace! I had it figured out, it was over! Put me back!
Apparently the Reds and Blues had to fight past an entire military to get in here. But why would they do this? They were happy to just leave from the snowbank. So why are they here? Well, it doesn't take us long to find out.
Hey there, Alpha. Been looking for you for a long time.
Oh no.
And now that I found you, you're gonna help me do what I should have done years ago. You're gonna help me kill the director.
God, I live for this shit! And that is Season 9. Gotta say, that is worse than Season 8. Okay, look, this season was great. I loved every segment with the freelancers so much. The whole thing was beautifully animated. The story was incredible. I loved the characters, everything. Rest of it, though, I find it so hard to care what's going on with the Reds and Blues are doing because none of it matters. Like, at least in Season 1, they were progressing towards something. Caboose kills Church, O'Malley getting in Caboose's head. Those are both events that will affect the rest of the series. But Lopez getting added to the team and Simmons getting really jealous by him taking all of the spotlight and trying to kill him in a cave just doesn't do anything for me. If that was happening in Season 2, then sure, but it's not happening on a physical plane. This wouldn't be so bad if every kick-ass freelancer segment wasn't interrupted by one of these bits. I'm just watching the cool-ass infiltration scene, then nope, it's time to go back to these guys. It feels harder to feel engaged with the story when at any moment it can be interrupted by Red Team trying to build a drill so they can fight the Earth. Really, if you only included the start, middle, and end of the storyline going on in there, I guarantee you it would come off the same way and you would shave like an hour off the season's runtime. But that's enough of that. The rest of the season? Oh my god! The writing, the visuals, the animation, the music, the music, the music! I mentioned the soundtrack being good back in Season 8, but this OST is on another level. We have songs with like actual lyrics in them and stuff, not just background music. Nothing against background music, it serves its purpose of being talked over, but there's stuff in this season's soundtrack that I wouldn't mind listening to outside of the realm of just watching the show. I think it's important if I save my discussion of this for Season 10 because its soundtrack is also incredible, so I'll just wait till then. But back to Season 9, and outside of what I've already listed, no complaints from me. I mean, there were occasional janky-ass walk animations in the background for characters, but it's an indie web show that was published to YouTube in the late 2010s. What do you want? I would say I'm excited to see if Season 10 improves on this, but I already know it does, so let's just...
Yo, Machine Gun Massacre, Battlestar Galactica, the world's going to shit, don't know who it is attacking you, caving in fast like it's time to collapse on us, better grab the gas or it's curtains for the master, need everybody all in, you hear me dogs falling, lock, cock, ready to rock with no stalling, I see anybody playing games falling back, I'll put the first bullet in you myself, believe that.
So take Season 9 and make it good. Season 10 starts with York, and new addition to the party Delta, barging into another bad guy ship. He's trying to unlock this thing, but they get antsy and just blow a hole through the wall. I feel so bad for this guy York knocks it out. Like, he genuinely didn't even seem like he was going to fight him on this. He just was kind of there. This season starts like Season 9 did, and immediately thrusts its throbbing action into us. God, I miss Donut. Everybody blasting through space into this enemy ship thingy. Yeah, you know the drill, it's fight time. This time, all of the freelancers are here though, so we get to see how all of them interact with. The main focus on this fight was Carolina. Lame. That's not saying I don't like Carolina as a character, far from it. It's just that you have everybody here, use them. Well, not everybody. Connecticut ran off to go play patty cake with one of the ne'er-do-wells, so she's not accompanying them. They're here to get the boss of the bad boys or something like that, and it turns out he isn't even on the ship. Their readings say he's actually in the middle of a scrapyard, which doesn't make much sense until shaboom, it's a trap. They shoot the crap out of the mother of invention and skedaddle out of there. But not before leaving a giant nuke behind them. Luckily, everybody gets on the Pelican in time to evac, Washington gets a grappling hook stuck to his balls, and they're scot-free. They also don't care that CT isn't accounted for because of her. But who cares about past Carolina when we could be talking about current Carolina? The reason they staged this rescue mission is because Church is the only one who might know where the director is, since he's a copy of his brain and all that. Well, a fragment of a copy of his brain.
I love how easy it is to follow what's going on.
But he doesn't really remember all of his memories, so he's not exactly the most useful for right now. So they go on a road trip to make him feel better. That's very cool and interesting. But what about the freelancer stuff though? We're introduced to new AI Beta. Each AI is given a different freelancer based off of their personalities. York is more techie, so he got the analytical Data. North is more caring and protective, so he got the childlike Beta. To demonstrate the power of the AIs, they start shooting machine guns at a child. That little trick North pulled off by deflecting missiles on the Pelican surely should have killed him, but didn't. Well, if he had Beta here, he would have been able to pull it off without a hitch, because he can do some pretty neat things to that shield, like make only certain parts of it active, move those segments, deactivate them at will. Some pretty fancy tech here. I think they made this scene just to flex their animation, and like, I'm inclined to agree with them, it's very good. Back to Carolina's depressive spiral in the present though, and they're looking around that one area of the meta powered up during Season 6 for clues. I love the relationship between Washington and Carolina here, kind of just adopting Washington's personality from Season 7, while Washington has really changed up his personality, now being far in the favor of the Reds and Blues, since he's not only seen them being capable, but also they're the only reason he's not in jail again. They both come from the same background, but have ended up in completely different situations and outlooks towards the Reds and Blues. I think Carolina, more than anything, is supposed to be a reflection of Washington from the earlier seasons. I was going somewhere with this, but then Tucker made a joke about his penis, and we're back to the freelancer stuff. They're all taking a class on their AIs, and South starts being a bitch again. This is also the first time we get to see everybody without their helmets. We got to see individual members before, like South and Carolina, but now everybody's dehelmed. These two seasons are also the first times we get to see anybody without helmets on. It really goes a large way of humanizing them that I'll talk about more later. I love how goofy Wyoming looks with his big-ass mustache. The only person we don't get to see without a helmet on is Agent Maine. I mean, I probably wouldn't want to show my face either if I got shot 9 times in it, so I can't blame him. He has an AI now to help him communicate, Sigma. He's all like on fire and stuff. Maine can't really talk anymore, so Sigma is here to translate what he's thinking. Not that he really talked anyways. This whole class is just talking about stuff we already know, like the AI being fragments of some bigger AI. Back to the future though, and the Reds are debating if they should just up and leave. I mean, like really, why are they still here? But Washington brings up the counter argument of, hey, aren't you guys fugitives to the UNSC because you helped us break into that base? And they changed their outlook pretty quickly. Carolina is all like depressed and stuff on the beach because of something, I guess. And they're off to go find CT's corpse, which they had previously found in the desert, so they're just gonna go back there. So far, this season is a huge step up from Season 9. More of the freelancer stuff, which I love, and with the added benefit of things actually happening in the present. Win-win. The present segments from Season 10 versus Season 9 is like watching The Office versus a meme compilation. Both might make you laugh the same amount, but in one of them there's a plot, and the other is just nonsensical jokes that aren't building towards anything. So far, I'm only 40 minutes into it, and I'm way more invested than I was with Season 9. It feels like, again, they realized their mistakes and improved on them. Enough of me trying to make this video seem deeper than it is, and back to the freelancer stuff, where York and North are discussing the Alpha. It's here where I realized it's Theta, not Beta, with a TH and not a B. That's fucking stupid. What the hell is a Theta? Actually, I never looked it up while I was scripting this. I'm gonna do that. Oh, letter in the Greek alphabet. Hey, wait a second. Oh my god, all of them are named after the Greek alphabet, and I just realized it. I'm an idiot. Yeah, we already kind of know about the alpha, but it's cool seeing them talk about it while it's going on. And Washington, being a goofball as always, is trying to eat inside of his helmet. Laugh. I mentioned a second ago that we get to see all of the freelancers without their helmets, except Maine. But another one we never get to see without a helmet on is Washington. It honestly feels like the meta and Washington are supposed to be mirrors of one another. Both never showing their faces, but completely different personality-wise. Enough improving deep thoughts about the show, though. It's mission time again. They're attacking this space because that's where CT landed, and they can't let her armor fall into the wrong hands, so they decide to fucking kill her. Unfortunately, they get the whole joint guarded, and the only direction they figured they aren't looking is straight up. Now, they couldn't just dive bomb because they would be picked up on thermals, so their best idea is just drop right in.
Hey. Yeah? You ever wonder why...
This fight scene does exactly what I wanted the one on the ship to do earlier. It is all of the agents fighting as one. York and Washington, North and South, Carolina being by herself because she's edgy. It's really cool. One of my favorite moments of this is one that was hinted at earlier. When they were talking about North's shield earlier, they mentioned that it can't be shot into, nor can it be shot out of. So he uses this to his advantage by chucking it across the battlefield, trapping snipers, pinning down Carolina in it. Then one of the dumbasses tries shooting in there and ends up getting all of them killed instantly. Hilarious. York and Washington start getting harassed by some big dude in a car, and since both of them kind of suck at fighting, Washington does the best thing he can. Hey, this guy brought summons. He summons down Agent Maine in a drop pod, and this only reinforces my thoughts I was having earlier. I fucking love Agent Maine. He's the epitome of the strong, silent type that I love. Back in Season 9, he got hit by a truck and launched like 50 feet, but now the bastard catches one. One of the things that Red vs. Blue has excelled at that I haven't really brought up is what emotions people are feeling. Let me use Invincible as an example. In Invincible, Mark, this guy right here, most of the time is wearing this mask that shield his eyes. This is so when he's really sad, angry, happy, it's not reflected on his face. This is so the writers can cleverly hide what he's thinking. But then when he gets injured and one of his eye things break, you can see what he's feeling again. It's a really cool way of hiding your main character's emotions for only when you want the audience to see it. And I think Red vs. Blue is the master of that, because Season 9 and 10 are the only times they show anybody's faces. So like when Church is giving this big speech about forgetting Texas, you can see what he's feeling without them showing it. Or when Church went into the Epsilon unit, you could see how Caboose was feeling about it, even though you can't see him. And my favorite example is when Maine is looking at the guy who shot him in the throat on the freeway. He is ready to kill him, resurrect him, and kill him again. It's hard to explain this whole thing without just watching the show, but you're over 2 hours into a video about Red vs. Blue. It's either you've already seen it or don't care enough to watch it. So you either understand what I'm saying or you're gonna have to take my word for it. This is probably one of my favorite fight scenes for all of the Freelancer segments. Not only is Maine just slaying, but it's also cool to see everybody fight together for once. While that's going on, Wyoming is inside trying to make it to the leader of the resistance, which isn't going too great, because him and now York, plus Washington, are pinned down by these smiley face gunner guys. I have no idea why they have such good character designs. I have a feeling, though, that somebody at Rooster Teeth just came up with these and wanted to put them somewhere. Texas and Carolina heading further because they just can't play nice together. I love this one guy here so much. He's a part of Project Freelancer, but they never give him a name or voice or anything past this. All he does is get an axe thrown at him and then single-handedly take down both the gunners. We need a fan account for him. I suggest we all forget about him now because he'll never be here again. Go ahead, do it. There's no reason you should remember this character. Do it, you fucking Carolina and Texas make it to where CT and that leader guy is, though, and I love how they use CT's ability. It's shown way earlier that she can create clones of herself, similar to that one Halo Reach ability, but now she's fully using them in a fight. And this animation is a spectacle because of that. And she knows what Texas is. Tex gets stabbed in the back and beaten up pretty good and doesn't really affect her. Yeah, okay, she's a robot. We all know this. I'm not gonna dwell on it. They stab CT like 15 times, and unfortunately, they get away. Connecticut totally dies from that, though, and somehow her boyfriend manages to fit her armor on. Like, don't they have different sizes for armor? Because Carolina and Maine's armor are definitely different sizes, going from a medium to quadruple XL. So that's how CT died, and that's how the CT as we know him later comes into place. Back to what the Reds and Blues are up to, and they're finally at the desert where they find CT's helmet. It has a cool data file thingy in it that does something, I guess. But that's what the Freelancers in the present are doing. What about the Reds and Blues? They turn Church into an ATV. Carolina says she wants to go to an island somewhere, so she hops on Moto Church and heads out. Unfortunately, she isn't aware that Church is a Playmobil right now, so she's talking out loud like a good narrative device would. Apparently, this island is where York dies. It's strange, I wonder why they didn't show that, winks at camera. She eventually figures out that Church is there, and he panics and starts traumatizing her with videos of her dead friends. It's a video log of York recapping how him and Carolina met. Wow, that's really explicit lore dumping, of course Delta's here. The reason she can't trust the Reds and Blues is because the last time she trusted a team, all of them got killed and betrayed her. Even though they were some of the best soldiers around, they still did it. So Church hits her with the, hey, our soldiers suck, you can trust us. And she responds with, Lamau, okay. So she finally lets Church into her head and they move to Valhalla to continue looking for clues about something, I think. The Reds go to see if Lopez is okay and the Blues do something. Wow, that was so interesting. Hey, look, Freelancers! Something I love about this season is how much it flushes out York and Carolina's relationship. Like when he's just watching her train in the middle of the night. It goes a long way of showing how much he cares for her, which would have also been explored with that data log and made jokes about and completely glossed over. It's clear without saying that he really loves her, it's adorable. But more on Carolina, and those AI fellows are really starting to act up. For one, Gamma is now here, who is given to Wyoming, and two, they're feeding information to Carolina. Like for starters, the fact Texas has the Omega AI, nobody else was informed, and they're saying that Omega is more powerful than any other AI. She connects 2 and 2 and figures out Texas isn't actually strong. She's using the Chaos Emerald to she just has a super powerful AI in her head. That, or maybe the fact that she's a robot and literally cannot run out of stamina. Either or. So she storms up to the director like a big girl and says, hey, so like, if you're not busy, maybe, I don't know, put 2 AI in my head. Certainly this will not go wrong. It goes wrong. Yeah, it turns out 2 AIs in one head isn't exactly the greatest idea. Imagine trying to communicate with somebody over the phone, but there's 2 people talking over each other, and she immediately goes into a coma. York is so cute waiting at her bedside waiting for her to wake up. He's like a lost dog. I just adore Carolina and York's relationship so much. It's one of those relationships where both of the people are in love with each other, but never actually officially are dating. But back to the less interesting stuff, and the Reds are snooping around the canyon, and during their search, they end up finding Lopez. Strangely, he's been turned into a scarecrow guarding crops next to a little shack. It's revealed that the creator of this shack is none other than Franklin Delano Donut, baby. Turns out he didn't die. His armor just locked down when he got shot. And who better to patch up a bullet wound than Medical Officer Dufresne? This is my new ship. I'm calling it Doc Nut. I know that's a horrible name, but it's better than Duke. Turns out they've just been living here this whole time, oblivious to everything going on. I love them. We stand red versus blue side characters in this house. Church decides to have a big talk with Carolina because everybody is terrified of her. One of the reasons I love Carolina in the present at this point in the series is because she's not only a great reflection for Washington, but earlier Church as well. Both of them are practically obsessed with Texas. Church more leaning towards being in love with her and not being able to let her go, and Carolina in more of the bloodthirsty way. It's really interesting to see Church, or Epsilon, deal with what is kind of just an earlier version of himself, but not like the time travel stuff from season 3, like an actual cool way. Washington found some dog tags from the crash, which intrigues Church because Texas didn't carry dog tags on her. Turns out they're actually CTs, and they have some pretty neat stuff on them. I think this 1 5-minute scene here might be one of my favorites for the whole series. Church from the present, Texas from the past, and Washington getting Epsilon put into him are all having the same information given to them through the scene. Washington having it thrusted into his head without his consent from Epsilon, then Tex in the past learning it from this data file, and Church learning it from the same data file in the present. It's so beautifully shot, I love it. CT left this behind for Texas in case she died, right on the money with that one, explaining practically all of the messed up shit Project Freelancer was doing. I'll talk more about this scene with Washington in a second, but Jesus Christ, it looks terrifying. And in looking through there, Church finds exactly where the director is hiding. But while Church is looking through there, the Reds have a revelation. Why are they here? Like, they found the rest of their team. They already helped them find where the director was. And plus, they're back home. Why should they keep helping the person who was constantly threatening them and treating them like dirt? And tensions finally boil over when everybody goes down to the hologram room to discuss the plan of attack. Carolina recommends using the Reds and Blues as cannon fodder while the rest of the real soldiers deal with the director. And everybody has just had it with Church and Carolina. Griff starts to leave, which is kind of expected for him, but then Sarge and Simmons join. And Tucker follows suit. This isn't their fight. And Washington, who has put up with everything up to this point, he's been talked down to, he's had orders barked at him, was willing to come with them just to see this through until she puts a gun in Tucker's face. This is no longer the same Washington that happily killed South Dakota earlier. This is now the Washington that stands up for what earlier was just a simulation trooper to him. And it all accumulates into this.
So that's it. You're just gonna turn your back on us.
Epsilon, I know that it...
No, you're right. You know, I guess I should have seen that one coming. It's not exactly like you're new to the concept, is it?
That's a little harsh.
But you guys? After all the shit you put me through, I really thought at least you would have my back.
Us? What the hell did we do?
You shot me through the head, you put a bomb in my gut, you killed me with my own damn tank, and that's just how we met!
Church, calm down. What's your problem?
You're my problem! You've always been my problem! Each and every one of you is just a problem that I have to deal with on a daily basis! Guys. Guys, wait a minute. Caboose.
Forget it, Church. We don't need them.
I don't know what's gotten into you, Carolina. You better figure out the difference between your enemies and your friends.
By the way, this is the same show that earlier its best writing was calling somebody a gay robot. This is such an amazing moment to put into perspective of how much of assholes they've become. Not even Caboose will follow him anymore. Could you imagine being Caboose here? The person you see as your best friend and person you downright worship saying you're something he has to deal with? It's soul crushing. Church has yet again shown off how selfish he is. And it's also perfect at demonstrating that emotions without a face thing I was talking about earlier. You can see exactly what Caboose is feeling and thinking without him expressing it visually or audibly, which, by the way, are sad and nothing. It's definitely one of my favorite moments from the whole show. Speaking of great moments, let's talk about torture. Yes, something I forgot about and totally was not expecting them to show was them fragmenting the alpha. They tell it something went wrong with the implementation process and that Texas died. Reminder that this is a copy of the director's brain who cares deeply about Texas since it's his wife. Now, Texas didn't actually die, but learning it was enough for it to finally cut off its memories and create Epsilon, which gives us this scene we saw previously of Washington going mad. It's crazy they had the balls to show it getting implemented into him. No other show being uploaded to YouTube would have had the guts to actually do it. It's so chilling seeing all of the flashbacks of what Allison looked like while having him just screaming and freaking out. Because of this little incident, the director decides that it's time to end the AI project and pulls everybody's AI out of their heads. That, combined with Tex discovering everything, leads to a bit of a revolution brewing from within inside Freelancer. It's now up to Texas and York for some reason to break into Free Alpha. Everybody who had an AI in them is now revolting except Gamma because he's deceased, so I guess he doesn't really care. And it's an all-out war inside of Freelancer. South versus Texas, York versus Wyoming, Carolina versus Pettiness. It's bananas. In the middle of the Tex and South fight, North decides to switch sides and deal with his sister, while Tex moves further in. It's not long until she needs to single-handedly fight a tank, which York helps out with by disabling the gravity. I know I'm kind of rushing through this part, mostly because it's just fight scenes. Like, the fight scenes are obviously incredibly good, but like, I've talked a whole bunch about the fighting. I don't really think I can add much more input to them. But my favorite part from this whole segment is one where they're not fighting, strangely enough. York is trying to talk down Carolina and make her see their side, and she's not having it. They have a fight where York obviously loses, and the last thing she does before leaving is throw a lighter in the air. Now, you might be thinking maybe the whole tunnel is filled with some kind of flammable gas, but no. It's mentioned when Church is showing her that data log of York that they met in a bar, and when Carolina walked over to him, he was just playing with a lighter, flicking it on and off. It's the same lighter he had that day. It's to show how far she's really gone. She's given up everything in the pursuit of trying to be better than Tex. Well, it's time for her to prove herself then. Texas versus Carolina round 2. This time, Carolina has gained somewhat control of the 2 AI in her head, and it can now stand a chance. I love how they play around with the zero-G in this fight scene. It's really cool to watch, if nothing else. Luckily, or unluckily, depending on your standpoint, they start crashing because York decided to fire all of the missiles onto their ship. The scene of the ship crashing into the planet looks stunning. Like, I would expect this from an official Halo movie, let alone web show loosely based off the series. While Carolina is dealing with her big boo-boo in the snow, Tex slips away to speak with Alpha. When she starts talking to him, though, it's nothing like the Alpha or Epsilon we know. It's given up its anger, memories, fear, brain, everything. It's just a lost husk, not knowing or wanting anything anymore. She offers to take it with her and it doesn't even want to leave. It's been so mentally broken, I switched its pronoun. So she leaves it. She's too late to do anything about it. The only thing left to do is to clean up the mess of Project Freelancer, which Maine gives her a hand with. Yeah, look at this real team player, already going off to help Caroline. Spoke too soon. I think it's important I talk about what's been going on with Maine during this whole season, besides him just being really cool. Earlier when they were having the meeting, Sigma started arranging all of the Roman numerals to form this thing. Then later when we see the back of Maine's head, he has that same symbol on it. You see, each AI represented something different of the Alpha. Theta was its fear, Delta was its logic, but what about Sigma? Sigma was its creativity, which for some reason makes it evil. This symbol of all of the numerals put together is what the meta is supposed to be. Sigma is obsessed with the Alpha, and if he can get all of the fragments back together, he can be a whole again. That's what the meta is, and Sigma being in Maine's head made him go insane, being obsessed with getting all of the AI back into one spot. So, with Agent Maine now with 3 of them, he has become the meta. I think Agent Maine might be the most tragic character out of everybody. Everybody has lost something in this series, but Maine lost everything. His mind, his self, his body. This person I'm showing on screen now isn't Agent Maine anymore. It's the meta. And with that, all of the Freelancer flashback segments are over. We are officially done with everything going on with Project Freelancer. And all we have left to do is cover the stuff going on in the present. To counterbalance all of that heavy shit, we have the Reds and Blues screwing around with each other. The Blues just kind of took all the red stuff because they were bored. Except for one thing. You see, back when they fought the meta, Griff kinda stole his Brute Chieftain rifle and hung on to it for all of this time. They're arguing about how stupid it is that Griff put one of the most advanced alien weapons ever over his fireplace. They're discussing what they should do with it, and Doc just tells them to keep it so they can remember all of the good times, to commemorate how far they've grown as a team. I mean, if you think about how far they've come since the start of the franchise, Tucker became the savior of an entire species, Washington broke away from his past and found people he can trust, Sarge led a real military operation, Donut was there, Griff committed himself to something, Simmons learned to respect himself. All of them have gained something personal and got what they wanted, except for one of them. Caboose. And it's right then and there, when Caboose starts to slowly walk away, that a decision is made. They're going to go find Church in Carolina and help her kill the director. Washington obviously thinks this is stupid and they will all get killed by whatever the director has in store for them, but Sarge immediately shuts him down, and he tells him the reason they'll win, because they have one thing that none of the Freelancers ever did. It's the main theme of this in the last season, and that's trust. The reason Washington and Carolina provide such a good dichotomy is because Washington has his full trust in the Reds and Blues, while Carolina doesn't even let them know where they're going half the time. It's because she never learned to trust anybody again after Project Freelancer. If the Reds and Blues are such incompetent soldiers, then let me ask you one question. How have they managed to kill 3 whole Freelancers up to this point? Some of the highest trained soldiers in the galaxy beaten by simulation troopers. Texas in Season 1, Wyoming in Season 5, Maine in Season 8, all of them have been taken out by little goofy training dummies. And if you want to be specific about it, South Dakota too. How did they do this? That's because the Reds and Blues trust each other. They wouldn't have beaten Wyoming if Church and Tex didn't trust Tucker. They wouldn't have beaten the meta if Sarge didn't trust Griffin Simmons. None of the other Freelancers were able to operate well as a team. Hell, they practically tore themselves apart. Even the closest of them, with Carolina and York, or North and South, still betrayed each other. But then there are the Reds and Blues. About to risk their lives for a guy in the scene prior told them all to go f*** themselves. The main theme of Season 9 is can't trust anybody now. The writing is on the goddamn walls! So the Reds and Blues do what they've always done. Charge headfirst into danger, risking death. And Washington finally decides to join them. But back to Church in Carolina though, and they've found the director's base of operations, and luckily to them, they're the only people there. It's finally time to put a stop to it, but they have one last hurdle to overcome, and that's the past. Much like Carolina in our Church, Dr. Leonard Church never gave up on trying to get his Allison back. He just kept trying over and over again, so far as to creating an army of 100 of them. So for the final time this season, it's time for a big brawl. I love this part where she knocks a bunch of grenades to the ground and starts using one like a morning star, but eventually she starts to lose and gets a hot head about it, pushing herself and Epsilon to the point where they're desperately trying to win. But like the last time she found herself trying to beat Texas, she gets thrown into a wall at 1,000,000 miles per hour. She is not good enough to beat Texas. Even now, she will never win. Unless she learns to trust. Suddenly, a bunch of sticky grenades come out of nowhere and the rest of the gang are back. And to fulfill the comedic rule of 3, she starts going at the Texas like a Dynasty Warriors game. I love how across all the different versions of herself, she just wants to punch Griffin in the nuts. We even finally get to see the full power of the Boost. Church hops into his head and just starts going on a rampage in his body. Like, Jesus Christ, look at him. They've all proven themselves as competent soldiers before, but now they're fending off dozens of Freelancers. They're doing something the Freelancers were incapable of doing, and that's fighting alongside each other. Even when the Freelancers were trying to do that, there was still a leaderboard keeping them in check, trying to make them still outperform each other. But the Reds and Blues don't take orders from anybody. They don't give a shit. Look at them go. They don't care about outperforming their friends because they don't see them like that. Their friends aren't competition. They're just friends. But unfortunately, the army of Tex keeps getting back up and things are looking hopeless. So Church decides to mumbo-jumbo physics power his way into all of the Texas's head. And we get a parodied version of that scene from earlier where Texas is talking to Alpha. Even the same lines are said, just switched who's talking. This is the last time we'll get to see Texas in the whole series.
I haven't watched seasons 15 to 18 yet, but I sort of got if that's wrong, I'm gonna strangle somebody.
It's a perfect character send-off too. Church has already let her go. He's already said his goodbyes. He doesn't need this again. And she's barely even acting like the Texas from a few seasons ago. She's been cloned and duplicated and manipulated so many times, she's barely even acting like herself. And he finally puts Texas to rest. All of the Texases go offline and they can finally see the director. I know I've been playing so many clips from this show, and I'm sorry it's getting annoying, but I swear this is the
second two.
Last time.
You're gonna make me late. They're waiting for me. Leonard.
Hello, Director.
Hello, Agent Carolina. Would you like to watch this file with me?
No.
Play it again, Phyllis.
Director?
Again.
So, this is what you've become.
I just need to watch this. I think I have a way. A way to bring her back right this time.
The authorities are hunting you now. If I found you, they will too.
I just need a bit more time.
No! You've had your fucking time. You have to answer for what you did. To the Meta, to Washington, to Carolina, to me, and to her. To Texas.
Hello, Epsilon. You came all this way just to see me?
I'm here to remember what you've done. Somebody has to.
Church?
Not all of us got off scot-free, Carolina. He was brilliant, and we trusted him. But he lied to us. He twisted and tortured us. And used us. He manipulated us for his own purposes. And for what? For what? For this? For this? This shadow? Shadow? He needs to pay.
Leonard, come on. I have to go. Don't make me hurt you. And don't worry. You'll see me again.
Just a bit more time.
Come on, Church. We're leaving.
I thought we came all this way to kill him.
Church, remember what you learned in the memory unit? You need to let go. Your past doesn't define who you are. It just gives you the starting point for who you're going to be.
Agent Carolina?
Yes, Director.
Would you be so kind as to leave me your pistol? Thank you, Carolina.
Goodbye, sir.
You were my greatest creation.
I don't know what I am, but I do know this. I'm more than just a copy of you. I'm better than you.
I wasn't speaking to you. Play it again, Phyllis.
Beginning playback.
Thank you, Phyllis. Now I would like you to erase all our files except for this one.
All our files? Does that include me, Director?
It has been a pleasure working with you, Phyllis. I am sorry.
And you as well, Director.
And before you do, please shut down all the facility systems as well. Take everything offline.
Director, this is a sealed facility. If I shut down all the systems, life support would not...
Thank you, Phyllis. Shut them all down. Lock me in.
All right. Was the project a success? Did you find what you were looking for?
No, I did not. But I believe I might have come very close. I wish I knew.
I see.
And don't worry. You'll see me again.
Perhaps the next time around.
It has been an honor, sir.
Don't say goodbye. I hate goodbyes.
That was metal as fuck! Carolina leaving her sidearm in the room and not even us hearing a bang as a payoff is chilling. Also, I'm pretty sure they said in that scene that Carolina was that guy's daughter. Like, what the fuck? She was competing with her mom the whole time? God, it's the perfect pathetic death for an apathetic old man obsessed with the past. What separates the director from Church is the ability to move on. Church has already done it like 3 times while the director has trapped himself in some dusty old room by himself trying to relive it all. Just hoping if he can do it one more time, he'll get it right. But it's hopeless. And all of the Reds and Blues do what the director never could. Move on. We get one final flashback scene to tie everything together, talking about how they need to move the Alpha far away from Freelancer in order to be safe. So they pick one place no one will ever go to, a location so remote no one would ever think to go there. A location with 2 bases in the middle of a box canyon. Now they're not just gonna send him there alone, silly. They need some kind of operative from Freelancer with him, just in case. So they pick Agent Florida, or as you might know him better as, Captain Butch Flowers. So wait, this motherfucker can survive an axe to the chest but not aspirin? The final thing they need to do is cover up Agent Florida ever existing. So they just jettison Florida from the rest of the US? Okay, in reality, this is probably just a graphic they have to keep track of which freelancers are dead, but my theory is way funnier that they just blew up Florida. They just fixed American politics. And from there is where the show starts. Florida moves to Blood Gulch with Alpha, where nobody will ever find them. We get one final shot of Carolina and Church overlooking both the teams. Also switching the game from 3 to 4. They got a transmission about some stolen Freelancer equipment they figure they should clean up, and they leave without saying goodbye, because if you don't say goodbye, you're not really gone. You're just not there right now. And Season 10 is over. So what did I think?
What the hell did you think I thought? That was amazing!
This is like if Season 9, if it was a trillion times better. I'm not saying Season 9 was bad, I'm saying this was way better. This is what I would say the crowning achievement of the series is. You catch my ass seriously dissecting the themes of a plot from a show that 90% of the time looks like this, and you know you have something on your hands. Everything about this season was perfect and more perfect than Season 8. Like, if you could ask me a complaint I had about past seasons, I could probably do one per season. Season 1 and 2 felt unfocused, Season 3 dragged out for too long. Season 4 or 5 are largely skippable. Season 6 is a massive step up, but rough around the edges. Season 7 is a little all over the place. I'm ignoring Season 8 because it goes against what I was just saying. Season 9 felt like half of it was unnecessary, but Season 10? Season 10 is by far the best season of the show. I mean, personally, I like Season 8 the most, but that's just my opinion. Objectively, I would say Season 10 is the best of the whole franchise. I have nothing I could say against it. Like, I guess there's some wonky animation here and there, but yet again, free series on YouTube, dude. The animation was smooth as butter, the writing was perfect, and let us not forget the music. I mentioned the soundtrack being really good back in Season 8, but I think it's time I talk about the music thoroughly. Jeff Williams, you are a modern-day Shakespeare. Okay, he didn't write music, but you get my point. Even the stuff you have to go out of your way to listen to on the soundtrack is really good. Like, some of the main cast from Red and Blue Team get their own songs, like Sarge's Blues, Bow Chicka Wow Wow, and Donut the Musical. What the— Me blow you away. What the hell am I listening to? And then there's the songs that are in the show, and they are just amazing. Not even mentioning all of the ones with the vocals in them. There's too many people who came in to work on these songs, but the notable ones are Lamar Hall. He's a rapper who typically does the fast-paced sections of songs, like the rapping portions of Falling Towards the Sky and On Your Knees.
Breakneck pace, no brakes, full speed ahead on this chase. Goons dipping at my heels, move my wheels, cause I'm not trying to get killed. Oklahoma beat down, Pennsylvania dead and drown, Minnesota castigate, Massachusetts flagellate, bitch slap, Tennessee, DC Dead Sea, Utah is a fucking mess, Oregon in great duress.
And Sandy Casey,
who is exceptionally good at yelling.
I think my favorite part about the soundtrack is all of the light motifs it uses. Jeff Williams, and however the hell you pronounce the band he's in, are like the Toby Fox of fan projects. Like, just listen to some of the music and you'll get what I mean. There's so many more examples in that, but I'll just stop it here. It really makes Red vs. Blue feel like it has its own identity when you can pick up songs sounding like one another. Something else I noticed when I was listening through the soundtracks for examples of that same melody being used is this. Every time Tex gets her own theme, or music is playing and she enters a scene, it always uses that same motif as the Tex fight. It's so cool listening through these and hearing similarities between the tracks. It goes a long way at giving this show its own brand and personality. Like, if I played you a song from the show without any context, you would probably say it's a good song. But if I played you one of the tracks that have the leitmotif in it, you might recognize it better. It's like what Deltarune does with the Field of Dreams theme. Really, I think the only songs on the soundtrack here I don't like are the ones that are just made to be in the background scenes. Like the Planning the Heist theme, for example. They serve their purpose, but it's supposed to be music for people to talk over, not exactly great standalone tracks. But that concludes the Freelancer duology, and overall, my god, was that good. This is by far the best Red vs. Blue has to offer. I'm not saying what's coming next will be bad, far from it. I'm just saying this is the peak of the franchise. What comes next is really good, but this is just fantastic. How do you compete? Season 9 and much more Season 10 are masterpieces. The most I can really say to close this out is I hope I've been able to do them the service they deserve. But we're not quite ready to move on to Season 11 yet. Now, if you're a Red vs. Blue fan, you might have noticed that I actually skipped a lot. And I'm not just talking about from the main series, like skipping over stuff. I mean actual content. Yeah, the show had a few side series made I'd like to quickly go over. They're at most a few episodes long, so this will only take a minute. I just think it's important to talk about this before we go on to Season 11. First off, taking place during Season 4 when Texas runs off to chase Wyoming, we have Out of Mind. Takes no longer than 10 minutes to get through, basically just recapping everything that happened when she was going after him and trying to find Omega. We even get to see how York died in here, which is pretty cool. He has the most pathetic death, where he just gets shot once in the chest. I must reiterate, what the hell's the point of the armor? That's also the main reason I didn't bring it up until now. I just didn't want to introduce a character we didn't get to talk about for another 2 hours. But Delta was on York when he died. How did he manage to get to South in Season 6? Well, for that, we'd have to go to the miniseries taking place between Season 5 and Season 6, Recovery. This one is all about Washington going after recovery signals from dead freelancers. Taking Delta from York's body, then heading to North. It's really cool to watch how this ties up loose ends. Like how South got Delta, or why Washington felt literally nothing when killing her. Not necessary to watch, but I'd recommend this one. Out of Mind just kind of felt whatever, but this one was pretty good. Hopefully that continues with the next one being Relocated. Relocated starts the Reds and Blues in Valhalla as they screw around and do nothing for 4 parts. Moving on. There's another one here called MIA, but don't worry too much about it because it's the same monkeying about, except this time it's inside a church's mind, so I care even less. And the final one, which is probably my favorite, is the Griffball miniseries. Just about this team who consistently gets brought into shit they don't even want to deal with constantly. All of it is just funny, but that's all it needs to be. Also, the commissioner for the matches is the same guy who does Sarge Doc in Wyoming's voice, and it's impossible to listen to him without hearing those voices slip in. So why did I talk about the miniseries if I'm just gonna be this brief? Because if I didn't, somebody would bark at me in the comments. Moving on.
We're shipwrecked. Crashed during our ride home. And if we're not rescued soon, I have a feeling something else might find us first. This is Agent Washington signing. Oh, what now?
Alright, so if you're a Red vs. Blue fan, you probably remember seasons 11, 12, and 13 pretty fondly. And I do too, because they're really good. But this is where I would say this series starts to go downhill. This is the beginning of the downfall of Red vs. Blue. Now, why do I say that? Well, that's because of one small problem, and that's another Rooster Teeth show that was getting made around the same time. And that is one known as RWBY. Now, I've never watched Ruby, which is how you say this somehow, so I have literally no take on it, but how it affects Red vs. Blue is both Jeff Williams and Monty Oum left to go work on it. So no more Monty fight scenes and no more Jeff music. So no matter how good Season 11 is, it will be a noticeable dip in quality from Season 10. But with all of that out of the way, let's start the Chorus trilogy. Since last time, all of the Reds and Blues have been stranded on some kind of backwater planet after a ship crash got them stuck here. The Reds are up to their typical nonsense, while the Blues are trying to repair their communication tower. Washington is making the Blues do training drills for some reason though. Something I've noticed already is that they're really stepping up the comedy from the last season.
Such shit! Ow! Okay, I'm going! Fucking phone! Jesus Christ! Oh my god, where's it coming from? Who are these people? What the fuck is going on?
honestly, I'm pretty open to it since the last 2 seasons weren't really funny at all. I mean, yeah, they were funny and I did laugh at parts, but nothing as funny as season 5 or 6. So scenes where Tucker's running through this training drill and it's complete nonsense, I'm open to. Here's something I might as well bring up since it's the last time I'll get a chance to. Something I've always found cool is how Rooster Teeth uses footage from the campaign sometimes in the machinima. Like back in season 1 when Sarge is in the Pelican, or season 3 when they blew up the Halo ring, or in season 7 when Epsilon is put into the floating orb and they use Halo 3 campaign footage, or now from the Halo 4 campaign. It's really creative and it's so spread out that it doesn't really feel annoying, it more just feels neat when it happens. So Caboose has been really down in the dumps since Church left and he's working on something, I guess.
I'm sure that somewhere out there, Church is thinking about how much he misses you, too.
You really think so?
So adventures together while we ride bikes and solve crimes. And then we're gonna go to the fair. Caboose! We are gonna wrap up God! And we are gonna beat your pig.
Yeah.
You know what I wish the show really paid more attention to? How good Caboose is with machines. He managed to transfer an AI into an ancient alien artifact and is working on a big something now. It's a cool thing that only gets brought up a few times. I wish they used it more. Speaking of building robots though, Red Team decides to use a robot kit they found on the ship to make a new robot for their team. And of course, it's Spanish. This is Dos.0. Nobody cares about him because he's stupid. Moving on.
This is bullshit. Ha! Who's the bitch now?
Your sister was my bitch, if I remember correctly.
What did you say to me, bitch?
No one is a bitch. Now both of you be quiet.
Simmons is kind of a bitch.
Hey, what the fuck? Can it, private bitch?
Yes, sir. Bitch.
Alright, let's talk about this. If you've ever seen Red vs. Blue, you would know one of several things. They love to swear. I mean, shit, you can't go a minute without somebody dropping the F-bomb. It's outrageous. Which is a similar problem people have with shows like Has Been Hotel. But allow me to justify the excessive swearing for a second. For starters, they have really good writing to back up all of the swear words. Like, if played enough scenes from the show, you probably understand that. 2, it kind of helps with the realism. I mean, if you were a member of some army who was stranded on a planet with a bunch of idiots you didn't want to be surrounded by in the first place, you'd probably be swearing up a storm too, wouldn't you? It honestly kind of helps with the dialogue feeling more organic and natural. Like they're less actors and more people you're watching. I mean, they said way back when they were first making the show that none of them were professional actors. They were all just kind of doing the voices they had in real life. It just helps make it feel real. And number 3, this was started in 2003. It was made by people who are definitely not professional writers. What do you want? So I don't mind the swearing even if it's really in your face sometimes. Like the church voicemail scene from way earlier.
You fucking whore!
In the midst of their naughty language, they managed to fix the communication tower and get through to a familiar figure. None other than Franklin, I forgot his middle name, Donut Baby. And he says he's sending help to the canyon, so now all they need to do is sit tight and wait for reinforcements to arrive. It may seem like a lot has happened, yet this is the first hour of the season. So for season 11, since the main composer and lead animator left, they decided to bring back that classic seasons 1 to 5 nonsense. Like for example, right after they fix the comm tower, a giant ass robot that Caboose built comes out of nowhere and starts threatening people. Then eventually promotes Caboose to Blue Team Leader, so all of the Blues are now being led by Caboose and his giant murder machine. And right as tensions start to rise and boil over, Donut shows up bringing Doc and Lopez with him, but they left the ship that brought them there leave and everyone just beats the shit out of him.
So you're telling me that you heard our distress signal, grabbed Doc, hopped on a ship, and then told the ship to leave? And that's your idea of sending help?
What? No! I brought Lopez, too!
Que carajo.
Kill him!
But 2 things stop this from becoming like the Reach segments from season 9. One of those is that there's undertones of more serious stuff going on. Exhibit A, they're being watched by some mysterious guy on the cliffs. And Exhibit B, the person who dropped off Donut and the crew immediately gets assassinated by some figure. And 2, it's just really funny. It can honestly be seen as a refresher from how serious the last 2 seasons were. Just having the Reds and Blues screw around for 2 hours is just nice to have after all the heavy stuff, you know? Now, that doesn't mean it's completely void of any emotion. Like this one part where Washington makes Caboose a new helmet similar to his old one, and gives a long speech about how he should have been there when Church left, instead of just leaving Caboose to deal with it by himself and filled the void with a giant terror machine. It's really heartwarming to see Washington connect with everybody. Like when Tucker finally gets fed up of Washington bossing him around, they have a really sweet moment of just talking to each other. How Washington tries way too hard, and what made Church an appealing leader was that he just didn't give a shit. It's their own red and bluish way of having a sentimental moment. It's nice. Not too long until that though, these guys watching them in the canyon decide to come down and play. Unfortunately for them, they immediately get blown up by the giant machine of terror, but good effort nonetheless. This guy in orange and black armor comes out of nowhere and stops the gang from getting sniped. This is Locus, and the guy who stopped Washington's head from getting blown off is Felix. Apparently the Reds and Blues, after dismantling Project Freelancer, are now intergalactic heroes. And this small planet that nobody really cares about has been at war for a little while, and they want them to help. It's the New Republic versus the Federal Army of Chorus. If you couldn't get more on the nose with the evil naming scheme. Felix here doesn't really care who wins though, because he's a mercenary being paid to help them.
It ain't my shitty planet.
Aren't you one of the rebels?
No, I'm a freelancer.
No, I mean I'm a mercenary.
Him and Locus have some kind of rivalry going on, and Felix is here to recruit all of the Reds and Blues to the Republic so they can win. But the Reds and Blues are extremely not interested. They kind of just want to go home, and like, I can't blame them. Like it or not though, they're involved in this war now, and they need to prepare their canyon for whatever is coming next.
Griff, Doc, how are those teleportation tests going?
Well, we've learned the cubes can be set to different frequencies. For example, if I throw a cube set to frequency A, it will absorb an object. If I then throw a second cube on frequency A, that object will reappear.
Meanwhile, if I've got a cube set to B, I can throw it like so.
Yeah, hey wait!
And that was how Doc was removed from the show for 2 whole seasons. I don't know why they're exactly worried about defending their base when they have a Mantis, another Mantis, and a tank. Yeah, I kind of glossed over what the Reds were doing this entire time. They stole a Mantis from inside the ship trying to assemble it, but Dose.0, now fed up with the Reds and Blues treating him like dirt, decides to transfer his consciousness inside of the machine, and then enslave all of the Reds and Blues, no biggie. Now that everybody's set up for the big showdown, it's fight time. Also, Dose.0 tries to kill everybody while it's happening. A bunch of shenanigans happen during the fight, like Tucker having to run across the entire canyon to get to Red Base, Donut throwing Dose.0 across the entire canyon into a minefield, but unfortunately, the fight doesn't go greatly. Donut and Lopez, who now has a shiny new body after 4 whole seasons, both get sniped. Sarge and Washington get blasted with a railgun. Right as everything seems hopeless, the rebels finally arrive to evacuate the remaining Reds and Blues. For having to do a fight without animation, this is pretty impressive machinima. I mean, it sure as hell can't be easy doing all of this, even though it looks low budget. Griff, Caboose, Tucker, and Simmons are the only ones who haven't been incapacitated, and they make a break for the cave so they can get the hell out of there. And right as they're almost out of there, Washington wakes back up and demands Freckles to stomp on the ground, causing the whole canyon to shake and caving in the exit, sacrificing himself so everybody else can make it. So now it's left to what's left of the teams to go save Sarge, Donut, and Lopez from the bad guys, whatever they were called. They're brought back to the rebel base, and that's just where the season ends. They just end it with the implications that half of our main cast could just die. So what did I think of season 11? Well, they lost the main animator and composer, and all they had left was the writers, so you bet your ass they wrote. I love the storytelling and character interactions in this season. It felt like a good 3/4 of it were just dedicated to having everybody talk, finally communicating with each other civilly. Not jumping from place to place on some grand adventure, just standing around and talking, which can be seen as a huge downgrade. It takes a very long time for the plot to start starting.
I think that's the greatest line I've written for one of these videos.
But I mean, like, of course the season that is following up the payoff to something they were setting up for 8 seasons is going to be lacking. They needed to start a new story, but it's just hard when the last one has been going on for a decade. But how can I really judge the story for season 11 when, if you think about it, it's really just a prologue to the real story of the Chorus trilogy? Red vs. Blue, season 12. Part 1. Okay, these seasons started to become very long, so they split them into parts. Season 12, part 1 and 2, then season 13, part 1 and 2 for some reason. Season 12 starts on a much higher note than the last one, because it's an immediate action scene between Griff, Simmons, and Caboose storming into a Fed base. Also, they have 3D animation again. They mostly just use it sparingly here and there for gags like these Republic soldiers falling backwards. It doesn't look the greatest, but free show uploaded to YouTube, dude, come on. Turns out that whole thing was just a drill though, and they hilariously failed at everything. But Tucker, on the other hand, is on an actual mission with some rebels and Felix. They're here to get information from this place, but it's way too heavily guarded, so they're gonna blow the whole thing up. Felix gives Tucker an active camouflage and heads in. But Tucker isn't satisfied to just blow up the whole thing when he could be getting information about where his friends are. So he makes a risky maneuver and transfers a bunch of files onto a hard drive. And in his recklessness, this maneuver ends up getting 2 people killed. 2 of his own soldiers, I should say. They blow the whole thing the fuck up and get out of there. The rebel commander is mad at him for this, but at the same time, they got valuable information they wouldn't have gotten otherwise, including where their friends are. It strikes up a really good morality question this early into it. Were those 2 people's lives really worth finding their friends faster? It's a subjective question, but it plants the mental seeds for what will come later. Kimball, which is the name of the boss of the Republic, I just hadn't said it till now, gives them 5 days to assemble a crew and bust their friends out of jail. They kind of suck at commanding large groups, so they pick one member of each of their teams and head out. But first, they need to decide who's actually going to lead the whole squad. Like, all 8 of them. Gee, I wonder which one you'd pick. The lazy one, the one who doesn't know where he is, the badass with a sword who was also the savior of an entire alien species, who is also the only one of the 4 who's actually killed a freelancer, and the most capable of the entire group. Or f***ing Simmons! Yeah, they choose Tucker, nobody's surprised. And it's training time, which gets cut down to a hilarious montage. All they need is for Felix to give them the go-ahead and they're on with their mission, but he's refusing to do so because they suck. If they capture him, it proves they're capable. They are extremely incapable. So Kimbo decides to give Tucker a talk about Felix down by the lake, to make him see his side of things. Everybody just kind of assumes Felix is in it for the money, but it's more than that. When the New Republic hired a mercenary to help them, the Federal Army, of course, followed suit. But they didn't just get any slack job military bounty hunter. They got someone Felix used to fight alongside with in the Great War. Not World War I, the one versus the aliens they brought up like twice. They worked together, but they always had a rivalry going on, so Felix sees this as the ultimate way of settling who is better. Tucker, because of this, and probably because of those 2 people getting killed earlier, says, screw it, we're the Reds and Blues. When has planning gotten them anywhere in the past? 90% of their plans are just them saying, F it, with a very inspirational music. So the 4 of them leave to go save them by themselves, leaving the 4 people they chose to work alongside them behind. Along the way, they accidentally run into that gas station where that one dude was killed before, and they stumble upon a super duper secret meeting between a bunch of special op guys working for Locust. Wow, very cool. I'll talk about that in 12 minutes. Finally, they arrive at the ice base where all of their friends are being held captive. How do they get in? They could do the sensible thing of scaling over the wall or blowing it open, but they're the Reds and Blues, so they just melt through the ice.
So let's just go under it.
That's retarded.
What about friction? All the ladies tell me I light a fire between their legs.
That's chlamydia.
I quote those lines so much, it's insane. Oh no, them falling alerted a guard. How do they hide? In snowmen, obviously. They need a distraction to get past the guards, so they blow up a sewage valve and make everybody run away to stop their stuff from getting covered in sewer gunk. This whole segment is really funny, but kind of annoying, honestly. Like when they did stupid stuff in the past, the joke was that they were doing something stupid, believing that, oh yes, this is the most logical way of doing something. Now that they're doing it on purpose, it's like they're forcing it. Like when someone in a group tries to make something an inside joke instead of it happening naturally. Still, it's fun to watch at least. They finally make it to the prison where everybody's being held, and right before Simmons can break through the firewall and hack the mainframe of the door, something unexpected happens. All of them are just standing there, waiting to go on a rescue mission to save them. What kind of wacky coincidence and parable of mystery could lead to this? Well, for answers to those questions, we need a flashback to a couple weeks ago when they were initially captured. Apparently, this is not at all how the operation was supposed to go of getting the Reds and Blues. They weren't trying to kill them, just capture them. Locust here is just kind of insane and likes hurting people. This is Donald Doyle, the general of the Federal Army of Chorus. He's barely intimidating, fainting when Washington points a gun at him. Apparently, he's not even supposed to be a general. He was a secretary, kind of just forced to take the role when everybody else who was leading the army died. Apparently, the Republic is actually the bad guys. When the feds set up base in a certain area, the rebels wanted it for themselves. And when they couldn't work something out, they started blowing things up. Basically, they're terrorists. I don't care if saying that word would get this video demonetized. Look at the descriptions, like 25 songs listed.
Well, if I can't beat off a room full of dudes, then what have I been training for this whole time?
I would really like to play the quiet game, please.
God, I'm glad Donut's back. It's really not important, so I shouldn't be bringing it up, but I love the scene where they go to recover Lopez from the trash. Lopez insults Locust like he does for every other character in this show, but Locust is the only person who understands what he says. He's literally the only character that present and future ever understands what Lopez says and cares. Dude, if you asked me where I thought the series would be 10 seasons from now back in season 2, I would not answer with political conflict and demonizing those who you perceive as wrong. Characters like Caboose being in the middle of this are hilarious to me. It'd be like if the next election SpongeBob was also there. Also, while they're in the trash, Locust decides to give them the most pathetic apology ever for nearly killing all of them. It's what's left of Freckles, the giant mantis thing. It's a little chip containing his mind, or however you would say that in computer techie terms. And they pretty much go along the same beats as the others, building bonds with the feds like the others did with the rebels. And the teams, now united, learning both sides are just complete idiots. Neither of them are confident armies. The only two that are Felix and Locust. Suddenly the alarm stops, everyone runs back outside to see the entire base trashed and all of the feds missing. A federal soldier runs up to Sarge frantically before getting f***ing disintegrated. And what do you know, here's Locust with a bunch of those people in black armor from the gas station. He's saying some big threatening words on how he's gonna kill everybody, then knight in shining armor Felix comes to save everybody. Tucker throws him a grenade and he pauses. and he finally shows his cards. Felix and Locust are working together. Some person higher up has their eyes set on Chorus and wants all of the people on it wiped off. Now you can't just kill everybody from space, people would get suspicious. You see, they've been orchestrating this little war the whole time. Yes, they did start the war themselves, but it would have ended far sooner if Felix and Locust didn't get involved. There was a peace treaty that was going to be signed that Locust intervened with by killing the rebel leader. One of the Republic leaders before Kimball tried to leave the planet, which they stopped. If they were all such incompetent soldiers, then how did so many leaders die before Doyle? Because Felix and Locust have been making them fight each other until it's the last man standing. Then Swiftly killing that last man. They do hate each other, but they work perfectly as a team. This is also why I haven't been talking about Felix or Locust's personality yet. What do you want me to say? A charismatic, cold exterior, but heart of gold little mercenary man? And right before Locust gets to kill them and Felix finishes explaining the plot, one of the special ops guys drops the grenade that was handed to them and starts beating up all the bad guys epically. Somebody with that helmet who can disguise themselves, never seen that before yet. Of course it's Carolina, you probably could have guessed that the second I showed her. They have a big scuffle, Griff grabs a cool gun, Carolina gets stabbed, this animation looks like piss, and they finally teleport out of there. At long last, Carolina and Church are back in the story.
You miss me, assholes? You fuck!
And that's the end of Season 12, Part 1, I guess. I'll keep my feelings brief and save them for when Season 12 actually ends. But so far, it's a pretty good step up from Season 11, but still not as good as Season 10. I like the music they've been having, it's not as good as Jeff's. I like the animation, it's not as good as Monty's. Like, the animation is good when it's here and there, but this fight scene, man. Woof. It looks pretty rough, but let's see if they can fix it with part 2. Okay, why'd they even split up the seasons? Season 10 was 2.5 hours. Why wasn't that one split up? Who cares? Let's move on. Red vs. Blue, Season 12, Part 2, and Knuckles starts off in a comparatively kick-ass sequence. Carolina is stealing some data from a pirate ship when suddenly doors bust open and people flood in. Throughout the entire series, we are shown what seems like the AI making split-second decisions to aid the freelancers in battle, like Delta doing all of his math junk. Well, now we get to see that in action. Epsilon and recreations of a bunch of different AI from his memory are all doing different stuff to help Carolina win this shootout, like jamming this one guy's gun or making a great fall where it would injure this one dude's legs. It's just a really cool set piece, definitely one of my favorite parts of the show. Carolina and Church get what they need, as well as this pirate helmet they stole, and they blast off. They intercept a call from somebody calling themselves Command, going out to Locust. They're talking about politics or something when Felix comes in and starts lore dumping.
Delta hasn't even been back for 2 minutes!
So they decided, since they now know this whole war is pointless and set up by Locust and Felix, they need to get back to the Reds and Blues before they end up getting themselves killed, which is exactly what could have happened. Amazing judgment. So now everybody's up to speed and being a big happy family, except not. Yeah, they're kind of pissed at Carolina and Casper for leaving them completely stranded and f***ed. At least they got good intel on their holiday. For example, that ship crashing wasn't any of theirs fault. It was transporting a number of freelancer tech that Felix and Locust wanted their hands on. I haven't talked about it, but one of my favorite running gags from the Chorus trilogy is all of the Reds and Blues thinking they caused the ship to crash in the first place. Like Simmons changing the navigational system or Tucker distracting the pilot. On the topic of Felix though, and the other guy they're talking to, whoever this control guy is going on about how badly they're screwed. He says something along the lines of, wow, you guys suck, and to fight better. Also something unrelated about how they should tell the leaders of each faction that the Reds and Blues that were fighting for them are dead and that they should stage one big attack on each other that ends the war in bloody pieces. Or something like that. So far, I'm already enjoying Red vs. Blue Season 12 Part 2 and Knuckles featuring Dante for the Devil May Cry series a lot more than Part 1. I have no way to transition into this, so I'm just going to acknowledge the fact that I am incredibly uncreative when it comes to my writing and just hope that this pathetic overused joke counts as a substitute in lieu of actual substance. Griff is being an ass and refusing to give them the laser rifle he found. While everybody is fiddling with the cool thing they found, Washington has to break the news to Caboose about Freckles.
I am an emotional time bomb! Jesus Christ.
It's really cool seeing Washington interact with Caboose more and more, since it was very lacking in Season 11. I mean, he had the big speech about how he should have been there for him, but that was about it. Caboose is surprisingly very happy that Freckles is like this since he's no longer trying to kill everybody. It's a really sweet moment that doesn't overstate its welcome. So Griff somehow got his stupid thing back. Luckily, we have a new character to help with getting it back. This new character, who is also a doctor, much like someone who totally didn't get replaced, is Dr. Emily Gray. She is honestly one of my favorite characters.
I have an IQ of 240. A prodigy can only cut people open so many times before she needs to find a hobby.
She's the perfect kind of insane doctor lady you love to see. I mean, it's nice we have at least one, since the last one was a pussy fest. So they're trying to figure out who's making weapons out of this freelancer stuff on Chorus, and their best idea is to search the ship logs for any info containing that. at. All of the Reds will head back to the canyon, search the ship that crashed there, and the Blues will search the other half of the ship, crashing way somewhere else. Which said ship is apparently heavily guarded by a bunch of pirates. Red team gets to the back half and does their regular shenanigans, while Blue team tackles the interesting stuff. They teleport there, and fortunately, nobody's home. So all they need to do is go in and grab it. But womp womp, they had a Ring doorbell camera and a bunch of pirates swarm in while they're getting the data. And Tucker, seeing that they're getting closed in, semi-recklessly grabs the hard drive before Church can move everything on it and teleports them out of there. Everybody starts yelling at him right as they get back, and Caboose gets jumped by somebody who snuck through their teleportation thing. It's fine though, I don't think any mortal man could kill Caboose. They didn't get the data, but they can at least squeeze this guy for information. Is what I would say if Red Team wasn't awesome. They come back and they have all the info they needed, which is pretty cool to say the least. Church needs some time to decrypt it though, because he does. You know, I'm not sure if it's been noticeable, but like halfway through writing these scripts, I start developing my own messed up version of writer's block and kind of just start describing things that are going on. Please, dear God, help. Carolina tries talking to the prisoner, which doesn't go so greatly, so Dr. Gray offers to do it instead.
Do you know where we are?
Huh?
This is a remote research facility designed to study the surrounding wildlife. I volunteered at one just like it in grad school. It's got a laboratory, an incinerator, and oodles of state-of-the-art surgical equipment. Would you like to see them?
When she's done filming the next Saw movie, everybody moves in to talk to him to get some details about what's going on. For starters, there's only a few dozen of these soldier guys on the planet, and not even they know who this control guy is yet. They just get orders from Locust and the other guy. They aren't able to get too much out of him though, because pirates show up and incinerate him before they can get more out of him. So they port away to the gas station from earlier, and Washington realizes how they keep finding him. They've been carrying a tracking device this whole time, which you might know as Freckles. They don't do anything like killing him though. Church just goes inside and bada boom, it's neutered. One thing I really like about Red vs. Blue Season 12 Parts 1 and 2 and Knuckles featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series plus New Funky Mode is the emphasis it puts on Tucker's character and the choices he makes. He has this big talk with Washington about being unsure if what he's doing is right or not. Case in point, getting those two men killed earlier for the disc, and then jeopardizing everything to get them out of there faster when they were getting data. Another thing about Tucker's character they focus on is his relationship with Church. Everybody's still pretty pissed that they left without even saying goodbye, and they've been constantly fighting with each other because of it. This and the last season have pretty much just been the Tucker seasons. He was the leader of the squad, he was the guy who ran across the canyon back there when they were getting attacked to save them, he was the guy who was really cool. I love how much they're building onto his character, because outside of him getting a sword and banging an alien, he really hasn't had much in terms of development. Now, I'm not blaming the show for this. When you have 11 whole characters all getting equal amounts of screen time, it's kind of hard to focus on just one. How I like to think about it is seasons 1 to 5 are just kind of them screwing around with not much focus on any parts in particular. Seasons 6 to 8 focus dually on Washington and Church. Seasons 9 to 10 honed in on Carolina and Texas, with season 11 and 12, parts 1 and 2 and Knuckles featuring Dante for the Devil May Cry series with New Funky Mode, plus Bowser's Minions being all about Tucker. You might have noticed something from that list though. The Reds really are just comic relief characters, aren't they? Yes, moving on. Tucker's moral dilemma during this whole season is a lot of fun to watch. Him questioning everything is paired greatly with the blind faith of the feds in the Republic. It's an amazing contrast between dumbass with sword and political conflict. Caboose, of all people, ends up giving Tucker a pep talk about how he should apologize to Church for being an ass to him, giving him the reasoning that Caboose was also sad, but not being a dick about it. Both of them just need to realize that neither of them are in the right with this argument. Church should have said something when they left, and Tucker shouldn't hold a grudge like he's doing. In reality, both of them are just trying to do what they perceive as right. So they make up and everything's fine and dandy again, hooray. Except everything is not fine and dandy because Felix calls them out of the blue and starts broadcasting to all of their radios. He gives them a choice to make, presented by that control guy, or guys, or gals, or non-ident, you know, it's a fucking matter. They were handed quite an opportunity. They only have one teleportation grenade left, and they have a ship that was sent by those control people to take them off of Chorus. They'd rather not deal with the Reds and Blues than put up with them, mostly because they can go literally anywhere with that teleporting thing, and that's just really annoying for them. So they have a few options now. They can go on the run and try to bring control to justice, but everyone on Chorus dies. Take the ship and leave, pretending they didn't know the war was going on at all. Or try to make it to the radar jammer so they can send a message to everybody on Chorus letting them know Felix and the other guy betrayed them. But the problem with that is that most of them will certainly die. But Washington presents a fourth option though. All of the Reds and Blues leave while Washington, Epsilon, and Carolina go on the run, trying to bring them to justice. And again, Tucker is faced with a choice. Do what is morally right and probably die, or save himself and get out of there. This is technically a decision for all of them to make, but but they hone in on Tucker when they're saying it, so it's his choice. For the last 2 seasons, everything has been about his choices and dealing with the consequences. So it's fitting the final confrontation will be a result of his decision. They only have an hour to choose though, and whatever their choice is should be fast because the Republican feds are gearing up at the Capitol ready to kill each other. Well, that was a quick 1 hour decision because everybody's at the radar jammer now. And when I say everybody, I mean Carolina using her active camo to sneak around again, which she gets found out pretty fast. She says she came alone, which...
Caboose! I didn't do it!
Was a lie, but what the pirates aren't expecting is something that was hinted at back in Season 12, Part 1. The Reds and Blues can't do this like regular soldiers. They're gonna do it in their own stupid-ass way, like putting Freckles inside of Caboose's assault rifle and making it blast one of the pirates. Washington and Carolina deal with Felix and Locust, while the Reds and Blues take care of the pirates. I love all the wacky ways they defeat them, like Lopez's head getting blasted off, then him just putting it back on and sucker punching this one.
Hey, suck it, Black! What? Just to clarify, that wasn't a race thing!
All of Locust and the other guy's soldiers have been defeated now, and we get a 3D animated fight scene of them all duking it out. And like... it's animated. Yeah, I'm gonna be completely honest, I do not like the animation of Season 12. Something's just off with it. The animations don't feel as fluid, all of their movements are lit weirdly. It's just not as enjoyable to watch as the Monty stuff. I don't know, it's hard to describe, just look at it. Washington gets thrown off a cliff and just dangles there for a minute while he's playing hangman. The ice climbers wobble Carolina. So since she's out of the fight, Felix leaves to go take care of the Reds and Blues as Locust mentally torments Washington. He rambles on about how he's a true soldier and soldiers follow orders. It's the perfect contrast for Washington back in Season 7. Both of the characters are just doing what they were told, even if that meant people die in the process. That's all fine and dandy, but what I want to focus on is what Felix is doing. Tucker just jumps out of nowhere with his sword and him and Felix go at it. Tucker is absolutely getting his shit rocked and is really just trying to keep him talking, which is a perfect setup for the Red. Nope, never mind. Tucker starts asking him questions like, how did you make Kimball to go to the Capitol, or why are you such a turd? He goes on a long speech about how they're awesome and the Reds and Blues are losers before stabbing Tucker in the chest. And right before he's about to kill Tucker, he decides to finally reveal all the tricks up his little blue sleeve. The reason Carolina got her ass handed to her is because Church has been inside Tucker's helmet all along, helping him run his equipment. And what equipment, might you ask? His helmet cam.
Once the feds and rebels kill each other, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I mean, we've been playing these guys for years. How did you convince Kimball to go to the Capitol? Vanessa? Oh, she was easy. I just made up some story about how you all died heroically. You should have seen it, man. I gave the performance of a fucking lifetime. Got all broken up, threw in a few dramatic pauses, and they just ate it up.
You son of a bitch.
The entire reason you sim troopers were allowed to live this long, it's because you're all losers. Locust and I figured we'd let you rack up the casualty count, then kill you after a few weeks. Locust? You gave these people hope. And with that came a new level of motivation.
This is bad.
To die faster.
Locust, everyone at the Capitol knows. What do we do? Follow protocol.
Felix has been this cocky, loudmouth asshole for the entirety of Season 12, Parts 1 and 2, and Knuckles featuring Dante for the Devil May Cry series, the new funky mode, plus Bowser's Minions DX Director's Cut is finally getting brought back down to earth. He's entirely speechless. It's so satisfying to see one of the most hateable villains in the entire series be humbled like this. Before he wouldn't shut the f up, but now he can't find words at all. Locust and Felix teleport out of there right after the rest of the gang pin them down, and Tucker drops to the floor unconscious. Fortunately, retold by Palomo over here, them and some Federation guys rush to their location and pick them up. So now both sides are working together, joining forces so they can defeat whoever's been playing with them for this long. But who has been playing them for so long? Well, Church is finally able to decrypt the ship's logs and see who's actually pulling the strings. A company known as Charon Industries. Oh! Apparently, Freelancer has stolen from them once or twice, and Charon has stolen from Chorus once or twice. Which explains how Locust and all of the other mercenaries have had Freelancer abilities like active camouflage and Felix's stupid shield. But that's great the mega corporation is stealing from the little man. I do hate small businesses, but who is this company? Well, do you remember back in Season 6 when I went out of my way to mention the little dialogue at the start of every episode? Those were read off by Chairman Malcolm Hargrove, the same person employing Locust and Felix, the same person running Charon Industries, and the same person responsible for all of this mess. My throat's getting sore, so I'll let Church handle the rest of the explanation. I'm tired.
Go to war.
Hello? Yes. Hello?
What is this?
Extra sauce, please.
An outside transmission.
Hello?
How'd they get this channel?
Colorful Space Marines, stop corruption. You know, I really love the picture they used for this thing, but I gotta say, I think I like the description even more. Pictured above, the red and blue troopers of Project Freelancer receive a full pardon from UNSC Oversight Chairman and Charon Industries CEO, Malcolm Hargrove. I can't imagine you like publicizing that second bit very much, though. Probably not very good for business. Am I right, Chairman?
On the contrary, you'd be surprised as to what can come of a merger between politics and corporations. If you're here to negotiate a surrender, I'm afraid I must inform you that your ship has set sail. Quite literally, in fact.
Actually, we were just hoping to read you a letter.
It's just a little something we put together for you. Considering we'll probably be seeing a lot of each other over the next few weeks.
Take it away, Church. Dear Chairman, it has come to our attention that you have declared war on the planet Chorus. We regret to inform you that this is a really shitty idea. Not only have you managed to annoy the people that you failed to kill time and time again, you've also found a way to piss off an entire planet. Now, they may not have the best equipment, and they might not be the best fighters, but as you're aware, they've been fighting for a very long time, and now that they're not fighting each other, they're more than happy to dedicate all of their time to fighting you. So, dear Chairman, to you and your idiotic mercenaries, we would like to say, bring it on, motherfuckers. We're not going anywhere. From your friends, the incredibly badass and sexually attractive red and blue soldiers of Project Freelancer. P.S. Suck our balls.
Well, goddamn. And that's the end of Season 12, Part 2 and Knuckles, featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series with new funky mode, plus Bowser's Minions, DX Director's Cut U Deluxe. And what did I think of it? It was a major step up from Season 11. It's honestly kind of crazy to think that the parallels between this and the first 3 seasons. The first one was just them screwing around, and the second one had a bit more stuff going on, with the two sides joining forces in the end. Obviously, the stakes are a bit higher than getting a single robot back, but you get what I mean. I loved the writing this season. Felix's speech, Emily Gray telling the Reds and Blues they can totally just leave if they want to. It's all just so great, man. Not nearly as funny as the last season, but definitely more entertaining. Unfortunately, with all of that praise, I have cons. The animation. Yikes. It looks good, I doubt I could ever do better, but man, it doesn't look as good as Monty's work. The fight scenes, which used to be Red vs. Blue's best moments, feel like a kid smashing 2 action figures together now. Still, it's better than not having them all, and like I said, it does look good, but just not as good. And for the music, it's definitely there, but there's no, now that we've come so far, the love will never end in sight. Let's see if they can improve with Season 13, and when I say that, I know they will because I watched this damn show before. I'm just saying that for dramatic effect. Season 13 cold opens on a pelican drifting through space and a UNSC prison carrier seeing if they're alright. Unfortunately for them, it's Felix aboard the ship, who quickly makes friends with them before brutally killing every last one of them. The reason they're on this prison ship is for reinforcements. They need more soldiers since they're no longer watching a war, instead are active participants. If you want to join his army, grab the bars, and if you don't, get whisked down to space, loser. One of the inmates aboard pieced 2 and 2 together and tied himself to the bars before the purge though, and that person is none other than Aiden Price. Remember that one guy from Season 6 on the big screen? Or that one guy the director kept talking to that I never really gave any attention towards? Yeah, that's him. He's the counselor for Project Freelancer, and he has intel that none of them could ever have known. I love how chill he is too, like Felix is putting a gun in his face and he's just talking in the same monotone. One of my favorite villains in the whole show, he's so chill with everything. One of the things he tells them that they definitely didn't know, that there was somebody else on the ship who was a part of Project Freelancer, and specifically has a history with Carolina and Washington. And if you couldn't guess by the giant shark tattoo on his chest, it's Shark Face. Remember the guy who had a plane blown at him? Then a gravity hammer thrown on his face? And also a building dropped on him? Yeah, he's alive. Alive somehow, but alive. He wants revenge against the Freelancers for, saying it again, dropping a building on him. So that's his motive to join the little motley crew. Back on land though, the feds and rebels are having a hard time getting together. I mean, it makes sense considering for the last 5 years they've been at war. It's kind of hard to suddenly be forced to not kill each other. They do some fun stuff with this, like Doyle and Kimball constantly bickering with one another.
Devil man,
Did you just spit inside your helmet?
take yourself and fuck yourself with yourself.
So Tucker, Carolina, and Sarge managed to take down a mercenary base. When they notice in the distance there's this giant alien pillar thing just kind of sitting there. Apparently the pirates are trying to get in there, so they want to beat them to the punch. And the best people they have that can deal with alien technology is Dr. Emily Gray and Tucker, because he's holding one of the most significant artifacts and once held a baby. Also, Caboose and Sarge go along with them because why not? While everybody else stays back at the Capitol. I love them showing all the stuff going on back there, how like Donut and Lopez are in charge of the armory and Washington is making people run laps. It kind of makes the world feel like it's living and breathing by itself, just having everybody do their own stuff independent of each other. They also really upped the comedy since last season.
Is Wash still making...
Yep.
And all of them are real tired of running laps? Yeah, I gotta go.
Take him! Take him now!
Stuff like Tucker breakdancing in front of the mercenaries they caught while Sarge gives a backing beat is not only funny, but just charming to watch. It's not really in your face about it like ever, but I love Sarge's character development through the last seasons. He has his occasional let's kill all of the blues for no reason tirades, but ever since he learned the teams were a sham back in season 8, he's been slowly coming around to liking them more and more. And now is fully on their side. I mean, I've always liked his interactions between himself and Caboose, but now that he's not trying to kill him 24/7, it's even better. I just love how far Sarge has come as a character. From this maniac back in season 1 who is hell-bent on only killing the blues to this guy who's just kind of chilling with them. I've been saying what's going on with Zero Substance for too long. I want to look at Sarge's character arc. Sarge's arc might be one of my favorites of the whole show. Having this hatred towards all of the blues for pretty much no reason for most of it. I mean, you could argue since he thought there was a real war going on, that's his motivation, but he didn't even know what the real war was about, so I would argue against that. Just stay with me when I say this and hear me out, but I genuinely think Sarge's character is an allegory for someone learning to not become racist. Hear me out. Sarge from the very beginning has hated the blues, and like I just said, for literally no reason. But as the series goes on, he learns his ways are flawed. But even after that, he continues his tirades. Like in season 11 when he wants to attack them for the reasoning that they are blue. Sarge is an incredibly stubborn character and refuses to get over his ways a lot of times. But even if he isn't great at showing it, it's clear he cares for the blues. He called Tucker a competent soldier, he's always treated Caboose like he's his son, and all three of them went on that mission to save Churchway earlier. He puts up a rough exterior, but at the end of the day, he cares for all of them deeply, even his own team. A lot of the time he shits on Griff, but when it matters, it's shown that he really does like him a lot. One of my favorite details about the meta fight back in season 8 is when Griff jumps on him and Sarge hesitates shooting because he doesn't want to hurt Griff in the process. Or when he puts his life in Griffin Simmons' hands when he attaches the winch to him. He genuinely has one of my favorite arcs in the show. Kind of lost the point with the racism thing, didn't I? Yes, I did. Let's move on. So Tucker is screwing around while Dr. Gray is trying to get into the temple and pulls out his sword while pretending he's fighting somebody and accidentally unlocks the temple since it's a key in case you forgot. I wouldn't blame you if you forgot since I didn't bring it up. So they go inside and suddenly when they're in there, some kind of alien voice starts talking to Tucker and he responds with a, "What's up, dude?" Which upon hearing this immediately destroys itself and every other alien weapon on the planet. All of those incineration guns the pirates and mercenaries are using, all completely fried now, which is a slight advantage to say the least. It also flashed a map to them so all of Blue Team with Emily Gray are all out to find where it's taking them, while the Reds have a different adventure to go on. Since they not only outmanned, but now outgunned them, they decided that everybody should attack Crash Point Alpha. It's the same one that was swarmed earlier when they were getting data. If they can take that site down, then they can disable the tractor beams keeping them on the planet so they can go somewhere else for help. So the Reds in both armies will go fight the enemy head on while the Blues go f**k around with aliens. Again. But to their dismay, Locust and the other one are already at the exact same location they're going and are kind of getting chewed out by their boss while they're being there. Because of their continuous failures and allowing the Reds and Blues to demolish all functioning alien technology on the planet, he's giving them some motivation to do better. And that's none other than Agent Main's suit. They also reveal he died of drowning here. Stabbed, shot, launched thousands of feet off a cliff, none of that killed him. This man is OP. After Hargrove finishes yelling at them, they go back to the thingy they were looking at and it's an ancient alien teleporter device. Apparently only a warrior of significant strength and complete mental clarity can activate it, and if they don't have that, no one knows what'll happen. What better test subject than the only guy who knows how to use it? Apparently when he gets thrown in there, he saw some crazy stuff but wasn't harmed physically, so Felix jumps right in, as well as Locust, and we get to see what all the hubbub is about. We get to see what is supposedly a flashback of Locust and Felix dealing with some kind of alien, but Locust this time is in the shoes of whatever monster they were dealing with, getting to see what choices he made in the past and lived through them. Yeah, pretty messed up. If you're not worthy, this thing shows you your worst nightmares. Which also happens to Felix, but he doesn't tell us what happens because he's way too cool for that. So they skedaddle, figuring the thing they found was useless. Not too long after that, the Blues show up coming to toy with it. Tucker jumps in, figuring his sword makes him whatever warrior this thing requires, and is immediately thrown out. He says he saw Felix in there, making Carolina jump in, wanting to settle a score, but instead of that, Carolina sees something else. She claims she's the true warrior, which leads Texas to step out behind a corner, taking the title instead. Then, all of the freelancers coming out. And before we get to finish that, she she's ejected from the thingy. Dude, I love my Halo machinima about characters with overwhelming traumas, my favorite. They start talking amongst themselves about who could be the true warrior with an empty head and overwhelming physical strength.
No, it's true. He's got crazy strength. Church and I think it's God's way of compensating.
Empty-headed little... Wait a minute.
So they throw Dr. Emily. Caboose accidentally wanders in there when looking for the bathroom and just so happens to be the ideal warrior for this thing. No fear or doubt on his mind, even when this thing increases the gravity in the room, he doesn't notice. So the alien AI that's been talking to the characters finally reveals himself. An all-knowing, super powerful AI that unfortunately Caboose gets to name. So it starts referring to itself as Santa.
General Kimball, we just got word from the away team.
What's the news?
Well, apparently they found Santa.
Santa's from an ancient alien race that once lived on Chorus. This planet has a key very similar to Tucker's at a different location on it. The keys can activate a variety of towers here. The one they activated earlier was the Tower of Arms, just a bunch of weapons. But there's also the Tower of Crops, Fertility, and the one they're interested in, Communication. It can send a message to anywhere in the universe, which would completely negate the need for clearing out Crash Site Alpha. And he puts the map into all 15 of their helmets. Ambush, Rutro. Sharkface and a bunch of pirates jump out of nowhere and open fire. Luckily, Carolina picked up a bubble shield from earlier, which helped out a bit. Now, why is Sharkface interested in any of this? Well, one of the towers I purposely neglected to bring up is the Tower of Purge. If they get the key and activate that one, it'll wipe out all life on the planet, which is great for the original goal. And as they're getting ambushed, the Reds on the front line are as well. Suddenly, that prison ship from earlier comes out of the sky, dropping down hundreds of mercenaries. And now Doyle, back at the capital, needs to send reinforcements to either Carolina to help them not get killed when the bubble goes down, or the Reds to help them not get killed in general. And before he can make this decision, we cut to credits. Yeah, this one also has two-part syndrome, so I guess I'll give halftime thoughts on the season so far, and it's a massive step up from season 12. For one, I'm not sure what changed, but the 3D animation actually looks a lot better. Like Felix in the intro fighting the people aboard the prison ship. Everything except for this one clip, this guy getting knocked into the alien teleporter thing. I think they broke his knees. Maybe it's the team's 3D animation just getting better, but it was a lot more pleasant to watch. And they've definitely squeezed in time for the jokes this season.
What's going on with you?
Me? Nothing. No, you're acting really weird. I just want you all to know how much I appreciate you. That's it.
You think we're gonna fucking die?
No, I don't.
No, you do. You definitely do. You're getting all sentimental and shit.
No, guys, come on. You'll be fine. I've got total faith in you. You're some of the best soldiers I ever knew.
What the fuck is that past tense bullshit?
Look, I just want you to know I'm proud of you. I'm sure if you stick together, you'll be okay. What unit are you in?
Volunteered for the front lines.
Oh.
You what, Sarge?
Well, look on the bright side.
Hopefully they continue with this trend of positivity into Season 13, Part 2. I'm not making name jokes this time. Part 2 opens in the middle of the battlefield with the Feds and Republic versus the mercenaries. Locust stays there to fight the good fight while Felix runs off to find that key with Sharkface. The key they're looking for is the same kind of thing Tucker has, and the only way they're activating the Purge Tower is if they get it. The Blues would be following them if they weren't still pinned down, but luckily the Doctor has a plan. She tells Freckles to turn on code aimbot and jumps into the portal, causing it to blind everybody for a second, and Caboose with his rifle to blow everybody away. Pretty nifty that your gun can conveniently do that. So now they're all headed to the tower trying to get the sword first, but unfortunately, Felix beats them to the punch. But fortunately, the sword is gone. That's because Doyle swooped in out of nowhere to yank it, and is now hiding somewhere in the snow like a little baby. So now it's a mad dash between everybody, good and evil, to find Doyle in time. Carolina runs off, and the other three go to find the ball carrier. Caboose, Tucker, and Dr. Gray all find themselves in a little cave where they hear some total spooky noises going on. Those spooky noises coming from none other than Doc. Yeah, he's back, and apparently he's been trapped in some kind of portal cube dimension this whole time. The only thing that kept him sane was knowing that his friends were searching for him. His faith has been misplaced. Yeah, none of them noticed that he was gone, and he kind of loses it.
Man, I guess we just never noticed you were gone. Crazy, huh?
Crazy. Crazy.
You incompetent fools! You will all taste oblivion!
I'm 90% sure they only brought Doc back because this is the finale of the Chorus trilogy, and they wanted Doc O'Malley to be in the finale, which I 100% agree was an awesome choice to make. While Tucker is getting curve stomped, Carolina is having a bit of a scuffle with Sharkface. Okay, they've definitely improved with the fight scenes to the last season.
It's that or Stockholm Syndrome, really.
Carolina finally realizes that this is the same guy from the heist that one day. To her dismay, Sharkface has a ton of tricks up his flaming sleeve, like flamethrowers on his wrist, and in Church's own words, being a pincushion. The guy has so much metal in his body after being put back together from a building dropping on him. He can basically register as a motor vehicle. Their fight comes to a halt when they fall through a hole in the ground that was previously covered in ice.
What the fuck is with this guy?
I love this scene of them sliding down this tunnel. I think they realized that, wow, we really can't animate a fluid fight scene. So they're like, hey, what if we animated them just doing wacky set pieces instead? And like, bravo, you're right, this looks really good. I love the whole scene of them sliding down the tunnel. It just looks so clean and, lack of a better word, cool. The whole fight comes to a tipping point when she starts overusing Epsilon and he starts to run out of energy, which Sharkface still has a ton of because he blows up the whole cliffside and starts doing whatever the hell this is. Unfortunately for Carolina, everything she's doing isn't enough. Church gets stretched too thin and completely fails, causing both of them to fall off the cliff under the force below. But now that I'm thinking about it and watching this fight back while I'm editing, I think I realized one of the things that these fights do worse than the Monty ones. Just take a look at this frame here and see if you notice it. That's right, you didn't, because there's nothing. There's just nothing going on in these backgrounds. These environments feel so empty, which was like one of the main things Monty always avoided. Anytime he animated a scene, it always played around with the environment. Texas with the teleporters, or Washington getting hit by the car, or all of the freelancers running up the cliff as it's collapsing. It all relied heavily on what's around them. But you could put the animation of Sharkface and Carolina fighting in the middle of the desert and it would still make the same amount of sense. It just feels like they're fighting in empty voids 90% of the time. And from one blow to another, we have the status of the key. Doyle gets cornered by Felix and throws the sword in the air, running away. And now Felix holds the key to everybody's destruction. But what Felix doesn't know is that, like Tucker, the sword is bound to whoever picked it up first. That's why it didn't work for Texas back in Season 8, or anybody else. So they need to kill Doyle before they're able to cause mass genocide. Back over to the front lines, and things aren't going great for them either. After they got reinforcements, they needed an escape plan, which wasn't exactly the easiest thing to come up with. They decided to use the wreckage from the ship to create a smoke screen to hide their escape, but with Locust out and about, that's a bit of an issue. I love how they deal with getting rid of Locust. It's so creative. Washington starts talking to him about how his ways are flawed and that a real soldier doesn't just follow orders. And he says, blah, 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 stop yapping, and shoots him in the head. Yeah, not really though, it was just his helmet, which allowed everybody else to see the favorite trail and light up his ass. So now with Locust injured and running away, Simmons can turn on the smoke screen and get everybody out of there. So safe to say on all fronts, that was a complete failure. They got the sword, Carolina fell off a cliff, and Griff survived the battle. Goes without saying, could have been better. While they're catching Doc up to speed on what's happening, Doyle and Kimball are having one of their old married couple arguments again. And she lays him out, man. And I don't even disagree with what she's saying here. He's a complete coward, trading the sword for his life when it should have been the other way around. Or, geez, I don't know, throw the sword farther behind him and then run. But what a cool moral conflict. But let's do what Season 9 does every 5 minutes. What's Church up to? Church and Carolina are having a talk about what happened when they were fighting Sharkface. The truth is, Church is just getting old. He's not a full AI, he's just a fragment. There's only so much longer Church can live for. Which is a very similar predicament that Doyle is in. He comes over and hangs out with them. Apparently, this is his favorite part of the capital. He loves to come here for peace and quiet. I have literally no idea how to segue out of this. Locust, Felix, and Sharkface are all having a rough time because their new toy isn't working, so while Felix and Sharkface are killing each other, Locust decides to call the counselor. He wants to know more about Maine, or the meta. The counselor tells him everything truthfully, that Maine was above every other soldier. No matter how morally questionable it was, he followed orders, which is a perfect reflection for Locust's character. And to quote your biology teacher that one time, it's finally time we dissect Locust. At the start, he was no more shallower than Felix, but as time goes on and he's talked more with Agent Washington, he's starting to doubt himself. Washington was once like Locust, following orders, trying to get out of their situation, but Washington left all of that behind him and was able to see how wrong it was. And Locust is starting to come to that realization as well, seeing himself in the meta, a cold, hardened killer that only sought for power. It's a perfect way to bring Maine back into the story without making it too obtrusive. I mean, at the end of the day, Locust and Maine are just soldiers following orders, aren't they? I love Locust's character because of this. He's the first antagonist of the series to go, hey, am I the bad guy? Well, the director had that thought too, but not in the moment. It's why I love Washington and Locust's interactions so much. Agent Washington has already had to go through this same situation of realizing that being a soldier and just following orders is wrong. So a Washington that's already gone through fighting Maine, talking to Locust, is such a cool contrast. He's already lived through this moral dilemma, but instead of it being about Washington, it's about the cold-hearted soldier. Locust's character arc is so cool, but we'll continue with that in a second. But what are the Reds and Blues up to? So because the sides won't work together, Doc tries to make them go through counseling. Also, we have 2 doctors now, so if I say Doc, I'm referring to Medical Officer Dufresne, and if I say Dr. Gray, I'm referring to Dr. Emily Gray. Just thought I'd make that clear. So Doc is making them go through counseling, which isn't going great. They just keep fighting with each other, refusing to see eye to eye. Nothing is working, and Kimball starts to walk out as Doc begs her to say one good thing about Doyle. So she does. She tells him that she imagined some kind of bloodthirsty tyrant leading the feds, but instead what she found was a selfish, conniving, little coward who can barely run an army. So you know what he says in return? That she is the most courageous person he's ever met. That she is 100% a better leader than him, and wishes he could be more like her. Wow, that was really f***ed up. Too bad the city's getting invaded now. They're using the prison ship again so they can drop forces into the city and kill Doyle. Why not just nuke it from orbit? Well, there's a giant reactor in the middle that would certainly destroy anything that tries it. So ground invasion it is. There is literally no way they can defeat all of these mercenary guys, so they have a new plan to defend the town, and that's just blow it the f*** up. So Doyle, Tucker, and the rest of the Reds and Blues head off to the Pelican to evacuate, while Kimball, Washington, and Carolina take the underground tunnels to go set off the reactor, which is a short-lived plan because they're immediately interrupted by Sharkface, the Sharkface man. Wash and Kimball run ahead while Carolina settles a bed. That evacuation isn't exactly going to plan because nobody knows how to fly the Pelican except Lopez, and he's trapped underneath of it for some reason, so everybody holds off the mercenaries while Simmons tries to get him free. Washington and Kimball are having a bit of a hard time navigating the tunnels since their GPS robot fled to fight a Batman villain, so they're forced to walk in the surface and make their way to the reactor from there. Carolina, who is still fighting Sharkface, needs to get over there quickly, and Church can't power the speed booster long enough to get them there. So they jump on a train and the rest of the fight takes place on there. It's not like the fight that takes place in the middle of the empty road was exactly the most interesting anyways. This is actually the first fight scene from the Chorus trilogy I really enjoyed. They're forced to use the train's momentum to their advantage in the fight, which changes up how it goes, unlike literally any other fight this trilogy has. Seriously, the last fight that had a gimmick like this where they had to work around their environment was the ice fight back in season 8. Okay, well, also technically Carolina and Texas back in season 10, but I'm not counting that because I didn't write it down. One of the things I like about this fight is instead of focusing on small hits and movements that matter a lot to the grand scheme of the fight like Monty's stuff does, they instead focus on big bombastic hits that do a lot of damage instead. Less fast-paced and more impact-based. Like Carolina grabbing his grappling hook, then kicking him across the room, then throwing a door at him. It's still not as good as Monty's stuff, but in the same vein that I'll never be as good as the people I look up to, so it's fine. They hop off the train to meet up with Wash and Kimball as Sharkface has some final words for us.
It's over. You lose.
Over? No. No. You can break me. Burn me. Bury me alive.
But as long as I'm still breathing, it will never be over. I will hunt you. I will burn you. As long as I'm alive, you're all as good as dead!
That's one of my favorite villain send-offs in the entire show. They truly do not give a fuck anymore. Guess I'll talk about Sharkface now that he's dead. There's a reason they keep pairing up Sharkface and Carolina in combat, and that's because Sharkface is the only remnant of her days at Freelancer that is still coming back to haunt her. The difference between Carolina and Sharkface, though, is the ability to let go. Carolina already put all of that behind her and even offers before the fight to end all of this now verbally. Hell, she even apologizes. But Sharkface is the exact opposite of Carolina, holding a grudge for years, biding his time, waiting for revenge. The only thing I don't like about Sharkface is that we barely have time to get attached. He's introduced at the beginning of season 13 and killed just 2 hours into it. Now that might just be because the writers had a lot to focus on for the finale of the trilogy, but I honestly don't think we were meant to get attached. He's more of a narrative device than a character really, which can be seen as both a good and a bad thing. Good because it reflects greatly off Carolina, bad because I'll forget about him within the week. Anyway, he's dead, moving on. They managed to get Lopez out and get away in the Pelican, except Doyle wasn't on it. See, if both Doyle and Tucker leaves, that means they would have no reason to stay in the city and they'd blow it up for no reason. So Doyle stays behind to meet them at the reactor. But there is no way they can get there in time to meet him. And worse, they can't activate the countdown sequence because the mercenaries burst in the room and shot it. The only way to pull this off is for Doyle to stay behind. So he puts a 1-minute charge on it, everybody else escapes, and he gives one final speech.
Kimball.
For God's sake, Vanessa, I know it's not perfect, but I'm rubbish as a leader, and even worse as a soldier. This is all I can do.
We have to go.
We'll finally have a chance, a real chance, and if Felix is out there, I know you can stop him. There he is! They've spotted me. The timer on this detonator barely lasts a minute. You need to go.
God damn it, Doyle! Stop!
Chorus still needs you, Miss Kimball. So, when you die, you had better be damned sure that those you leave behind can carry on without you. I know I am. This is General Donald Doyle. Signing off.
Wait, no!
This is the perfect end to Doyle's arc. When we were first introduced to him, he was fainting from a gun being pointed at him, but ever since joining forces with Kimball and the others, he's learned to become more fearless, and eventually culminating in him sacrificing himself for the greater good, like Kimball wanted him to do way back when. Unfortunately, as the reactor is exploding, the Reds and Blues are just leaving. They're not gonna have enough time to escape the blast, so Carolina, using that bubble shield she found, climbs on the roof of the Pelican and shields them from the explosion. To quote Church in the next scene, North was a crazy motherfucker. And now, just as this trilogy started, everybody's been pushed back to the canyon. And when they all need to fight the most, they're in mourning. Their leader that they've been following for years just kicked the bucket. They lost their home, the person they looked up to. All they have left to call a home is Crash Point Bravo, the same canyon from the beginning. The bad guys now have a functioning key, and like 5 remaining soldiers because the rest got blown up. But all they have to do now is head to the Purge Tower and finally end this. Everybody inside the tower will be spared, and Locust is just really disturbed by how willing Felix is to kill all of their men who aren't in the tower. And Felix is just being a douche, so they head there anyways. So they're finally at the Purge Tower to end this. While they're doing that, both sides still can't agree with each other, and the feds are blaming Kimball for letting Doyle die. If they can't agree within the next 3 hours, all of them will die. So Kimball, given the only choice she has, does the only thing she can.
Excuse me. If I could have your attention, please.
Hey, turn it up.
It's Kimball.
The fuck does she want?
I know many of you probably don't care for what I have to say, but it's something that needs to be said.
Think she can do this?
Hell yeah, Kimball's a great speaker.
I never believed this truce would last.
Oh god, we're screwed.
I thought that if we managed to survive Charon, it would only be a matter of time before we were back at each other's throats. I believe this because in my eyes, the Federal Army of Chorus was still the enemy. When you spend every day fighting a war, you learn to demonize your attackers. To you, they're evil, they're subhuman. Because if they weren't, then what would that make you? What I'm trying to say is I've been afraid to see you for what you really are. You're our brothers, our sisters, and the things we've done to one another are unforgivable. But General Doyle was able to see past that. In the end, he understood that now isn't the time for pride or anger, now is the time for unity. Every day I ask myself, what do you fight for? And every day I answer, for a better tomorrow. Well, if we can't set aside our past and start trusting one another, there won't be a tomorrow. So please, fight with me. Fight to see Malcolm Hargrove locked away for the rest of his life. Fight to wipe that stupid grin off of Felix's face. Fight because you deserve to fucking win!
Well, shit. I'll fight for that.
Best speech of the whole show right there. Sarge from season 8, close contender, but right there, oh my god, I can make that like my morning alarm. Now that both sides can finally work together, they're gonna go put an end to all of this. Felix and Locust arrive at the Purge Tower, and they're greeted by Wash and Carolina for one final confrontation. The rest of the Reds and Blues are occupied storming the communication tower so they can call reinforcements. Now, they aren't just gonna charge in there willy-nilly, they decide to get some extra help from that Tower of Arms containing all of the Covenant weapons. So now with the help of the Reds and Blues, the Federal Republic, as I will now be calling them unofficially, they go in there and start mopping the floor with them. As they are getting absolutely annihilated, Washington and Carolina are holding down the fort at the Purge Tower. And unsurprisingly, it's another fight scene, following the trend of the last one having environmental gimmicks. This one taking place on top of a bunch of moving platforms surrounding the tower. And it's actually a really enjoyable fight. I love all of the different tricks they use, like 4 of them being on the same platform, but 2 of them being upside down. Locust uses his active camo, so Wash cuts his hand and gets blood on him so we can see him. Very similar to what he did with the meta back in season 8. It's also just a really enjoyable fight, and it's also just nice to see the 4 strongest characters in the season duke it out. It's a good brawl like the last one, but at the same time, it's just a fight scene like the rest of them, and I really I'm really tired of describing fight scenes. They all crash back into the light bridge after Felix stabs one of the platforms, and they're back to square one. But they weren't intending to defeat them here. See, while they've been fighting, the chairman up in orbit has been trying to turn the ship around to get out of there because screw the mission. But unfortunately, Felix and Locust let all of their guards die. Crash Site Alpha was completely unprotected, and Crash Site Alpha just so happens to be the house of the tractor beam. They don't need to take the sword from Felix if they can just destroy the tower itself. And that is precisely what they intend to do.
Son of a bitch.
And just like that, their escape plan, reinforcements, and some third thing all come crashing down, leaving both of them trapped under a pile of rubble as Washington and Carolina get back to Kimball and the others. Wow, what an incredible fight scene and sequence that was. I'm going to move swiftly onward because I've ran out of synonyms to say that I am enjoying what is going on currently on screen. So they meet up with all the others and things are going pretty dang well for them. Carolina and Washington stay on the ground to fight the good fight as everybody else goes to the communication tower to send their message throughout the universe. So they teleport up there and start the process of turning the thingy on. But there's one small problem. Felix and Locust survived that, and they're coming in hot to finish what they started. Even though Locust is injured and they really have no point to do any of this anymore, Felix is just hell-bent on revenge. And by golly, if he's not getting it. Locust is crawling around injured on the bottom side of the tower when Santa comes out. And Locust asks him one final question. What is Felix afraid of? We know what Carolina, Locust, and everybody else saw when they went in there, but what of Felix? Felix's greatest fear is Locust, and it's through learning this that he can finally see the monster he's become. He's not a soldier, he's a killer. And while he's having a crisis below deck, Felix is stomping around looking for the Reds and Blues. Carolina and Washington would come up there and help them if they weren't preoccupied with a mantis that just got dropped on them. So it's up to the Reds and Blues to deal with them. And holy hell they do. Look at this shit, man, they're just beating him up, it's brutal.
Caboose! Say goodbye to your stupid blue moron. What is wrong with you people? Hands off.
Debatably one of the best scenes of the whole show. But before they can deliver the final smackdown on Felix, his partner arrives. And instead of attacking the Reds and Blues, he throws his gun down. He is done fighting. He has nothing more to gain from this. His own teammate is scared of him. Doyle was scared of him when they were working together. He has become a monster and refuses to fight any longer. In a bit of poetic justice, Tucker throws him a grenade like he did back when Felix betrayed them, and he's blown off the communication tower. Like he's 100% dead now. You don't throw somebody off a cliff in media unless they are 100% dead. Mufasa, the Emperor, big hole is a surefire way to communicate to your audience that they are never coming back. Locust picks up the sword and activates the communication tower. Since Felix died, he now can wield it. He realizes there's nothing he can do anymore. There is no more winning for him. He needs to go and fix what he's done. And so, he vanishes. Locust is one of, if not my favorite villain for the whole series. He's one of the only ones that lives after their defeat, so that's one thing going for him. I guess Doc lived after he was a villain, but that'd be like calling your high school bully a villain. And so, Church is able to send his message to everywhere in the galaxy. The UNSC, the aliens, Griff's sister for some reason, and even to Hargrove himself. Attached to the message is undeniable proof that Hargrove is a stupid little bitch, and they call for reinforcements. By all accounts, they've won. A ship even arrived immediately from Slipspace to come pick them up, but it isn't a rescue cruiser. It's Hargrove himself. He drops a bunch of mantises down into the planet, squeezing everybody at the base of the communication tower. The only way to disable them and save everybody from getting killed by the giant death bots is to come aboard Hargrove's ship and confront him themselves. So they steal the Falcon Felix came in on and head up there. It's time for the final confrontation. They climb aboard the ship and find none other than Phyllis in the computer. Phyllis had been recovered and stitched back together ever since the director shut her down. And after hearing Church's voice, immediately switches sides. Because she also hates Hargrove. She's perfectly willing to disable his mantises for them, but Hargrove stops her before she can. So they have to manually do it now. And they don't have a lot of time either because the entire ship is coming to attack them. But with Phyllis on their side, they're able to make their way to Hargrove's office, containing all sorts of freelancer knickknacks, like the helmet Texas got in, or the data unit that was used to Texas. Eventually, everybody runs into the room and seals the door because it becomes too much out there for them to handle. They disable the mantises from inside this room and learn Hargrove is hiding on the bridge, being a little sissy until the Reds and Blues are defeated. And this is their last stand. Caboose, Lopez, Donut, Doc, Simmons, Griff, Sarge, Tucker, and Church, all held up in this room, fortifying the best they can. Sarge pulls out his shotgun, Griff gets the Griff shot back. Everybody is getting ready for that door to breach. But Church keeps running the numbers and they don't look good. But there is one thing that's in this room that can help them tip the scales, and that's Agent Main's armor. Hargrove said it himself, whoever has this thing and a powerful enough AI would become a one-man army. But unfortunately for them, they don't have a very powerful AI. Every action Church has made, no matter which iteration of him, has always been self-serving. Whether he's the director, or the Alpha, or Epsilon, Church, followed closely by Carolina during the Freelancer saga, is the most selfish character in the entire series. In Season 1, he made Tucker go into the teleporter because he wasn't sure if it would kill them or not. In Season 3, he didn't want to sacrifice his new body to save everybody else. In Season 7, when he was put into the monitor unit, he immediately started acting like a god to the aliens. In Season 8, when he brought Texas back to life just because he wanted to see her again. His character exclusive song in Season 8 is literally titled, I Am the Best. For the most part, Church has been a very self-serving character, but here and then it's shown that he can break free from his ego. When he lets go of Texas, when he shows Carolina York's video logs, when he admits he was an asshole during the 100 Tex fight. After all of this time, Church has finally conquered himself, and does one thing completely selfless. For hopefully the last time, let me play you this scene, completely uninterrupted.
Not this time, buddy.
Are you sure about this?
I'm sure. Start a recording for me, D.
Recording?
Hey, guys. If you're hearing this, it means you did it. You won. You kicked the shit out of Hargrove's forces. I knew you could. But this is my last stop. See, when I came into this world, I was really just a collection of somebody else's memories. But with your help, these memories, they took form. They became my voice, my personality. And after a while, I began to make brand new memories of my own. All of these things are what make me who I am. But they're also holding me back. I can't run this suit as Epsilon. But if I erase my memories, if I deconstruct myself, the fragments I'll leave behind will have the strength to get you through this. I believe that. I wish there was another way. But I'm leaving this message, as well as others, in the hopes that you'll understand why I have to go this time. It was actually Doyle who made me realize something I'd never thought of before. There's so many stories where some brave hero decides to give their life to save the day. And because of their sacrifice, the good guys win, the survivors all cheer, and everybody lives happily ever after. But the hero never gets to see that ending. They'll never know if their sacrifice actually made a difference. They'll never know if the day was really saved. In the end, they just have to have faith. Ain't that a bitch?
If there is one theme you can pick up on throughout the entire show of Red vs. Blue, it's faith. Faith that gets questioned and reassured every season. Faith that gets mangled and twisted and crushed, but always comes back stronger than ever. Always having faith in each other is Red vs. Blue's biggest theme. That's the end. That's just where the show ends. It's over. We're done. Pack it up. Move on. The entire show is from Church's perspective, so it's fitting that the final shot of the show is his death. His final death, might I add. No resurrections this time. One thing Red vs. Blue has always been about is its characters. Shows like The Office or Brooklyn Nine-Nine have always had their biggest strength being their characters. Like, if I asked you what is your favorite character from The Office, you might answer with Dwight or Jim, but if I asked you to put that one character in isolation and have them be funny, they probably couldn't be. And it's the same thing with Red vs. Blue. Not only do characters work better when they are together comically, but narratively. They are always at their strongest when they are a family. A family of misfits, outcasts, failures, but no matter what gets thrown at them, no matter how monumental the task, they always have each other. And that is why Red vs. Blue deserves to be remembered. The reason the ending is so impactful is not only because of how good Church's speech was, but it also reinforces the message of the show perfectly. You're not supposed to know what happens next. Do they die? Do they all live? Well, the answer to that is you have to have faith.
Ain't that a bitch?
Unfortunately, faith doesn't pay the bills. Red vs. Blue Season 13 was the perfect ending to the show. Its story and character arcs, everything is just perfect, like Season 10 all over again. But something was happening behind the scenes as well. I bet they wanted to end the show here, but alas, they couldn't. In 2014, Rooster Teeth was purchased by Fullscreen, which in turn was bought by AT&T. In a fitting twist of events, they now have orders to follow. They needed to bring in some money if they wanted their studio not to get shut down. Which wasn't helping, that is, oh no, everything backstage is burning! Griff's voice actor got divorced, the plucky group of friends is falling apart, and Monty Oum is... oh. In 2015, Monty Oum would die of an allergic reaction after being in a coma for a month, which I guarantee you was not helping their current situation. The crew members started to bicker more and more, and unfortunately, they were dying in relevancy. Other machinimas and web shows had come along during Red vs. Blue. That's not even to mention all of the regular TV shows on streaming services you could watch instead. Rooster Teeth started to become a sinking ship. Their star franchise just wrapped up for good. Ruby, which is one of the shows I mentioned earlier, just had its lead creator die. And then there's fucking Camp that started in 2016, like way later after this. I just thought the name was funny. They needed to do something to bring them back into the spotlight. So in 2016, they decided to bite the bullet and bring Red vs. Blue back. Not really, though. Season 14 is just kind of an anthology and kind of not. Let me explain. It's just a bunch of little stories of them goofing off and procrastinating instead of making more content to follow the storyline. We have stuff like Red vs. Blue Mega Blocks, this anime-style first episode, or how Sarge became the leader for Red Team. These are unoffensive at worst. Hell, some of them even fill in plot holes that the show had. Like, if Church was truly an AI all this time, how did he have memories of his family and, you know, a bleed? Well, that's because he was just possessing somebody known as Private Jimmy. Captain Flowers actually assembled both teams himself. He just pulled from the lowest test scores. I don't know, it's just cool. I love seeing more Captain Flowers. They don't need to exist, but I don't mind them being here. It's kind of all over the place, so I won't be talking about it very much. But I think some of the songs made for it were really good, if that's really anything. But in 2017, Rooster Teeth decided to make their biggest spit in the face of the franchise they could possibly do. I'm glossing over a lot of things building up to this because it isn't a video about Rooster Teeth, it's a video about Red vs. Blue. If you want a video about Rooster Teeth, just check out the one by June the King I keep plagiarizing from. In 2017, Rooster Teeth would bring back Red vs. Blue for the second time, but not in the form of more short mini-stories like Season 14, a full-on continuation. This is Red vs. Blue, the Shizno trilogy. So I would like to preface that I have watched the first 13 seasons of Red vs. Blue dozens of times, but anything past that, completely blind. So let's see if season 15 is as bad as I'm thinking it's going to be. And I'm just gonna quickly say up front that I'm going to be way more brief with my thoughts of season 15 to 18 because... well, you just see why. So no, I won't be spending 40 minutes on one season again. I'm sorry, season 10 fans. For the first half hour, I actually really enjoyed it. It's taking place from the perspective of a reporter covering recent heists being pulled off by the Reds and Blues. But they soon come to discover that the attacks aren't being orchestrated by the teams. I mean, I don't really know why that was even a question. There are celebrities whose only public appearance are in full body armor that covers the face. I could impersonate the Reds and Blues if I had enough people. She's looking to get to the bottom of it and goes around asking previous minor characters for help, like Sister, Vic, Dr. Emily Gray, eventually finding her way to Vanessa Kimball, who directs her to a small island in the middle of nowhere where all of them are stationed. I think making a reference to the modern Star Wars films in your continuation of a series that ended on a perfect note that really didn't need continuing is not a comparison I would make. Alright, so big problem already. The fact we know where the Reds and Blues are. I think it would have been perfect if season 15 had the same universe but just left them out of this. Maybe this kick-ass reporter does some cool thing, I don't know. So she finds them and it turns out they're just done fighting. Like they don't want to go through any more nonsense, which retirement is cut short because they get a transmission from some kind of church who's in trouble. At least one of his variants, that is. I think the big problem I have with season 15 is, for starters, it exists. Red vs. Blue didn't need to continue. It was done. We didn't need another season. And secondly, the comedy. It relies far too much on reference humor. The before mentioned Star Wars parody, they do a Stranger Things parody when they're talking about where they've been, and this other reporter won't stop name-dropping properties. Sarge says they're going to wage war against white people. people, which is, to be frank, pretty in character for Sarge. But then Lopez says Tumblr won't like this, XD reference so funny. That's not to say they didn't reference things before, but when they did it, it was not only topical, but few and far between. Like Sarge back in season 11 says Dose.0 could be a smart idiot like Rayman. That was a fitting and funny reference, because if you did get it, it was funny. And if you didn't, who cares? It's Sarge. Everything he says is probably nonsense anyways. But when this stupid cameraman randomly name drops Blade Runner, it's not funny because you're just saying the name of a franchise with no substance at all. Like, to go off script for a second, and something I just remembered, way earlier, I think it was like season 4 or 5, Simmons makes a joke about Lost, right? You know, the show Lost? And Sarge tells him not to spoil it because he isn't caught up yet, and Simmons brings up the fact that they're like 500 years in the future and that it ended decades ago. That was funny because it reminds you that, oh yeah, this show is set way into the future, and Sarge still hasn't watched a show from decades ago. A reference also shouldn't just be for laughs and from anybody, it should also befit the character. Like, to bring back Sarge referencing Rain Man. Rain Man is this old film from the 90s about this one guy with his autistic brother going across the country. It's from the 90s, so it's probably something Sarge would have watched, which also makes sense because he says Dose.0 could be a smart idiot. Which is also like kind of ableist, but it's Sarge, dude. What do you expect? But what does the Spanish-speaking robot from the year 2500 have anything to do with piss in Tumblr? Like, even from that same scene in season 11, Simmons and Griff are talking about Battlestar Galactica and Robot Takeover, but it's befitting the scene because they're actively building a robot. May I oh my god, no! May I say it again? What the fuck does Tumblr have to do with anything? Another thing that's really hit or miss is the writing. Some parts are really good. For example, when they're shipping out to go find Church, Griff decides he's not going. He doesn't even like any of these people to begin with. It's a really heart-wrenching scene considering everything they've gone through together. It's a really great scene. I just would have liked it more if this wasn't a half hour after they reintroduced the Reds and Blues. It feels forced how fast it happens. Then we just have to deal with Simmons for a while missing his boyfriend. Now, despite all of that, it does have good qualities. I like this one guy who's tracking down Tucker, trying to get him to pay. When he finally catches up with him, it's just a child services bill he needs to pay for all the women he impregnated back on Chorus. I also like these new characters, the reporters. Actually, I take it back. I like this new character, the reporter. The camera guy, Jax, I can't stand him. It's kind of his joke with his character, but other characters like Caboose or Donut, who constantly annoy everybody, are insanely likable. Caboose because of his childlike whimsy, and Donut because of an explanation I can't think of right now. This guy is just constantly running his lips and screwing things up. I hate him. Any scene he's in is impossible to watch. So all of the Reds and Blues find their doppelgangers, but these aren't the evil ones. Okay, well, they're not for right now. Okay, so you guys are searching for evil doppelgangers of yourselves, and you run into doppelgangers of yourselves, but you're not sure if they're the evil ones.
Is this guy a retard?
Apparently, they were also simulation troopers, and they explained that the UNSC has been going around killing any ties left to Project Freelancer for some reason. And these guys are just complete copies of the Reds and Blues. They have their own Caboose, Sarge, Donut, everybody. It's a funny gimmick for like 5 minutes until you realize the new Caboose just sounds like Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy.
This is the best story in the history of stories.
You bet your sweet Bippy I did.
They're fine, I guess, but it doesn't really make any sense that the reporter lady didn't go batshit insane upon seeing these people. Like, girl, your entire reason for being here is to track down the evil doppelganger Reds and Blues. Do your job! To counteract me not liking this season very much, allow me to cherry pick moments that I did enjoy from it. Carolina and Washington have been checking up on old freelancers they know the locations of, since, you know, they've been disappearing, and we get to see them investigating Agent Illinois' house. They talk about how Carolina is still struggling to move on after Project Freelancer, and that she used to be a dishonorable killer, now all she is an honorable one. I just love this little shot here. She's about to throw York's lighter into the ocean, but Washington stops her, saying it's okay to move on to the future while keeping pieces of your past, and does a slick-ass movement of holding hands with her while doing it. I'll give credit where credit is due. This season has really good writing here and there.
Take off your suit.
And on good writing, we have our not-so-twist villain. Fake Church will be our villain for the evening, and I really like his motivations. Freelancers got sent to all of the simulation bases, right? Well, Carolina just so happened to get sent to his. We're treated to a flashback of some old Project Freelancer stuff, and it turns out Carolina and Texas got sent to the same simulation trooper base. The same bases of our antagonists. I didn't notice it until now, but the evil Reds and Blues don't have a Griff counterpart. I probably just wasn't paying attention because our Griff is absent. Well, Anti-Church, who is named Temple, by the way. I wasn't expecting his character to be this in-depth. depth, so I was gonna keep calling him anti-church. Temple was close friends with fake Griff, knowing him since childhood. Well, in the middle of Carolina and Tex playing capture the flag, anti-Griff gets the flag thrown through him and he dies, killing his best friend and sending him down this path. He's now on a hell-bent escapade of killing all of the freelancers. The disappearances from earlier, he's doing them. The UNSC is completely uninvolved, and he traps Washington and Carolina in an armor lock box until they starve to death in like 8 days. He is a shockingly good antagonist. I just wish he was in a better season than this. This room is so disturbing too, like you see those sets of armor? Yeah, those aren't sets of armor, those people in there. Very dead corpses of people, but people. What a messed up little dude. It's not long until our Reds and Blues go against them being evil and are thrown into jail. Temple reveals to all of them that Church's distress signal, it was just remixed audio from years prior of Church calling command. Church is like actually dead this time. And like, man, it took you long enough. One of the things I really don't like about this season is how they handle Caboose dealing with this. I mean, he's kind of just a bit upset at best. When in the past, losing Church caused him to build a death machine. And the entire reason they went to save Carolina. Now that Church is finally dead, you'd think he'd have a bit more anger than just this, but he doesn't. You know what character they do focus on this season though? Griff. He's barely been in it for 2 hours, but after that we get to see what he's been up to. His mental state degrades significantly while he's on the island isolated, even creating volleyball replicas of all of his friends. He doesn't actually hate everybody, he's just tired of going on these damn missions, which is incredibly understandable given everything that's happened. Alright, this is gonna sound stupid without context, but I don't feel like explaining it. Earlier in the season, they launched Lopez's head into space to go get help before they got sent to jail, and it just so happens that the one bilingual person in the galaxy finds it. Yeah, they bring Locus into this plot, picking up Griff and staging a rescue mission. He's changed his character entirely since last time. The whole reason he's even getting involved is because the evil Reds and Blues took a power generator from refugees who needed it to survive. And because they took it, all of them died. And he's here for revenge. It's a really good way to get him involved in the plot and make it make sense. The reason they stole a power supply is because they need a bunch of power to break into a UNSC facility. How they're choosing to do so is drilling through the entire planet. Because of course, why not? This is starting to sound like I'm being very positive, but it also has a moment I strongly dislike. So Locus frees Carolina and Washington, which leads Carolina to be incredibly out of it, and Washington to be all loopy, which in turn causes them to walk into the middle of the battlefield while they're fighting a ton of evil Reds and Blues, and gets shot in the neck. I know he's incredibly malnourished, I know he's been stuck in one position for like 3 days, but it's just out of character for him. Like, Caboose, Donut, sure, but Agent Washington, one of the people who brought down Project Freelancer, the person who helped defeat the meta, he's just taken out of the plot so easily. It definitely feels like they just wanted him out of the plot for a little while, because he's obviously not dead. Like, they're not just gonna kill off who's debatably the main character next to Tucker for no reason. Anyway, a second. Who is the main character now? If you asked me that question a few seasons ago, I would say Church without a doubt. But now who? Washington? He's barely here most of the time. He's either doing something else or frozen. The reporter lady? I don't even remember her name. I guess Tucker, but that would be like if the Amazing World of Gumball randomly just killed off Gumball, and now Darwin has to carry the plot. I mean, like, I love Darwin, but man, I like Gumball. Hey, wasn't this about Griff? Griff finally gets a chance to catch up with everybody after being a diversion for Locus, and he finally apologizes to everybody. But most importantly, Simmons. He tells him that without him, they would surely fall apart eventually, saying he's basically the group's hate glue, listing that he doesn't like anybody on the team, but leaving out Simmons' name.
Dude, what the fuck are you doing?
Don't mind me. I'm just getting in position for the kiss.
What happened to him?
He slipped.
Hey, welcome back to Are They Gay? Simmons and Griff. This isn't a gag, we're actually doing this. They've always been the closest in the series, no doubt, but I have proof to support this claim. Back in season 3, when they were doing a something in the Warthog and Sarge asked them about it, they say they don't need to share what they were doing. In season 7, Simmons is in that basement where Delta and Caboose talked a while ago, and he's depicting all of the Reds on how he wants them to view him, like Sarge is more of a father figure. And when a holographic Griff appears, all he says is, I like boners. Why did he make his holographic best friend say that? Okay, obviously that one was just for laughs, so I don't want to put it here because it's funny. Going way back in season 2, Tucker comments that the two people talking on the radio are clearly in love with each other, but don't realize it yet. The only people befitting that description are Griff and Simmons. Back when they were recapping everything that happened on Chorus after they won, Tucker activated the Tower of Fertility, and suspiciously, only Griff and Simmons didn't want to talk about it. How about later in season 15, when Griff is struggling to come up with what he wants to call Simmons, not seeing buddy or friend as good enough names for what they are. Jax, during the entirety of season 15, keeps jokingly calling out plot events right as they happen. And who was the guy that said Simmons and Griff were going to kiss? Jesus fucking Christ. In the Q vs. A series started in 2022, they literally refer to themselves as Grimmins. That's a damn ship name.
Go to the zoo, or make your own morning show.
I don't want to go to a zoo, Simmons. They smell horrible. And I didn't want to make my own morning show. I wanted to make one with you.
If there are any people in male gay relationships watching this, I made you some matching PFPs. Have fun. Sorry, I've been holding that in for 15 seasons. I needed to say something. So they break into the facility where their giant death ray is, and it turns out a time machine is powering it because why not? And if they don't shut it off, it will destroy the entire world. There are two moments in particular here I really like. When they're going around killing all of the red and blue imposters, and both Simmonses start going at it.
Shoot him, Griff! Hurry! No, Griff, shoot him! He's Gene! Griff, don't listen to him. I'm the real Simmons. He's lying, Griff. Shoot him!
Ah, shit!
I can't hold it, Griff. Shoot him!
Why are we here?
What?
I said, why are we here? Answer me now!
Because we need to stop these evil fucks, that's why. No, we don't know why we're here. It's still one of life's great mysteries, isn't it? Ow! Ah!
Just gonna add that one to the list. And when the time machine does turn on, it turns out fake Caboose had set it to Blood Gulch when Church was still alive. They don't do anything horrible with this, like dragging him through and bringing him to the present. No, Church stays dead. Caboose just gets to say goodbye to him. It's a really sweet moment that's a perfect completion for Caboose's arc. But after that, they put Vic in the computer and he does a parody of Church's speech, which immediately ruins it. Also, Vic was an AI this whole time, who cares? They blow up everything, send Temple to jail, publish a story about the whole thing, and we're done. So what did I think about Red vs. Blue Season 15? Well, I didn't hate it. That's the highest praise I'll give it. I thought it was really okay. I like how they have more emphasis on Griffin Simmons of the season, which is something that we didn't get until this point. The new characters, excluding Jax, were all pretty good. There were moments that made me genuinely laugh, and I thought Temple made a pretty good villain. But like at the same time, I can say those exact same things about like season 2, excluding the Griffin Simmons yaoi. It's just the problem of why would I watch this when your show ended perfectly 2 seasons ago? And why would you make this when it ended perfectly 2 seasons ago? This doesn't need to exist. It doesn't tell anything new or special that needed to be told. Now you could say the same thing about the Chorus trilogy. It could have ended with season 10 with all of the Reds and Blues finding a new place to call home and Carolina and Church leaving forever, but the Chorus trilogy justified its existence. It completed the stories of a bunch of people, like Tucker, Church, the Counselor, Hargrove. If it had stopped at season 10, it would have been a really good finale, but 3 more seasons of context and story went a mile, which this just doesn't. It also looks ugly. So to all the non-Halo fans, ever since Halo 3, they've had this thing called Forge, which is basically just a map editor. That's how they got that floating orb thing in the Machinima way back when. Or how they've been able to move objects around, like Maine picking up that car. Well, every other season besides this, they've used maps already existing in the game to tell their stories. Like in season 3, for example, Simmons got launched into that teleporter room, which was just the map Cryon TL34. They connected the map with the rest of the story and made it make sense. Or back in the Chorus trilogy in season 4, there are 2 maps with crashed ships, so they integrated that into the plot. Well, they still do that sometimes in season 15, like when they're investigating a destroyed town for signs of Church, but others they use Forge to make it all, and the environments look gross. Like 100% somebody just assembled all of this instead of it looking natural. It's like if the next Mario game was made only using Mario Maker. Like, yeah, it'd be fun, but like, there's only so much you can do with Mario Maker. Season 15 is a mess, but it's a fine enough finale that definitely does not need to be continued off of. Yeah, of course this is season 16. Dude, season 15 was tolerable, but this is just fucking unwatchable, man. So, Donut gets zapped with a bolt of electricity from the time machine and travels through time and becomes God and travels back with time guns, and they travel through time and they go on a pizza quest and then God gets involved. And God, I am so tired. Season 16 is just unbearable, dude. I cannot stress how much this shit sucks. This is the definitive we ran out of ideas season, because they start playing with different time periods and Griff's sister gets back involved and I just don't care what's going on. Griff and Doc go on a whole quest to reinvent pizza after they entered a timeline without it, and I just couldn't care less. Just 3 seasons ago, we were dealing with political conflict, government corruption, and whatever the hell Felix was doing. Sarge and Simmons go to film a movie recapping the events of season 15 with Jax, and it's like, cool, don't give a shit. Caboose and Lopez are starting a savings account and investing for some reason. Tucker keeps trying to get down dirty with Sister, and the question for all of this is, so? It feels like they're trying to think of the most random things they can for plot and just throwing shit at the wall. I think one of my biggest problems of the whole season is the characterization. They got new writers in. Bernie Burns, the voice actor for Church and the writer for every season up to this point, didn't write this one. And it shows. Every character feels so flannerized now. Simmons is coming to terms with the fact that gods are real and they're time traveling, but despite before thinking time travel wasn't possible and being agnostic. Now, the agnostic part is totally in character for him, but this is also the same Simmons that thought Church was a ghost for 5 seasons. And I'm not sure if he forgot or not, it was a really small detail, completely missable, fought a f***ing time traveler. Caboose has become less of a clueless kid and more flat-out idiot. I said a minute ago he's trying to start a savings account with his lucky penny. Caboose doesn't even understand money. Riff literally just had a whole arc where he was becoming more motivated to help his friends, and is now falling asleep and actively derailing the mission. The bastard falls asleep while Doc is talking about his dead little brother. And then Doc leaves and is absent for the plot for 2 whole hours. Wonderful. Okay, I'm gonna talk about the plot for this season in like 30 seconds. They got time guns, they find gods. The gods want them to stop time traveling, they time travel anyways. Donut has a very meaningless character arc. Washington has to come to grips with the fact he got cerebral hypoxia after he got shot in the neck with the f***. This is one of the things I did like from this season, and it's Washington and Carolina yet again. He was feeling very out of character for the first time we were reintroduced to him, and I was going to complain about that until I kept watching and saw he now has severe brain damage because the oxygen couldn't get to his brain. It's a really weird way to move his character along, but it's genuinely the most interesting thing that's happened this season. So you know what? Good job. Yeah, that's literally all of my praise for this season. No, okay, no. I can think of more. Doc and Donut fighting through different time eras at the end looked really cool, and Donut finally having some screen time was nice, I guess. Praise is over. I think the closest thing I can compare this to is season 3. I don't blame you if you forgot because that was 4 hours ago, but that was my least favorite season. Having a bunch of random nonsense going on, trying to make you care about their story, but not only is the story not good, it's also not funny. And when I say the season isn't funny, I mean it's not funny. There is one joke I laughed at in the entire season, and it's this one where Griff ends up in a timeline where pizza doesn't exist anymore, and he immediately tries to blow himself up. That was pretty funny. I wish there were more like that. Okay, so they try to go back in time to fix Washington, but accidentally go back and create a time paradox and reset the entire universe. Cool! That's literally the end of Mortal Kombat 11. And nobody wants to be like Mortal Kombat 11 story mode. I'm going to stop talking about season 16 here. You get the gist of what I'm saying. Time travel isn't original. The story isn't interesting at all. It's not funny. It's a complete waste of time. I swear to God, if they don't improve with season 17, I'm gonna rip out my hair, then follow it up with ripping out First 13's ball! Okay, so this might take some convincing, and this is going to sound stupid, but I actually kind of enjoyed season 17. So the whole thing is about Donut going through different timelines trying to stop this Loki trickster god from becoming all-powerful, which I deadass just forgot his name, but then I realized they just named him after the series font, which just so happens to be Jenkins. Wait a second.
I wish I was on the red team. Don't you, Jenkins?
Absolutely. That's not what happened.
Okay, they definitely made this character off that one gag. There's no way they knew this was coming. Donut can hop from literally any iteration of himself and relive different events of what happened. But if too many paradoxes are created, this mean lady gets out of her snow globe. This whole thing started after last season when they went back in time to stop Washington from being shot and created a paradox, where there's a universe where he does and doesn't have brain damage. So Donut, instead of going back in time, goes forward and finds f***ed up Washington. He makes him normal again, and the whole season is basically the two of them trying to fix everything. The dynamic between Donut and Washington is surprisingly fun to watch. Not a pair I thought would work well together in the slightest, mind you. One thing I don't like about this dynamic, though, is it is horrifically clear that Donut's voice actor is starting to lose the voice.
You weren't brain damaged. You know that, right? She saved you. She went back and saved you.
One thing this season has, the last one surely was missing, is really great character moments. Like, the best one we got last season was Tucker and Sister talking about boning. One I really like from the season is when Jenkins is going around causing paradoxes and creating chaos. He possesses Church's body and Caboose just beats the shit out of him for it. Or when they're going around fixing paradoxes that Jenkins created and need to fix the final one. Washington getting shot in the throat. It's such a sad moment between him and Carolina before this. Carolina even cries here, which is the first time she's done that in the whole series. This season didn't make me want to rip my hair out. That was awesome. It's also a lot more sentimental this season. So them skipping out of the jokes here is okay because I was still entertained. I did really like this one gag where Washington and Donut are going through different timelines they were together in, so they don't lose each other, and they accidentally keep teleporting to the part where he shoots him. I'm pretty sure they did this like 7 times. It's hilarious. It's a lot better than last season. It's not a high bar. Okay, let me wrap up what happens in the plot. So Jenkins sends all of them to this magic labyrinth, which is very scary and confusing, mostly because it's a destination of his choosing, making a bunch of them relive traumas they've gone through. Not just traumas, but also their worst fears. Sister gets to see her house burning down again, which was incidentally her fault. Sarge gets the experience of grunt work. Griff goes through basic training again. And my personal favorite is Lopez, where he's a human who speaks English with Spanish subtitles. Genuinely one of the best visual gags in the whole show. Definitely the worst one, though, is Carolina's. Okay, well, I like it conceptually. It's not Texas like you think it would be. She has to fight an older version of herself back when she was a freelancer. And the only way she wins the fight is by relying on her friends, which is perfect for her character. This fight scene looks like ass. Look at this fucking run. It has these weird little particle effects to every hit, making it look like a mobile game ad. The animation feels far too snappy, like there's no in-betweens making them go from pose to pose. It's just wacky looking, man. Luckily, the whole season isn't just 3D animation, so we're okay. They escape and throw Jenkins into a black hole, yippee. The day has been saved, but they still need to go back and finally fix the last paradox. Washington needs to get shot. All of his friends are there for one last moment before it's all over. It's honestly kind of sad, but as a finale to the trilogy, it's really weak. Our previous finales were one of the main characters blowing up, the main character presumably dying, a really sweet note of moving on with your life and not letting your past control you, and the main character actually dying. It doesn't even end with the scene being recreated where it happens, or him in the hospital room with all of his friends around him. It just ends with Lopez, who got sent back to the beginning of time because it's funny, I guess. But I mean, compared to the rest of the seasons in the Shizno trilogy, it's probably the best one. I'd say it's up there with the stuff from seasons 1 through 5, but the trilogy as a whole? It's shit. The first season was okay, the second season was torture, and the third one was actually kind of good, but started finding its footing way too late. Right as I was starting to finally like it, it ended. My main problem with the trilogy from the start is, why the fuck do you exist? Well, I've already answered that, it's money. But I just don't like it, man. They parodied the new trilogy of Star Wars films in the series. The comparisons write themselves. I just can't recommend you watch these when you're done with season 13. Unless you want to see the thrilling character arcs of Donut, Griff's sister, and Tucker for the third time, I suggest you stay out. The highlights of the whole thing weren't even revolving the Reds and Blues. It was building up the relationship between Carolina and Washington, even making it seem like there was going to be something more intimate between them, before snatching it away at the last second. It's really sad to see Carolina go through all of this and Washington basically having to sacrifice himself so time doesn't collapse. One thing I really don't like about it, though, is how it ungrounds itself from the rest of the series. The ungrounded elements from the first few seasons were mainly explained away with AI, freelancer making shit up, and them being delusional. How Church was a ghost? Oh, well, he was an AI, obviously. The time travel? Easy, that didn't really happen, they just thought it did. Tucker getting pregnant? Yeah, that actually happened. I'm really sorry. Red vs. Blue, the Shizno trilogy, is a complete mess. I could not recommend less. You could honestly just get more enjoyment from watching me talk about it instead, because at least I cut out all the boring shit like Tucker and Sister constantly bickering if they had sex or not, or them fighting a Cyclops for some reason, or Jax in his stupid fucking movie. I just realized that Jax isn't in season 17, and that's my favorite one. Wow. He really is the worst character, isn't he? But that's it. That is all of Red vs. Blue. I checked and it only goes up to season 17. It said something about a 0th season, but I'm pretty sure that's just the wiki being wrong. Just please don't make me watch it! Before we start with the Red vs. Blue Zero, I would like to give some background on it. More specifically, what was going on with Rooster Teeth. For starters, Joel Heyman. He's the voice actor for Caboose I briefly alluded to earlier with this batshit insane tweet of his. But on top of that, Mr. Joel is a complete right-wing conspiracy nutcase. Now, I've never been one to care for which side of the political spectrum you're on, but he just won't shut his stupid mouth. What the hell does this even mean? So great, you let go of the voice actor of not only one of your most iconic characters, but the character with the most distinct voice. To quote Lavernius Tucker, oh, berries. Now, this isn't actually an issue. Why? Because Caboose isn't in it. Neither are any of the other Reds and Blues. Without the Reds and Blues, this show is just verses. But enough foreplay, let's actually watch the show. Hey, remember that one quote from season 6 that I also started this video with? I'll just read it out again, since it's been a little bit since we talked about that. It is undeniable, and may I say fundamental quality of man, when faced with extinction, every alternative is preferable. That is how I would describe Red vs. Blue Zero, the alternative to extinction. Instead of letting your franchise die, you make this. Red vs. Blue Zero is one of the worst hot messes of a show I've ever had to watch. It makes season 16 look like God's gift to mankind. So allow me to walk you through Zero. These unnamed soldiers are breaking into this military base guarded by Washington and Carolina. But wait just a second, doesn't Washington still have brain damage? That's explained away within the first 5 minutes of, oh yeah, modern technology fixed him. then what the fuck was the point of 90% of the conflict in the last 2 seasons? You can't just have a character go through a giant moment where he sacrifices himself for the next season to have it mean nothing. It's so frustrating. Why would they even bring him back into the plot like this? Like, sure, getting him involved would be fine, but you made a huge change to his character. Stick to it! So these unnamed people break into the base and steal an alien artifact, so they can get into some kind of temple, I guess. Their names are Blue Guy, Pink Guy, and Red Guy. The blue dude is near invincible, the pink girl can teleport, and the red one has a gun, I guess. I at least think the pink lady's ability is neat. But in the first 5 minutes, I already have more problems. For one, Carolina. She has been flanderized to hell and back.
A fan? You want an autograph or something?
Carolina would never say that. Maybe Tucker, possibly York, in a different context Caboose, never Carolina. And the animation... Good God. These fight scenes are so unreadable with the amount of visual effects and moving the camera. It's so hard to track what's going on. Carolina breaks her arm, Washington is captured, and we're introduced to our new main characters. I forgot their names immediately, so I'll give them new ones in a minute. There's the yellowish kind of mango one, who is good with computers, the big orange one, who is the strong silent type, the pink one, who has a speed booster and is hugely competitive, the red one, who is the weapons expert. That's all we're given in his character introduction, so that's all I'm saying. And finally, the blue one, who is very headstrong, refuses to work on a team, and is extremely impulsive. What a colorful cast of characters. Is what I would be saying if that isn't the exact descriptions of the main characters from the Freelancer duology. Replace the heavy with Maine, replace the weapons expert with North, replace the impulsive one with Texas, replace the competitive one with Carolina, and Jesus Christ, the tech expert and York are the same damn color. The pink one and the blue one even have a rivalry with each other. These are the same damn characters. Rooster Teeth, what is wrong with you? Because of this, I will be referring to them as their Freelancer counterparts, but putting new in front of each of their names, which is probably going to get confusing whenever I talk about New York. But this show doesn't care, and neither do I. It's hard for me to get invested in these characters for a few reasons. A, the writing. They're written so one-dimensionally. I don't feel attached to any of them. New York is an annoying bitch who nobody likes. New Maine just goes around being big and talking about how bad of a father he is. I don't even remember the red guy's personality. They do a lot of tell don't show when it should be the opposite. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's probably a good thing it's that way because they can't show a damn thing during the action sequences. They'll be saying stuff like, I've known you for years, you're a good person, which is fine, but act like it then. Let's compare all of this to earlier Red vs. Blue. When North and South are introduced at the beginning of Season 9, you don't know anything about them, but you can immediately tell there's some chemistry between them. South is younger and brattier and willing to take more risks at the cost of the mission, while North is more willing to play by the books, and if things go, for lack of a better word, south, he's willing to put his life on the line to save her. They don't even say anything along those lines, but it's communicated by how they act. But if you told me to guess what the relationship between New Carolina and New Maine was, I probably couldn't tell you. He's her dad, by the way, not that you cared though. The other reason I don't feel attached is because of the voice acting. The only characters that got good voices were characters that had returning actors like New York or Carolina. But the other characters?
After losing your brother and your sister, your mother made me swear to protect you. No matter what.
Doesn't work. Something else that makes the voice acting suck is the removal of the helmet muffle. You know that thing Red vs. Blue has had for the last 17 seasons? It's so mind-boggling. Why would they remove this? The muzzle wasn't just a product of them having bad microphones back in the day. It was a way to immerse you into the world. It made it sound like you were there listening to these guys actually talk through their helmets. Honestly, I prefer the voice acting by Gus Sorolla or Geoff Ramsey or Bernie Burns or any of the guys who weren't actual voice actors. None of them had any experience with voice acting before this, and it kind of helped, honestly. They were unexperienced soldiers fighting a war that was made up. No wonder they sounded like that. Then you have the new characters that when they talk sound like they're reading from a script and not actually being in the moment. When it sounds like your characters are acting out a scene instead of living through the events of what's going on, it's impossible to care about what's going on and get invested. Actually, hold on. What is going on? I don't fucking know. This dude is trying to get a giant sword so he can unlock a big weapon, but after he gets one of the swords, he also needs Tucker's sword, which is how they get him into the plot. Here's another complaint I have. Returning characters. Washington returns, like I said earlier, and he's immediately on medical leave after the first scene. Why even bring him back in the first place? And then Tucker. He's here because enemy team wants his sword. He's here for 5 minutes, he has 3 lines of dialogue, and they just kill him. But it's okay because wacky new science stuff brings him back to life. That's their excuse for literally everything in this show. How do they have certain powers or guns? Science. How do they fix brain damage? Science. How do they resurrect some dude? dude? Science! It would have made way more sense if they said it was alien stuff for that last thing, because aliens have done that in the series before. They brought flowers back to life in season 5. They could have just said they had alien doctors on the premises. That answer is stupid, but at least it makes sense. After he survived, he's off with Washington and living in the med bay for the rest of the show. Why even bring him back if he's here for 5 minutes? Honestly, I would have rather than bring Locust into this. He also has a sword, why not him? It would have been way harder to work him into this, but it would have saved me from hearing Flanderize Tucker, so it's okay. Then there's a bunch of little things I don't like. They use the battle rifles in this first scene for a fully automatic weapon, despite the Halo 4 battle rifle being a burst weapon, which I'm aware is a huge nitpick, but why even use the battle rifles if you wanted a fully automatic weapon? And then later, why use it for a sniper rifle? You have used 3D animated sniper rifles and assault rifles in the past. Just drag in the fucking models! This cube that the enemy guy throws at this dude seemingly defies the laws of gravity by flying in a straight line at the slowest pace imaginable. They give Carolina a cast for her broken arm, but put it over the armor. You guys have shown her out of the suit. Do it again. Were you just too lazy to make a new model? When they show the alien race they're breaking into for this giant weapon, it's some new one they made up instead of being elites. Sure, why not just shit all over the continuity? You already did it several times. Those are just small problems I noticed, but there's way bigger ones too. This isn't a machinima anymore. Full animation. Which kind of just craps all over the series' history. It's a machinima with 3D animation integrated in. Not whatever this is. I wouldn't even mind if it was full 3D animation the whole time if the show wasn't this ugly. Hell, they do this thing sometimes where they try to make it look like it's a machinima, where they'll put their guns down and make their heads bobble. But why even attempt to make it look like the originals if you're going to half-ass it like this? We finally have the music with lyrics back in the series, but it's way worse than it was before, surprisingly. The plot just sucks. I'm gonna sum it up for you real quick. The bad guys want sword, bad guy gets sword, that guy is immediately killed by main characters go home. Great. Why is Carolina back? Why are any characters returning? They act nothing like they do. Carolina could have been replaced by fucking Iron Man and it would have made the same amount of sense. What's her motivation for coming here? Why are her and Washington guarding this ancient alien artifact? Where are the rest of the Reds and Blues? Why is Tucker by himself? Why is Washington here for only 2 scenes? Why the hell am I watching this? But you know what the worst thing is? I could look past all of that. The bad writing, animation, characters, story, all of it. If it was just funny. It is painfully unfunny. I would play a bad joke as an example, but my brain seems to have washed all of them immediately out of my head, so I can't. Any other season of this show is better than this. Season 3 and 16, which I would consider the worst ones, I would rather watch 100 times over than this slop. I'm going to stop here, because if I don't, I'm going to lose my mind! But I am confident in saying that Red vs. Blue 0 is one of the worst seasons of a show I have ever watched. I have one positive. And you know what that is? The fact it's short. At least it didn't waste as much time as I thought it would. So that's it. That is all of Red vs. Blue. It is completely all over the place quality-wise. 5 seasons that were funny, no doubt, but nothing really notable by themselves. 8 more seasons that were incredible. 3 more seasons after that that were entirely unnecessary. And then 1 little smudge to finally put the series to rest. Talking about Red vs. Blue as a whole is hard to do. If you want to talk about the series, it needs to be a 20-minute discussion or a 4-hour one. And you can clearly see the route I took. Red vs. Blue is one of my favorite shows ever made. Yeah, it got really bad there at the end, but just don't watch those and you'll be okay. I've grown up with this show and got to watch it hit its peak and die. I got to see Rooster Teeth hit its peak and die. In February of this year, it was announced that Rooster Teeth would be shutting down. It's sad to see it go, but it's like Carolina said. If you don't say goodbye, you're not really gone. You're just... no. Rooster Teeth is dead. Red vs. Blue is dead. They are not coming back. So I thought. Okay, so I didn't figure I'd bring this up because I genuinely didn't think we would get anything, but here we are. Red vs. Blue Restoration was revealed last year, and when it was announced Rooster Teeth would be shutting down in February, I kind of just assumed we wouldn't get it, so I thought it was a good idea to go ahead and make this video. But the day after I finished scripting, they released a trailer for it, and it released, well, like 2 weeks ago at the time of me posting this shit. This second trailer for it does make it look promising, though. It's back to being a machinima and completely retcons everything post-season 13, which is great. I'm going to guess how the plot goes based off this trailer, and if I'm even close to that when I write this in 2 months, you have to do something, I don't know. So it looks like when Epsilon broke himself down to run the suit, Sigma took over and started controlling Tucker like he did to Agent Maine. And I know I've been burned so many times, but damn it, I want to touch the stove. It looks good, I'll say it. The animation looks clean, the idea is pretty good. If my assumptions are correct, this could be something. This could be the finale we deserve. I really hope I'm not disappointed in like a month from the time of me writing this. Alright, I'm back from watching Red vs. Blue Restoration. Don't ask about the new set, the last one burned down between shots. So, was I right? Alright, just ignore that the footage looks like this. I'm desperately trying not to get this video taken down. Editing me, put a number on screen how many times I've had to re-edit this video. It'd be really awkward if I got it right the first try. So for Restoration, I'm not going to be going part by part explaining stuff and giving thoughts. Partially because it just came out, and partially because it's actually really good. What the f***? This deserves to be watched. If you are a Red vs. Blue fan, don't worry about rewatching everything up until this point, because you just watched me talk about it. Also, because it catches you up on everything within the first 10 minutes. It not only justifies coming out after season 13, but earns the label of the real finale to the series. But if I haven't convinced you, let's get into the last bit of Red vs. Blue. Red vs. Blue Restoration. So this starts out similarly to season 15, actually. This one lady at this convention is explaining that all of the Reds and Blues went missing after the events of Chorus. Before a big explosion happens and our antagonist for the movie is revealed. Also, I guess this is technically a Red vs. Blue movie since it's 80 minutes and released all at once. So I'm gonna be calling it as such. The meta is back and called it. But hell, that doesn't make any sense. The last fragment literally blew up. Well, Church, before he went to kablooey, left some tapes for the Reds and Blues to find. How Church powered up the armor was breaking down to the memories of each fragment. Unfortunately, every fragment. Delta, Gamma, Theta, and everybody's favorite, Sigma. Sigma is up to his old ways of trying to get the band back together and is desperate to get Epsilon so they can form the Alpha. What they don't know is that Epsilon is dead. They're under the assumption that these tapes that are perfectly communicating with everybody is the real one. So they need to go back down to Malcolm Hargrove's ship and steal that memory capture device. That same one they used back in season 8. But they can't stab the meta like they did with Texas. Why is that? Because Tucker is still in there? Back when Agent Main was the meta, they didn't show his face as a means to dehumanize him. But now that Tucker has taken the mantle, it's honestly more disturbing we don't get to see it. This is one scene right here that I love. He's resisting the AI and they get him to be in a weaker state by looping him through 10 years of imagery depicting all of his friends dying. Like, Jesus Christ, Gamma. This shot of Tucker just holding his head and screaming, powerless to do anything, is so disturbing and I love it. This is the Red vs. Blue I have missed for the last 4 seasons. Finally, torture is back! One of the things I love about the movie is that it actually ties up a lot of loose ends. Like, it gives all of the Reds and Blues finished character arcs. Let's start with Sarge's, because it directly kicks off Griffin Simmons's. So they go to Hargrove's ship to get the memory unit, and thankfully nobody's home. So they go in there, grab it, but the meta is one step ahead of them and begins to attack. After getting their asses kicked, the Reds decide their best option is just say, F it, and run away, leaving caboose. Unrelated, but I love Tucker fighting back against the AI controlling his suit, even managing to break his own grip at one point. And as their ship is about to take off, Sarge is witnessing Caboose probably about to die, so he runs back in there. He blasts the meta's ass, saving Caboose. Also, I love how he traps him on the ceiling with the bubble shield. I just thought that was cool looking. And right as everybody is about to take off, the meta, using Tucker's sword, stabs through the wall directly into Sarge. And you know what happens next? Sarge is killed on screen. Heroic goodbye speech and all, Sarge is dead. It's such a perfect end to his character arc. Like I was saying earlier, even after he learned Red and Blue are the same, he still held prejudice against them. I was totally on point with the racism allegory. His final action as a leader is to save a Blue, but not just a Blue, somebody who needed help. And as he's going, he elects Simmons as the new leader of Red Team and even gives him his prize shotgun. He tells Griff that the reason he was always hard on him was just because he wanted him to do better. And he's gone. It's such a beautiful character death in the best possible way to kill off a character that's been there since the 2nd episode. And after that, it's just up to the 3 of them to defeat the meta and save the day. But why just 3? Where is everybody else? Well, Lopez stayed back at the bases. My best guess is that him and Phyllis, who's now put inside of a tank, are getting freaky. Donut is only mentioned in passing and got promoted to Admiral of some unknown force. Ignore the background footage, she is literally never on screen. Carolina is off who knows where. Some other mysterious character I'm probably forgetting is forgotten. And Doc plus Washington are in a psych ward for some reason. Doc keeps treating him for something, and everybody here is treating him like he's insane, acting like the reports of the meta returning are fake and he's lost his mind. But returning to the Reds and Blues, or I guess the Reds and Blue, since there's literally one of them remaining, and all of them have returned to Blood Gulch. That's where they wanted Sarge to be buried, at their original home. Wait a second. While they're paying their respects, Simmons gives Griff an offer. To be discharged. He can leave right now if he wants to. But he doesn't. He wants to stay with Simmons and fight the meta with him. Even though he knows he'll probably die while doing it, he just wants to be there with him. Oh yeah, with Caboose, of course, too, obviously, yeah, him too. He's definitely still not there just for Simmons. Geoff Ramsey definitely didn't say in an old interview that Griff is secretly in love with Simmons or anything, nothing like that. Eventually, the meta does arrive, and exactly what you think happens, happens. It's cute seeing Simmons and Griff go into battle with each other one last time, though. Even if they're getting curve stomped the whole time. Figure I'll talk about the animation, since it's animating. It actually looks really good. I know you can't tell because you're currently watching this on a TV from 20 years ago with probably like 12 filters over it, but it looks really nice. I would argue better than Season 13's animation. It just sells stuff so well, like Simmons getting his robo-arm broken or Griff getting his head clapped. Special shoutouts to the scene where Simmons is one-handing the shotgun. It looks impeccable. But the meta doesn't get his chance to kill them. Remember how Church is just the collection of the director's memories? Well, while they were on the ship, they found the unit that created the Alpha. And before the meta came down, Church left a message to Caboose instructing him how to bring him back. It's so cute, everybody just standing around the fire like this. Genuinely kind of started tearing up when they had Monty's animations play. Just all of them reminiscing about the good times. Simmons and Griff under the assumption that this is just supposed to make him feel better about losing Church. But in actuality, was just creating a new one. Suddenly, not only Caboose, but a car gets thrown at the meta, and a brand new Church is seen standing on a cliff ready to fight. But I lied! Caboose was a bit smarter than to bring back the one piece the meta needed to be the Alpha again. So he didn't bring Church back. He brought back the one person who could actually take down the meta. Agent f***ing Texas. While they're having their rematch, Washington is up on a cliff trying to do something to help them. So he immediately jumps off. And he explains why he just did that to Doc, who is treating his very broken leg. It's so that his distress beacon can go off. Suddenly, from the skies, a drop pod falls down and Carolina joins the fight. Now it's a mother-daughter smackdown on the meta. Dude, this fight is so good. They are even using the environment to their advantage, which I love. Caboose blows up this cliff by accident, and now they have to watch for falling rocks while continuing to duke it out. But as fate would have it, the meta is still too strong, breaking Carolina's hand and stabbing Texas in the chest. Once again, she has been so close to victory and lost. But things are different this time. This isn't the Agent Texas from the director's memories. This is the Texas that beat the Reds and Blues ass, grabbing his brute chieftain rifle and blasting him away, then getting him by the neck with his own sword. Simmons chucks her the original memory unit and plants it right into the meta's chest, putting all of them back in the box and finishing this once and for all, which includes sucking up Texas. Finally, every AI from past and present is sealed in this little Pandora's memory unit. And in there, Allison and Leonard Church can finally be together once again. Momentarily, Caboose smashes it. So that's it. Caboose can finally mourn the loss of his best friend. Tucker has been saved from the endless horrors. Griff and Simmons probably make out off screen. And Washington. There is a reason he's been in a psych ward. Doc is dead. He died during the Battle of Chorus. The reason Washington has been in a psych ward is because Doc died defending Washington. He never got over Doc doing that for him and has started hallucinating him to help with the pain. Jesus Christ. It's either he's gotten brain damage or he's gone insane. Pick your f***ing poison. But Carolina assures him that remembering the ones that have come before you isn't bad. Letting go is what is important. You should always hold on to the memory of your loved ones, but you shouldn't let it consume you. And that's really the whole message of restoration. Letting go is okay. Caboose lets go of Church. Washington lets go of all of his dead friends. And finally, Griff and Simmons. Griff is going back to Earth. He's done with everything and has achieved all he's wanted to. Simmons stays behind though. He's gonna lead his own squad. It's what Sarge would have wanted for him. And then finally, they let go of each other. I have no doubt if they stayed together, they definitely would have gotten to some kind of relationship, but that's just not where their lives took them. Simmons says he's probably never gonna come to Earth, but Griff says if he does, he can come see him. It's such a sad ending as Griff walks towards the Pelican with, "So help me God, no, get her out, get it out, this is my perfect ending, please!" All of the members of both Red and Blue team go their separate ways, and I think it's finally time we let go as well.
What are you doing here? The show's over. Red versus Blue is over. Get out of here! Bow chicka bye now.
I'm so happy we got this. Everybody a part of the team, except Joel because Lamau, coming back for just one final project together is so sweet. Especially considering that this is probably the last we'll ever get of Red vs. Blue. It's finally over. Red vs. Blue seasons 1 through 13 plus Restoration is one of my favorite shows ever made. Comedy, characters, story, animation, music, everything is near perfection. But you know what the cool thing about a show like this is? The fans. Rooster Teeth and its website shut down in May of this year. Rooster Teeth is gone, and we have to let them go. but that doesn't mean we should forget. I just want to shout out some incredible fan works I found while making this video real quick. Like, I found this super cool series the other day called Red vs. Blue vs. Ruby, where it's all of the RVB guys interacting with the characters from the other show. There's this super talented 3D animator I found recently called the Red Squire that's remastering a bunch of scenes from season 1, but now they're fully animated. On the topic of reanimating scenes, there's Eproth Studios, who's been remaking a ton of different parts of the show, such as fully animating the Out of Mind series and making Washington and the Metas fight from season 6 now animated. Also, I love this fake Red vs. Blue season 19 trailer because it looks genuinely better than the entirety of Zero. Moving away from animation and towards discussion videos, we have this one. Red vs. Blue: The Time Circle Theory by Jake is an absolutely incredible video that made me reconsider the entire story. Check it out if you want another long-ass video about an obscure web series. Meaning in Between made this short but sweet retrospective about the franchise, incorporating voice clips and putting himself in the show, which I wish I thought of first. Now, why did I include all of this? It's because Red vs. Blue, at the end of the day, will never die. As long as we remember it, then it's never truly gone, is it? I'll never forget my experience with Red vs. Blue. Watching it as a child, getting to see the conclusion to it now that I'm almost an adult. It's done, but I can always hold on to the memory of it all.
And at the end of the day, it's like Delta said, memory's the key. Goodbye, Red vs. Blue. Until I remember you again some other day.
What are you still doing here? The video's over. You probably had something better to do for the last 4 hours and a half.